Chapter 31. The Descent, Is It Time to Traverse Now? Lin Yuan felt a surge of joy in his heart. The traversing ability of the door to the myriad realms was not without limits. It needed time to accumulate energy, which manifested as it being lit up bit by bit. When Lin Yuan returned from his first traverse, he obtained relevant information from the door to the myriad realms. The degree to which the door to the myriad realms was lit up was divided into the lighting of the peripheral edge, the interior region, and the core area. With the peripheral edge lit up, one could traverse, but the method of traversal was consciousness descending. If the interior region was lit up, physical body traversal was possible. As for the core area being lit up, it related to some kind of transformation of the door to the myriad realms. The information Lin Yuan received only described this briefly. The 3 degrees of illumination required increasing amounts of time. The peripheral edge lighting took about 8 months to a year. To light up the interior region, it would take several years to a decade. As for the core area lighting up, Lin Yuan estimated it would probably take decades or even centuries. Go ahead with the consciousness traverse. Lin Yuan was not particularly interested in physical traversal. One reason was that accumulating enough energy for physical traversal took too long. Another was that the margin for error in physical traversal was too low. Death meant true death. In comparison, the cost-performance ratio of consciousness traversal was much higher. However, before traversing, some preparations are still needed. Lin Yuan composed himself and began to make arrangements. Mainly to inform his parents that he might disappear for a while. Even though there was a discrepancy in the flow of time between higher and lower worlds, Lin Yuan was not sure about the level of the world he was about to traverse into. If the time flow was not much different and he stayed there for decades, only a few years might pass in the main world. That could be troublesome. Once everything was prepared, Lin Yuan left the underground training field and came to the door of a room. After this traverse, I should be able to deduce the evolution pathway of martial Tao to the second layer. Then, continuing to upload it to the Goddess of Wisdom, the merit points I'll get should allow me to raise my citizen level to 3, Lin Yuan silently contemplated. Half a year earlier, Lin Yuan had uploaded the improved mythological chapter and carefree chapter of the martial canon. He was rewarded with 3,000 merit points. At the same time, the ranking of martial Tao's evolutionary pathway on the Kanglin evolution ranking rose from 93rd to 78th. The 100 evolutionary pathways listed on the Kanglin evolution ranking were ranked by the Goddess of Wisdom based on her vast computational power, incorporating potential, popularity, difficulty of practice, among other factors. The martial canon ranked 93rd when it had only the Grandmaster chapter and Great Grandmaster chapter, but adding the mythological chapter and the carefree chapter, its overall potential further increased, which naturally reflected in a rise in ranking. It could be predicted that when the martial Tao evolutionary pathway officially broke through to the second layer, its ranking would inevitably rise another notch. After all, the transition from the first layer to the second layer represented a qualitative change, a major leap recognized by the human civilization of the universe. All in all, uploading the martial Tao evolutionary pathway provided Lin Yuan with a total of 5,000 merit points. Advancing to a second-level citizen consumed 1,000 merit points. 4,000 merit points remained. To advance from a second-level citizen to a third-level citizen, 5,000 merit points were needed. Let's begin. Lin Yuan pushed open the room door. He walked towards a 2-meter-long nutrient pod. During his first traverse, Lin Yuan had no choice but to proceed with the forced conscription bearing down on him, enduring the process. Luckily, it turned out well as he spent 20 years in the martial world but only over 10 minutes passed in the main world. Now of course Lin Yuan would not just idle away doing nothing. This nutrient pod was a military-grade item that Lin Yuan had purchased through Mr. Liao's channels. Once activated, it could sustain for no less than 200 years. That is to say, as long as Lin Yuan lay in it, unless he got up on his own, the nutrients inside the pod could sustain his body for 200 years' worth of needs. This gave Lin Yuan a great sense of security. At least he would not return from traversing to find his body starved to skin and bones. As the usage of the nutrient pod flashed through his mind, Lin Yuan opened the hatch and lay down inside. Traverse. Lin Yuan's spirit merged into the door to the myriad realms deep within his mind. In an instant, an intangible force of suction came forth. Lin Yuan only felt his consciousness rapidly plummeting. Zhang family fort. Adorned with lights and festivity. What a joyous occasion. Everyone in the fort knew that Mr. Zhang's wife had given birth to an offspring, a boy at that. Before this, Madame Zhang had successively brought forth 8 daughters, provoking all sorts of idle gossip. Madam has worked hard. Inside the room, Zhang Kun, overwhelmed with emotion, put down the baby swaddled in his arms, looked at the frail woman lying on the bed, and spoke with a voice full of compassion. It's not hard, Zhang Lang, this is our child. Madame Zhang's face was somewhat pale, but she still forced herself to sit up, took the swaddle into her arms, and her eyes were filled with tenderness. The two shared a tender moment. Then Madame Zhang began to speak of serious matters. My husband, the myriad demon sect, has been restless lately, showing signs of approaching this way. Have you notified the Taoist of Dragon Tiger Mountain? Rest assured, madam. Zhang Kun patted his chest and said, I've already sent a messenger to Chongqing. He should be almost here by now. As Zhang Kun spoke to this point, he paused, then continued, Besides, what is there to fear from the myriad demon sect? Am I not considered a first-rate expert in the martial world? Why would I fear those demonic brats? His tone overflowed with formidable confidence as he said this. It seems that this birth is not bad at all. What Zhang Kun and his wife didn't know was that, as the couple conversed, the baby wrapped in the swaddling clothes opened its eyes, revealing a depth not befitting its age. Naturally, this infant was Lin Yuan. From the short conversation of his parents, Lin Yuan deduced that his father in this life seemed to have a decent social status. At the very least, when he was born, there were no less than 5 midwives present, and additionally, over a dozen maidservants attending. This much was certainly beyond what an ordinary person could afford in any world. As he thought, Lin Yuan felt sleepy. When Lin Yuan opened his eyes again, he was met with extremely noisy sounds. The door was tightly shut, but the sounds of fighting could be heard outside. His own mother's face was filled with anxiety. What's going on? Lin Yuan opened his eyes wide. Wasn't everything fine just a moment ago? How did it come to this? His mother, seeing that Lin Yuan had awakened, immediately came over, eyes brimming with tears, and said, Child, 8 steersmen from the myriad demon sect have attacked. Your father and the experts of the fort have gone to meet them in battle. We will surely repel the myriad demon sect. His mother held Lin Yuan, and rather than genuinely comforting her child, it seemed she was reassuring herself. After a moment, the door was thrust open. His father, Zhang Kun, entered, drenched in blood. Zhang Lang, how are things outside now? Mother Su Yun asked anxiously. We can't hold them back. The myriad demon sect didn't just send 8 steersmen. There's also a protector lurking in the shadows. Our Zhang family fort? Zhang family fort is finished. Zhang Kun's face turned ashen. He had never anticipated that in order to deal with Zhang family fort, the myriad demon sect would actually dispatch a protector. To become a protector of the myriad demon sect, one had to be at least beyond the level of a first-rate expert. What should we do now? Mother Su Yun fell silent for a while before asking. You two should go. Zhang Kun approached the back of the bed, gave it a light tap, and a secret tunnel emerged. This tunnel stretches 10 miles out. Take the child and go as far as you can, never come back in this lifetime. After opening the tunnel, Zhang Kun seemed as if he had lost all his strength and nearly collapsed to the floor. Zhang Lang, let's leave together. Let's depart from here together. Su Yun glanced at the tunnel and immediately looked at Zhang Kun. I can't go. Zhang Kun shook his head. I was struck by a palm from the myriad demon sect's protector. My heart meridian is severed. I won't live much longer. Zhang Kun looked at Lin Yuan, his voice growing gentle. I had even thought of a name for you, calling you Shanfeng, to be the peak of our Zhang family fort. Unfortunately, there's no future left. Having said this, Zhang Kun took out a jade pendant and placed it in the swaddling clothes. 2 characters were engraved on the front of the pendant. Shanfeng. After doing all this, Zhang Kun looked up at his wife Su Yun. When the child grows up, don't tell him about his origins. Just live an ordinary life and never think about avenging me. Having said that, Zhang Kun pushed Su Yun into the tunnel. Chapter 32, 10 years through the tunnel. Mother Su Yun successfully left Zhang family fort. However, it hadn't been half an hour when the pursuers from the myriad demon sect arrived to kill. Clearly, the secret passage in the room had been discovered. Left with no other choices, Su Yun could only place Lin Yuan into a hidden thicket. He'll lead them away, and come back for you later. After saying this, Su Yun headed in another direction. As the wife of the first-class expert Zhang Kun, Su Yun was naturally no ordinary person. Even just after childbirth, her strength was still above 3rd or 4th tier experts, and her lightness skill was exceptional. However, 2 or 3 hours had passed, and Su Yun still hadn't returned. She probably won't be coming back, Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. If Su Yun had managed to shake off the pursuers, she surely would have returned by now. Her absence implied that she hadn't managed to elude the pursuers. The fate of not evading the pursuers need not be mentioned. Sigh. Lin Yuan let out a soft sigh. Just a moment ago, he had been the highly anticipated heir of Zhang family fort. But now he had nothing. This is troublesome. Lin Yuan furrowed his brows slightly. Now was not the time for regrets. The urgent matter at hand was how to survive. This time, Lin Yuan's situation was extremely difficult. As a newborn baby, Lin Yuan dared not make any significant movements. A newborn like him, if he left the swaddle, the only outcome would be to freeze to death. What about crying loudly to draw the attention of people nearby? Lin Yuan didn't know if the ones he might attract would be the demonic sex pursuers. Additionally, Lin Yuan's current environment seemed extremely remote with hardly any human presence. He feared that any slight noise might attract jackals, tigers, or leopards. To those fierce beasts, a human baby was nothing but a delicacy. What a pity. If it could be a few months later. No, just a few days. Lin Yuan felt somewhat helpless. With his against heaven's understanding, given time, Lin Yuan could quickly become stronger. The first time he traversed, Lin Yuan was only a 3-year-old child yet managed to comprehend the great Arhat Buddha fist and step into the innate realm. Though a baby's body had many limitations, it wasn't completely incapable of resistance. At least there would be some power to fight back. So, it was night. The temperature also began to drop rapidly. Even wrapped in the swaddle, Lin Yuan felt waves of cold. If it were any other baby, they might have already started crying by now. But Lin Yuan didn't, because he knew that once he cried, it would attract nearby beasts and then be carried away and eaten by them. However, even so, the innate milky scent of a baby was still faintly emanating. Before long, Lin Yuan heard rustling noises coming from the nearby bushes. Listening to the noise, it was clear that it wasn't made by humans. What to do? Lin Yuan's heartbeat began to speed up. If it wasn't a human that made the noise, then it must be a beast. Facing a beast, Lin Yuan was completely powerless, for to a beast, Lin Yuan was just a delicious meal, devoid of any sympathetic emotions. As the rustling noise continued to approach, Lin Yuan's breathing began to slow down. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan's gaze suddenly noticed the dry leaves and twigs on the ground. This was the wilderness, full of plants, and dry leaves and twigs were everywhere. Staring at the dry leaves and twigs, dots of spiritual light suddenly surged in Lin Yuan's mind. You have against heaven's understanding. After observing the withered wood, you understand the withered wood breathing skill. Withered wood breathing skill, by utilizing a special breathing rhythm, conceal all traces of breathing, mimicking the form of withered wood. In an instant, Lin Yuan's aura continued to retract. The original faint milky scent vanished. Even Lin Yuan's skin, originally soft and fair, shifted towards the dark color of dried wood. From a distance, Lin Yuan looked like a piece of withered wood wrapped in a swaddle. Ooh! A few meters away, an adult wolf paused, sniffed the air, and emitted a confused low howl, lingered nearby for a while, and upon confirming there was no scent of food, the wolf had no choice but to turn away. In the swaddle, as Lin Yuan's breath disappeared and his consciousness remained, after hearing the rustling sound fade away, he let out a huge sigh of relief. Withered wood breathing skill? Lin Yuan maintained this concealment secret technique. Actually, regarding techniques to conceal one's aura, Lin Yuan had comprehended many during his first traversal. However, those techniques required the support of inner qi and primordial qi. And Lin Yuan, currently just a baby, possessed neither inner qi nor primordial qi. As for the newly created withered wood breathing skill, it simply used adjustments in breathing rhythm to achieve the goal of concealing one's aura. It was something Lin Yuan could manage at the moment. There's no immediate danger now. Lin Yuan kept surveying his surroundings, refusing to lower his guard. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, half a day had gone by. Lin Yuan felt a strong sense of hunger. Every cell in his body was screaming for food. You have against heaven's understanding and, tormented by hunger, you realize the hibernation breathing skill. Against heaven's understanding saved Lin Yuan once again. The hibernation breathing skill greatly reduced the bodily wear of Lin Yuan, and in combination with the withered wood breathing skill, made him no different from a true piece of withered wood. 2 days later, Lin Yuan clung to his last bit of consciousness. Just then, a Taoist in a Taoist robe descended from the sky. Someone's here. And a Taoist. Lin Yuan's spirit lifted. This was the first living person he had seen in 2 days. No matter. If I keep going like this, I'll really die. Lin Yuan quickly deactivated the withered wood breathing skill and the hibernation breathing skill. Although the hibernation breathing skill greatly reduced the bodily wear of Lin Yuan, it was only a reduction. As a newborn infant, surviving for 2 days was already the limit. To continue dragging this out, even the hibernation breathing skill wouldn't hold. With this thought, Lin Yuan gathered all his strength and cried out aloud. As the infant's voice sounded, the Taoist clearly heard it. Is it an abandoned infant? The Taoist looked to be middle-aged, his expression filled with weariness. Is it an abandoned infant from Zhang family fort? From the pattern on the swaddle, the Taoist guessed Lin Yuan's identity. This jade pendant? Is it Brother Zhang's jade pendant? Is this Brother Zhang's child? The Taoist's eyes suddenly moistened. He was Changqing, who had received a letter from Zhang Kuan several months ago, saying he had discovered traces of the myriad demon sect. Changqing immediately set out for Zhang family fort. However, he was ambushed by several protectors of the myriad demons sect on the road, which delayed him for several days. By the time he reached there again, everyone in Zhang family fort had already perished. Just as Changqing was disheartened and about to return to Mount Longhu to report, he unexpectedly heard Lin Yuan's crying, and this infant was Zhang Kun's son. Very good, Brother Zhang's bloodline continues. Brother Zhang's bloodline hasn't been severed. Changqing immediately picked up Lin Yuan, feeling him for a while. In Changqing's view, an infant like Lin Yuan, left outside for half a day, would probably freeze to death. Although he didn't know how long Lin Yuan had been there, the surrounding environment indicated it was definitely more than half a day. Therefore, Changqing planned to use his own primordial qi to supplement the infant's origin source. Even though this act was a great consumption for him, Changqing didn't care. Because his late arrival led to the massacre at Zhang family fort, if even the last bloodline of Zhang family fort couldn't be preserved, he truly couldn't face living in this world. There's no injury on the body? Changqing was stunned. He discovered that the infant's body was very healthy, except for weakened vitality probably due to hunger. There were no other major issues. Incredible, Changqing murmured to himself. Child, from now on, you are a person of Mount Longhu. Changqing held Lin Yuan in his arms. He immediately embarked on the journey back to Mount Longhu. At the Mount Longhu True Martial Hall, Changqing stood before Master Changqing, articulating everything that happened. Master Changqing, the current sect leader of Mount Long's Celestial Master's Mansion, was a venerable figure in the martial world of his time. The current sect leader of the Myriad Demon sect is brilliant and strategic, having stepped into the celestial phenomena realm, which is why he commanded his disciples to raid the lands to assert demonic might. Master Changqing spoke slowly. Soon he took over Lin Yuan from Changqing's hands. Poor child, Master Changqing sighed deeply. Mr. Zhang lived a heroic life. With his death at the hands of the Myriad Demon sect, our Celestial Master Mansion will definitely not let this go. By the way, has the child been named? Master Changqing asked. I found a jade pendant in the swaddle engraved with the characters Mountain Peak. It must be the name Brother Zhang chose for the child, Changqing said softly. Mountain Peak. All right, from now on your name will be Zhang Shanfeng, Master Changqing spoke slowly. That is how Lin Yuan came to reside on Mount Longhu. Initially, Changqing was worried that Lin Yuan's crying would disturb others, but after spending a few days together, Changqing found that Lin Yuan was extremely well behaved. He never cried out. When hungry he would just open his round big eyes and stare at him. He was unreasonably sensible. As for the infant's need for milk, there were many villages at the foot of Mount Longhu, which included women who had recently given birth. Changqing would shamelessly ask these women for some breast milk, managing to barely keep Lin Yuan alive. In this way 10 years passed. Chapter 33 Sword Tomb Dragon Tiger Mountain, Dusk. Lin Yuan, dressed in a gray standard Taoist robe, stopped in front of a large boulder. 10 years already, Lin Yuan sat on the boulder, falling into a brief contemplation. In 10 years, Lin Yuan had come to deeply understand this world. The cultivation system of this world was divided from the 9th grade to the 1st grade. The 9th grade was the lowest, the 1st grade the highest, and above the 1st grade was the celestial phenomena realm. Practitioners of the celestial phenomena realm were said to be one with heaven and earth, perceiving the vital energies of all things, capable of moving mountains and splitting stones with a mere gesture. Even within the Cosmic Human Alliance, they're considered a formidable second-layer combat power. From this aspect, Lin Yuan also confirmed that the hierarchy of this world was higher than that of the martial world he had traversed through for the first time. 70 more years to stay. Lin Yuan glanced at the illusory text below his line of sight. Name, Zhang Shanfeng Lin Yuan. Identity, holder of the Myriad Realms Gate, bound talent, against heaven's understanding, current status, consciousness descent, residence time, 80 years, perhaps due to the enhancement of strength and the different world ranking. This time Lin Yuan's residence time had changed from 20 years to 80 years. Regarding this, Lin Yuan was quite satisfied. Naturally, the longer the residence time the better, under the background of consciousness descent. Celestial Phenomena Realm. Lin Yuan's eyes were slightly closed as he felt the slowly circulating true force within his body. In 10 years Lin Yuan naturally hadn't been idle. With his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan had cultivated to the first grade realm in just 3 years. That corresponded to the level of the free and unfettered realm in the martial world. Then, 5 years later, Lin Yuan smoothly stepped into the Celestial Phenomena Realm, becoming one of the top powerhouses of the current era. Of course, all of this was done secretly by Lin Yuan. The others on Mount Longhu were not aware. Still, I should keep a low profile. Lin Yuan breathed out softly, thinking to himself. The Mount Longhu Celestial Master's Mansion was the ancestral court of Taoism in the world, with unfathomable depths. At least, after Lin Yuan broke through to the Celestial Phenomena Realm, he vaguely sensed that there were several spots within Mount Longhu that harbored a presence surpassing the Celestial Phenomena Realm. Cultivate slowly. Since there's still plenty of time for this residency, there's no need to rush. As he thought this, Lin Yuan left from beside the boulder. Before long, Lin Yuan arrived at a Taoist convent halfway up the mountain. This convent was where the Taoist boys on Dragon Tiger Mountain lived. There were a total of 8 such convents throughout Dragon Tiger Mountain. The Celestial Master's Mansion normally didn't strictly supervise the Taoist boys. As long as they completed their daily lessons, they could do as they wished. Lin Yuan had only been back a short while when he saw numerous young Taoist boys, around his age, gathering together. Taoist Pingyang? Lin Yuan's eyebrows slightly raised. The one surrounded by many young Taoists at that moment was an elderly Taoist dressed in worn robes. This old Taoist usually loitered around Dragon Tiger Mountain, liked to mingle with the young Taoists, and the many Taoists of the Celestial Master's Mansion did not bother with him when they saw him. Over time, everyone became familiar with him. The reason Lin Yuan paid such attention to Taoist Pingyang was because this man was unmistakably a practitioner of the Celestial Phenomena Realm. Mount Longhu Celestial Master's Mansion publicly announced only its master Tsangqing to be a practitioner of the Celestial Phenomena Realm. In fact, there were 3 practitioners of the Celestial Phenomena Realm in the mansion. The somewhat unkempt Taoist Pingyang before him was one of them. Lin Yuan guessed that Taoist Pingyang was likely to be in a role similar to a protector. Only when the Celestial Master's Mansion fell into crisis would he appear. Old Taoist, who do you think is the strongest person in the world? Among the young Taoists gathered around Taoist Pingyang, a younger-looking Taoist boy asked in a milky voice. The strongest person in the world? Taoist Pingyang was slightly startled, then immediately laughed. That's naturally the successive Celestial Masters of our mansion. The Celestial Master Mansion has a heritage of 6,800 years, producing 36 heavenly masters, each an unparalleled genius, invincible in the world. Even those in the Celestial Phenomena Realm must bow their heads in the presence of a heavenly master. Pingyang Taoist's tone slightly elevated, quite proud of himself. Upon hearing this, the other little Taoist disciples were all invigorated. After all, everyone was a Taoist disciple of the Celestial Master Mansion, and it was exhilarating to hear that their own heavenly master was unmatched under the heavens. Their hearts naturally filled with joy. So, who is the heavenly master of the Celestial Master Mansion now? Another innocent little Taoist disciple asked. As soon as these words were spoken, all the little Taoist disciples turned their eyes towards Pingyang Taoist, the current heavenly master. Upon hearing this, Pingyang hesitated but answered, Our generation of the Celestial Master Mansion has not yet produced a heavenly master. Pingyang Taoist had more to say but didn't. It wasn't just this generation that had failed to produce a heavenly master. It had been a full 500 years since a heavenly master had emerged. The Celestial Master Mansion had a heritage of 6,800 years, producing 36 heavenly masters. This meant that not every era would produce a heavenly master. Even so, generally at most 200 to 300 years would pass before a heavenly master emerged. But now, 500 years had passed since the last heavenly master passed away. Heavenly master, not far away, Lin Yuan gazed calmly. Based on his understanding over the past decade, the true realm of the Celestial Master Mansion's heavenly master should surpass the Celestial Phenomena Realm. As for how one becomes a heavenly master, it requires passing some kind of test. Exactly what the test entails Lin Yuan did not yet know. This was among the core secrets of the Celestial Master Mansion, likely only accessible to those in the Celestial Phenomena Realm. How to surpass the Celestial Phenomena Realm? Lin Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. Since stepping into the Celestial Phenomena Realm 2 years ago, Lin Yuan had felt his cultivation speed decrease significantly. At this rate, even with his against heaven's understanding, it would take Lin Yuan at least 50 years to break through the Celestial Phenomena Realm. This was strange indeed. With Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding, it would take 50 years to break through, but for others, even the most astonishingly talented, wouldn't it take at least 200 to 300 years if not 500? Yet all the past heavenly masters that Lin Yuan knew of were not older than 100. Could there be a shortcut? Lin Yuan speculated quietly, glancing surreptitiously in several directions again. Those directions were where Lin Yuan had sensed the presence that surpassed the Celestial Phenomena Realm. It is the mountains. Pingyang Taoist looked up at Lin Yuan and smiled. Counting the days in half a month, it will be the once every 20-year pilgrimage to the Sword Tomb. You should perform well when the time comes. It will greatly benefit your future. Pingyang Taoist said meaningfully. The journey to the Sword Tomb? Ripples stirred in Lin Yuan's heart. If it were someone else speaking, Lin Yuan might not have cared much. But Pingyang Taoist was a guardian of the Celestial Master Mansion and one of the 3 Celestial Phenomena Realm powerhouses. His understanding of the Celestial Master Mansion certainly far exceeded Lin Yuan's. Such a person stressing the pilgrimage to the Sword Tomb and advising Lin Yuan to perform well clearly carried a deeper implication. Thank you, Taoist Pingyang, for the reminder. Though Lin Yuan was unclear about the true significance of the journey to the Sword Tomb, he respectfully bowed to Taoist Pingyang. Over these 10 years, Pingyang Taoist had taken good care of him, especially when he was first brought to Mount Dragon Tiger. In addition to Taoist Chanking's care, Pingyang Taoist had secretly used his celestial qi several times to cleanse Lin Yuan's meridians and marrow. Pingyang thought Lin Yuan was too young to know about this. But Lin Yuan, having descended in consciousness, was well aware of everything that happened since his birth. Chapter 34. Finally seeing the true marshal after the Pingyang Taoist left, Lin Yuan returned to his own Taoist temple. Sword Tomb, Lin Yuan pondered in his heart. The Sword Tomb of Dragon Tiger Mountain was where the Celestial Master Mansion's ancestors had stored their swords. The Celestial Master Mansion revered the true martial great emperor and had considerable achievements in sword techniques, with the Supreme Archinwu 7-section sword being the strongest sword technique of the era. If I remember correctly, the location of the Sword Tomb should be one of those places. Lin Yuan's heart stirred. The so-called those places naturally referred to the places that harbored an aura surpassing the Celestial Phenomena Realm. They were also what Lin Yuan regarded with considerable wariness. Things will straighten themselves out when the boat reaches the bridge head. He'll know in half a month. Lin Yuan steadied his spirit and closed his eyes to begin cultivating. At the top of Dragon Tiger Mountain. True Martial Hall. Master Tsang Qing of the Celestial Master Mansion, with his hands clasped behind his back, looked up at the towering Jinwu divine statue before him. In half a month, it will be the trip to the Sword Tomb. I wonder if any of the disciples of our Celestial Master Mansion's generation will be chosen by the true martial sword. Master Tsang Qing sighed. There were countless swords in the Sword Tomb of Dragon Tiger Mountain. Among them were the swords of the mansion's past disciples, past masters, past mansion masters, and even the swords of the 36 celestial masters. Of course, the most important was the true martial sword. It was said the true martial sword belonged to the first-generation celestial master of the Celestial Master Mansion and was related to the revered true martial great emperor, hence it was named the true martial sword. Only those chosen by the true martial sword could take that step to become the new celestial master of the Celestial Master Mansion. 500 years. 25 trips to the Sword Tomb. Not a single disciple of the Celestial Master Mansion had been chosen by the true martial sword again. This had led to the position of the Celestial Master being vacant for 500 years. Even though the Celestial Master Mansion was still considered the ancestral home of the Taoist sect without a Celestial Master, no one dared to take it lightly. But in terms of high-end combat power, it ultimately fell short by a great deal. For decades, the Myriad Demons sect had been resurgent, causing untold slaughter. If the Celestial Master Mansion had a Celestial Master in this generation, would the Myriad Demons sect have the audacity? The Mansion Master need not worry, said a plump Taoist who had started to speak beside him. This plump Taoist showed no hint of his aura, yet he was a Celestial Phenomena Realm powerhouse, one of the 3 celestial phenomena realm experts of the Celestial Master Mansion. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, half a month had gone by. On this day, Lin Yuan had just left the Taoist temple. He was immediately approached by a Taoist who came hurrying from the summit. "All Taoist boys under the age of 20 come with me," he said. The Taoist seemed to be in his 30s or 40s, but he was a 9th grade expert. In the current system of cultivation, it ranged from 9th grade to 1st grade, with 9th grade experts already at the peak of the middle 3 grades, and they could be regarded as masters in their own right at the foot of the mountain. "Is it time for the trip to the Sword Tomb?" Lin Yuan felt a slight move in his heart and obediently stood in place as the Taoist commanded. Soon enough, all the eligible Taoist boys in the temple had almost assembled. Lin Yuan took a quick glance around and estimated there were over 100. "Follow me, don't fall behind and don't run off," the Taoist ordered once he saw that everyone had gathered. His voice contained a hint of martial skills like sound waves, and all the Taoist boys felt a ringing in their ears, not daring to cause trouble. After half a day, under the guidance of the Taoist, Lin Yuan and many other Taoist boys arrived at a valley behind Dragon Tiger Mountain. There were already many other Taoist boys gathered there, presumably from the other 7 temples. "So many people," commented a slightly thin Taoist boy next to Lin Yuan, unable to contain his amazement. "Shan Feng, what are the masters bringing us here for?" The slight boy leaned closer to Lin Yuan and whispered. "I don't know," Lin Yuan shook his head. The thin Taoist boy was named Qingping and he got along quite well with Lin Yuan. To be more precise, he looked up to Lin Yuan. After all, because of Changqing's reasons, Lin Yuan had 2nd-generation status on Dragon Tiger Mountain and wasn't bullied, so he naturally attracted a group of young Taoist boys. Even in Dragon Tiger Mountain, the ancestral home of the Taoist sect, there would still be factions, and the young Taoist boys would naturally form small groups to stick together. Another half an hour passed. Another Taoist came quickly, holding several booklets in his hand. After distributing the booklets to each Taoist boy, the Taoist said, "The booklet contains a sensing skill. Everyone begin cultivating according to the sensing skill, and then enter the Sword Tomb in succession. Maintain the sensing skill continuously during this time, and look for a suitable sword for yourself in the Sword Tomb." The Taoist quickly finished speaking and then repeated it several times. After confirming all the Taoist boys understood, he went on to other places. "This sensing skill is so difficult," Qingping complained as he flipped through the booklet. The other Taoist boys were similar, working hard to grasp it. "Sensing skill?" Lin Yuan opened the booklet and quickly scanned through it. "Your perceptiveness is against the heavens. Reading Sword Intent Sensing Skill, you have comprehended Supreme Sword Sensing Chapter." In an instant, copious insights about the sword path and sword intent flooded in. Even Lin Yuan, who had already stepped into the celestial phenomena realm, spent half an hour absorbing it all. This sensing skill? Uncertainty flickered in Lin Yuan's heart. After mastering and elevating this perception technique, Lin Yuan faintly resonated with the nearby Sword Tomb. Atop the Sword Tomb stood a high platform. 3 figures were sitting there looking down upon the Sword Tomb below. The leading figure was Master Tsang Qin, the current master of the Celestial Master Mansion. In the era without a heavenly master, the Celestial Master Mansion's master was the absolute authority. The one to the left was the unkempt Pingyang Taoist, and to the right was a plump Taoist. These 3 figures were indeed the 3 grandmasters of the celestial phenomena realm from the current Celestial Master Mansion. The journey to the Sword Tomb, it's crucial for the birth of a heavenly master in our Celestial Master Mansion. Let's hope we won't be disappointed this time, Pingyang Taoist muttered to himself. From his perspective, he could clearly see everything within the Sword Tomb below. In the Sword Tomb, it's not only people choosing swords, but also swords choosing their bearers. Every sword that can be placed in the Sword Tomb contains sword intent. If one can cultivate the sword intent sensing skill to minor completion, one can sense many sword intents and possibly select a sword once worn by previous celestial masters. The plump Taoist spoke. As for why they didn't let the disciples practice sword intent sensing skill in advance. The sword intent sensing skill is not only about sensing but also a measure of one's own aptitude. If one can cultivate the sword intent sensing skill to minor completion within just a few hours, their swordsmanship aptitude must be extraordinary, and the sword they select will also reflect their true level. Besides, if one's swordsmanship aptitude is not up to par, even 10 years of practicing the sword intent sensing skill would hardly bring it to minor completion. As for the major completion level of the sword intent sensing skill, it has been a long time since it appeared in the Celestial Master Mansion. That is something only a prospective celestial master seed could achieve, capable of being sensed by the Jinwu 7-section sword. Half a day later, as the disciples began to enter the sword tomb and select the swords suitable for themselves, smiles gradually appeared on the faces of the 3 celestial phenomena realm powerhouses watching from the platform above. So far, 4 disciples had chosen swords once wielded by previous celestial masters. This meant that these 4 possessed the potential to step into the celestial phenomena realm. Additionally, 31 disciples chose swords that were once worn by previous mansion masters. Even if they could not become celestial phenomena realm cultivators, reaching the 9th grade realm would not be a problem for them. This scene filled Master Tsongqing with immense satisfaction. Before the journey to the sword tomb, he had wished, albeit extravagantly, that a disciple might select the Jinwu 7-section sword. But extravagant hopes were just that, hopes. With no one resonating with the Jinwu 7-section sword for 500 years, why would it happen this time? Compared to this ephemeral possibility, the current outcome was more in line with the actual situation of the Celestial Master Mansion. As long as they could produce a few more Celestial Phenomena Realm powerhouses, even without a Heavenly Master, there would be no major issues. No, these sword intents are all too weak. Inside the sword tomb, Lin Yuan was also selecting a sword. After elevating his sword intent sensing skill to the Supreme Sword Sensing chapter, all the sword intents in the sword tomb were as clear to Lin Yuan as the patterns on the palm of his hand. And whenever Lin Yuan slightly exerted the Supreme Sword Sensing chapter, he could sense that countless swords were sending eager signals to him. Those swords were extremely powerful to the disciples, but as Lin Yuan was already at the Celestial Phenomena realm, naturally he was not impressed. There is a path of sword intent over there. Following the resonance, Lin Yuan walked towards the depths of the sword tomb. Almost at the same time, the 3 Celestial Phenomena Realm powerhouses above turned their attention toward Lin Yuan. Who is that person not selecting a sword properly and heading deep into the sword tomb? The plump Taoist furrowed his brows, speaking out. Is it Shanfeng? Pingyang Taoist recognized Lin Yuan, his expression equally puzzled. He indeed told Lin Yuan to perform well, but performing well didn't mean wandering around there. Moreover, deep within the sword tomb, sword qi was rampant, which could easily harm the disciples with sword qi entering their bodies, leaving behind problems. Seeing this, Master Tsongqing was also puzzled. He'll bring him back. The plump Taoist saw Lin Yuan showing no sign of stopping and was about to go down to halt him. However, in the next moment Lin Yuan looked solemn, raised his right hand and plunged it into a pile of swords. Come out to me. Lin Yuan operated the Supreme Sword Sensing chapter and began to draw out slowly. A faint frictive sound emerged. Then, under the incredulous gaze of everyone, inside the sword tomb, thousands of swords uncontrollably quivered. This caused the sword tomb to shiver. And the mountain behind the tomb quivered as well. Lastly, the entire Dragon Tiger Mountain trembled too. In the extreme northern ice field, a majestic man with golden eyes stood up abruptly, looking toward Dragon Tiger Mountain in shock. On a street, a fortune-telling Taoist in a Taoist robe was slowly hawking his services when he suddenly twisted his body, nearly falling over, much to the surprise of the nearby children. After all, the old master was one of the world's strongest, how could he stumble? But the Taoist's face showed an unfathomable look. The celestial master? In a desolate land, an old man half buried in the earth, couldn't help but crawl out, his expression vacant as if in disbelief. At Dragon Tiger Mountain, in the sword tomb, Lin Yuan's right hand slowly drew out a sword with a worn hilt and the words Jinwu engraved on it. With Lin Yuan as the center, thousands upon thousands of swords trembled simultaneously. All the disciples of the Celestial Master Mansion were shaken and knelt toward the Jinwu 7-section sword. 39 real people of the first grade from the Celestial Master Mansion bowed to Lin Yuan respectfully. Master Tsongqing, this generation's master of the Celestial Master Mansion with strength at the Celestial Phenomena Realm, was at this moment tearfully overwhelmed. Dragon Tiger Mountain had not seen the true martial for 500 years. Today, true martial finally reveals itself to us. Chapter 35 True Martial Dao Zong, this sword? In the depths of the sword tomb, Lin Yuan gripped the hilt with his right hand. Even so, Lin Yuan could distinctly feel the sword slightly trembling. If it wasn't for the Supreme Sword Sensing chapter constantly circulating in his body, Lin Yuan had no doubt that the sword would have flown away on its own. A mere object possessing such spirit? Lin Yuan couldn't help but marvel inwardly. If this were in the Cosmic Human Alliance, only spaceships made of biofusion technology comparable in value to a planet could possibly match it. However, no matter how spirited, it remains an inanimate object. Lin Yuan could sense that the sword's resistance was weakening. Merely moments passed before it stopped trembling and lay quietly in his hand. Only then did Lin Yuan turn to look behind him. The current lord of the Celestial Master Mansion, the chubby Taoist Master Ping Yang, and 2 other Celestial Phenomena Realm Masters stood not far off, quietly watching Lin Yuan. To be precise, they were looking at the true martial sword in Lin Yuan's hand, their expressions a complex mix of relief, shock and reminiscence. Lord, a tinge of fear promptly appeared on Lin Yuan's face. He was about to bow in respect. No need. Master Tsang Qing stepped forward and lifted Lin Yuan up. Since you have been chosen by the true martial sword, you are this generation's true martial successor, and you will be the future celestial master of our mansion. Master Tsang Qing spoke solemnly. The journey to the sword tomb concluded. Lin Yuan did not return to the Taoist temple halfway up the mountain. Instead, Master Tsang Qing personally took him to a residence at the mountain summit. With Lin Yuan there were also 4 Taoist boys. From the casual conversations with Master Tsang Qing, Lin Yuan learned that the swords chosen by these 4 boys, even though not comparable to the true martial sword selected by Lin Yuan, were extremely impressive, having been left behind by past celestial masters of the mansion. They all held great potential to reach the celestial phenomena realm. Brother Shanfeng, what do you think the Lord is doing? Qingping followed closely behind Lin Yuan. This little shadow, too, had been chosen by a sword left behind by past celestial masters, making him one of the 4. Don't worry, it must be something good, Lin Yuan said offhandedly. From the snippets of information occasionally revealed by Master Tsang Qing, Lin Yuan deduced that the 5 of them were certainly being cultivated as seeds by the Celestial Master Mansion. Especially Lin Yuan, who had been chosen by the true martial sword and directly named as the future Celestial Master by Master Tsang Qing himself. What did it mean to be a Celestial Master of the Celestial Master Mansion? Even after 500 years, the world still could not forget the terror of a Celestial Master. Whenever a Celestial Master emerged from the mansion, they were invincible in this world. According to Lin Yuan's understanding, the ceiling of combat power in this world was the Celestial Phenomena Realm. Perhaps a very few exceptionally gifted individuals could manage to step half a step or even a full step beyond the Celestial Phenomena Realm. But only the Celestial Masters of the Celestial Master Mansion could genuinely transcend the Celestial Phenomena Realm. This was why the Celestial Masters were invincible throughout the world. Even Lin Yuan was eager to discover what exactly allowed a Celestial Master to fully transcend that threshold. Considering his calculations, to surpass the Celestial Phenomena Realm, even with his against heaven's understanding, it would still take at least 50 years. But a Celestial Master, how could they achieve it? Could it be that every Celestial Master of the mansion possessed an against heaven's understanding like Lin Yuan's? That was clearly impossible. After Master Tsang Qing brought Lin Yuan and the other 4 to their residence, he reminded them not to wander around at night, then turned and left. Lin Yuan sat on the bedstead. He casually placed the true martial sword in front of him. By now the sword had completely calmed down. This sword must contain the secret of the Celestial Master. Otherwise, Master Tsang Qing would not have acknowledged me as the future Celestial Master. Lin Yuan gently caressed the hilt with his right hand. At the same time, a faint flow of vital breath began to explore deep into the sword's body from the hilt. Boom! The scenery around Lin Yuan suddenly changed. He found himself in a vast darkness of void. To his left not far away was a sun-like fireball. To his right, lay an abyss emitting an endless chill. The power of Taiyang and the power of Taiyin permeated the entire space. What is this? Lin Yuan's pupils slightly narrowed. His mind suddenly began to flood with spiritual light. Your understanding is against heaven. Witnessing the external manifestations of the forces of yin and yang poles deepens your grasp on the Tao of yin and yang. Your against heaven's understanding has deepened your comprehension of the Tao of yin and yang as you observed the external manifestations of the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang. Your against heaven's understanding has deepened your comprehension of the Tao of yin and yang as you observed the external manifestations of the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang. In an instant, a massive influx of insights flooded his mind. Lin Yuan was utterly absorbed, his focus entirely devoted to the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang on his left and right. He didn't know how much time had passed. Gradually Lin Yuan opened his eyes. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. A sudden realization dawned on Lin Yuan. At this moment he finally understood why the successive heavenly masters of the Celestial Master Mansion could surpass the Celestial Phenomena Realm. It was because of this true martial sword. Within the sword, the externally manifested powers of Taiyang and Taiyin were housed. This was a direct path leading above the celestial phenomena realm. The successive heavenly masters of the celestial master mansion observed the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang within the sword day and night. Constantly comprehending the nature beyond the celestial phenomena realm, it was naturally not difficult for them to exceed that realm. 20 years. No, that's not right. At most a dozen years. I should be able to break through the celestial phenomena realm. Lin Yuan's heart swelled with excitement. In truth, the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang in the sword, merely comprehending either would allow one to break through the celestial phenomena realm. This was also the path taken by the historical heavenly masters of the celestial master mansion. But Lin Yuan had great ambition and wished to cultivate both Taiyin and Taiyang simultaneously. Only then would the necessary time skyrocket. If Lin Yuan had chosen to comprehend one power alone, with his against heaven's understanding, it likely would have taken only a year or a few months to break through the celestial phenomena realm smoothly. I was wrong. I was wrong. The method I used to break into the celestial phenomena realm was mistaken. After Lin Yuan observed the essence of the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang, he immediately recognized the issue with himself. Years ago, Lin Yuan had quietly broken through to the celestial phenomena realm. However, the foundation of Lin Yuan's entry into the celestial phenomena realm mainly stemmed from his last journey through the martial world. It's not to say that was wrong. But breaking through to the celestial phenomena realm in such a way would make the subsequent path more difficult to traverse. If I rooted my entry into the celestial phenomena realm in the power of Taiyin or Taiyang, and then attempted the fusion of yin and yang to break through the celestial phenomena realm, thoughts swiftly formed in Lin Yuan's mind. He decided to break through the celestial phenomena realm again. If it were someone else, attempting to break through the celestial phenomena realm again would likely mean ruining their cultivation and starting over. However, Lin Yuan possessed against heaven's understanding and quickly grasped a method that would perfectly convert his celestial phenomena realm's qi and strength into the power of Taiyin or Taiyang. Although there were losses involved, it was far better than starting over from scratch. This sword, could it truly be that the true martial great emperor exists in this world? Lin Yuan's gaze once again fell upon the sword in front of him. The essence of the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang contained within the sword could guide beings to transcend beyond the celestial phenomena realm. The sheer power of its maker was unimaginably formidable. The next day, Lin Yuan gathered outside with 4 other Taoist disciples. Master Changqing and 2 other celestial phenomena realm masters stood not far away. All right. You 5 are the future hope of our celestial master mansion. Master Changqing's gaze lingered briefly on Lin Yuan without trace. Clearly in Master Changqing's eyes the other 4 were optional. As long as Lin Yuan, the future heavenly master chosen by the true martial sword, was present, that was enough. Nevertheless, due to the rules of the celestial master mansion, he brought the others along. Next, I will take you to the true martial Dao Zong. That place is where the successive heavenly masters of our celestial master mansion have secluded themselves. Inside, the cultivation paths and realizations of the heavenly masters are recorded. Master Changqing slowly stated. Upon hearing this, excitement appeared on the faces of the 4 Taoist disciples. At Dragon Tiger Mountain, the heavenly masters had been mythologized. Being able to go to the place where the heavenly masters once cultivated was something any Taoist of the celestial master mansion deeply desired. Chapter 36. Outraged. The true martial Dao Zong was built within the mountain of Dragon Tiger Mountain, hidden to an extreme extent. The inside space was large, with walls densely engraved with text. These characters were all written by celestial masters from various generations. They contain the essence of cultivation. You should not observe them frequently. Just gaze upon them occasionally. Otherwise it will affect your cultivation. Master Changqing reminded them. Aside from Lin Yuan, the other 4 Qingping had already crowded around, staring intently at the characters on the wall. It was only after Master Changqing's reminder that the Qingping reluctantly shifted their gazes away. Your main focus now should be on comprehending the fire pearl and the ice pearl. Master Changqing led everyone to the center of the Dao Zong. There 2 stones were placed, one with a reddish surface and the other with a deep blue surface. Faintly, a great amount of heat and cold emanated from them. These fire and ice pearls were formed from crystal stones from the deep depths of the East Sea, capable of containing and preserving various kinds of essences. The celestial masters of my celestial master mansion often infuse their power into them. Accumulated over a long period, they have formed what the fire and ice pearls are today. Master Changqing explained. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan looked thoughtful. These fire and ice pearls must be a greatly reduced version of the power of Taiyang and Taiyin contained within the true martial sword. They were imitation artifacts that were attempted by celestial masters from generations past, in an effort to emulate the power of Taiyang and Taiyin. Unfortunately, whether it is due to the materials used or the vast difference in strength, even the fire and ice pearls crafted with the power of generations of celestial masters, when compared to the power of Taiyang and Taiyin in the true martial sword, they were still but the light of a glowworm compared to the daylight. This was Lin Yuan's first impression. As Lin Yuan pondered, Master Tsangqing continued, "Your main goal now is to perceive the power of Taiyang and the power of Taiyin from the fire and ice pearls. The strong ones in my celestial master mansion usually take only two paths: Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme. Whether it's Taiyin Pole Extreme or Taiyang Pole Extreme, if you can comprehend 3 or 4 parts, you will be able to step into the celestial phenomena realm." Master Tsangqing scanned the crowd and continued speaking. This was also the cultivational path set by the first-generation celestial master for the disciples of later generations. Indeed, this had proven that these two cultivation paths were very strong, and the celestial phenomena realm strength of the celestial master mansion was always a bit stronger than that of the external celestial phenomena realm. This advantage was due to the Taiyin Pole Extreme or Taiyang Pole Extreme. Even successive celestial masters took one of the paths within Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme. However, the celestial masters could contemplate the true essence of the power of Taiyang and Taiyin within the true martial sword. The effect was far stronger than the current fire and ice pearls, and thus they progressed much further on the paths of Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme. After finishing, Master Tsangqing sent the 4 Qingping away. He then approached Lin Yuan. "You do not need to feel the fire pearl and ice pearl." Master Tsangqing gazed at Lin Yuan, though he was unaware of the secrets inside the true martial sword. According to the records of the Celestial Master Mansion, the Celestial Masters who came to cultivate in the true martial Daozong, it seemed they were not much interested in the fire and ice pearls. Under such circumstances, the past Celestial Masters still led far ahead on the paths of Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme. Master Tsangqing therefore surmised that perhaps the past Celestial Masters had other methods of cultivation. Mainly focus on the text on the walls, those are the insights and contemplations of the Celestial Masters, which should be helpful to you. Master Tsangqing's expectation for Lin Yuan was to be a future Celestial Master. Hence he made such a suggestion. "Okay." Lin Yuan nodded. The Celestial Masters of the Celestial Master Mansion were all beings who surpassed the celestial phenomena realm. Their insights and contemplations were naturally useful to Lin Yuan. "If there's any issue or difficulty, you can call me." Before leaving, Master Tsangqing specifically left these words for Lin Yuan. Clearly he held Lin Yuan in high regard. In the following time, Lin Yuan did not leave the true martial Daozong. He was served food and drink by the Taoists of the Celestial Master Mansion. There was no need to go out. Indeed, even if Lin Yuan wanted to leave, he could only stroll around Dragon Tiger Mountain at most. The Celestial Master seedlings selected by the true martial sword, before becoming Celestial Masters, were forbidden from leaving Dragon Tiger Mountain. The main reason was to ensure the true martial sword did not get lost. The true martial sword was key for the Celestial Master Mansion to produce a Celestial Master. It absolutely could not be misplaced. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year passed. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged in front of a stone wall. It was engraved with a plethora of texts. These texts were left by the 18th generation Celestial Master of Dragon Tiger Mountain. They narrated this Celestial Master's insights and contemplations on the path of Taiyang Pole Extreme. "Your perception is incredible. Observing the Celestial Master's stone wall deepens your understanding of the Tao of Yin and Yang." Half an hour later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. "I've finally fully transformed." Lin Yuan's face lit up with a smile. During this period, aside from comprehending the Tao of Yin and Yang, the remainder of his time was spent converting his previously attained celestial phenomena realm's true power entirely into the power of Taiyin and the power of Taiyang. Using either the power of Taiyin or the power of Taiyang as a foundation to step into the celestial phenomena realm, his strength would be 20 to 40% stronger than usual. This was only the initial change. In terms of potential and cultivation speed, both Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme surpassed other celestial phenomena realm powers by far. Originally, Lin Yuan would have needed 50 years to surpass the celestial phenomena realm. But after converting his foundation into Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme, even without relying on the essence of Taiyin and Taiyang from the true martial sword, the time to surpass the celestial phenomena realm was reduced to merely 20 or 30 years. This saved him nearly half the time. Shanfeng, how is your comprehension coming along? Just then Qingping hurried over. The fire pearl is too difficult to comprehend, I haven't figured out much yet, Qingping said with a disappointed face. Take your time, don't rush. Lin Yuan offered comfort. Qingping had chosen the path of Taiyang Pole Extreme, and thus was trying to comprehend the fire pearl. Although the effects of the fire pearl were far inferior to the true martial sword, having it was better than none. With Qingping's qualifications recognized by the celestial master's sword, patiently contemplating it for years, would surely bear fruit. Shanfeng, how about your comprehension? Qingping seemed to think of something, looking at Lin Yuan with expectation. I have made some progress, Lin Yuan thought for a moment, then raised his right hand. A trace of the power of Taiyin and the power of Taiyang twined and collided between his fingers. Wow, Shanfeng, you are so incredible. Qingping's eyes widened. Although amazed, Qingping showed no hint of disbelief, for ever since that day within the sword tomb, when Lin Yuan held the true martial sword, all the Taoist children felt an irresistible aura emanating from him. Latterly, Master Tsang Qing reminded them several times not to compare themselves with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was the future heavenly master, destined to overlook the world. Comparing themselves with Lin Yuan might disturb their state of mind, making it very difficult for them to step into the celestial phenomena realm. So, upon seeing Lin Yuan controlling both the power of Taiyin and the power of Taiyang at the same time, Qingping merely marveled. The other 3 Taoist children also gathered around, their eyes blinking in envy. Half a month later, Master Tsang Qing and 2 other celestial phenomena realm masters arrived. They prepared to check the cultivation progress of the 4. First was Qingping, who tried to lift his hand, with a faint trace of scorching breath circulating. Not bad, you've made it to the threshold. Master Tsang Qing nodded. He too followed the path of Taiyang Pole Extreme and was particularly sensitive to the scorching breath of the world. Next were the 3 Taoist children. One of them managed to make it to the threshold on the Taiyang Pole Extreme path just like Qingping. The other 2 still hadn't made it to the threshold. Taiyang Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme are obscure and difficult to comprehend. Even with the aid of the Fire Pearl and Ice Pearl, entering the threshold is no easy task. The essence of what Master Tsang Qing meant was to encourage everyone not to lose heart, to slowly perceive and steadily cultivate. After checking the cultivation progress of the 4 Taoist children, Master Tsang Qing's gaze fell on Lin Yuan. Not just Master Tsang Qing, but the other 2 celestial phenomena realm masters too. Lin Yuan had been chosen by the true martial sword, a seed of the future heavenly master. Among the other 4 Taoist children, 2 had reached the threshold in their comprehension of either Taiyang Pole Extreme or Taiyang Pole Extreme. What then could be expected from Lin Yuan, the most talented among them? Master Tsang Qing and the other 2 celestial phenomena realm masters were quite eager to find out. Master, Lin Yuan stepped forward, raising his right hand. Both the power of Taiyin and the power of Taiyang emerged, constantly colliding and intertwining, occasionally emitting an even deeper aura. Incredible, Shanfeng has grown stronger again. I wonder when we'll reach Shanfeng's realm. Seeing this, the other 4 Taoist children began to discuss among themselves. Among them, even those who had reached the threshold had only gathered the power of Taiyin or the power of Taiyang as thin as a hair, whereas Lin Yuan had gathered both to the thickness of a thumb. The difference was clear at a glance. What the Taoist children did not notice, however, was that as Lin Yuan was simultaneously channeling the power of Taiyin and the power of Taiyang, Master Tsang Qing's face suddenly turned grim. Who allowed you to simultaneously cultivate both Taiyang Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme? Master Tsang Qing's face even reddened with distress as he looked at Lin Yuan. Either Taiyang Pole Extreme or Taiyang Pole Extreme alone are paths to the heavens, but cultivating both is a path to death, a dead end. Yin and Yang are inherently opposing forces. You might not notice anything initially while cultivating both, but the deeper you go, the more troublesome it will become. The 3rd-generation Celestial Master of our Celestial Master Mansion wanted to cultivate both Yin and Yang, introducing the power of Taiyin into his body with his Celestial Master status, only to end up exploding to death. By doing this recklessly, have you considered the consequences? Master Tsang Qing was nearly driven mad with anger and couldn't help but reprimand Lin Yuan. Chapter 37 Taiyin and Taiyang inside the true martial Daozong. The voice of Master Tsang Qing, head of the mansion, echoed continuously with fury. The other 4 Qingping disciples' faces were pale, filled with fear. For such a long time, Master Tsang Qing had been strict with them, but had never lost his temper, let alone scolded them. Even when they had failed to master either the Taiyin pole extreme or the Taiyang pole extreme, Master Changqing would just remark briefly, his words more encouraging than anything. Zhang Shanfeng, you were chosen by the true martial sword, an exceptional honor. Even I am not confident that I can teach you, so I had you read the insights and realizations left on the stone wall by generations of heavenly masters. Master Changqing's voice was subdued. Among these insights and realizations, there was none that suggested you follow both the Taiyin pole extreme and the Taiyang pole extreme, right? Indeed, there wasn't. Lin Yuan nodded. All the celestial insights in the Dao Zong were singularly focused on illustrating either the Taiyin pole extreme or the Taiyang pole extreme. As for mentioning both, there truly wasn't any such case. Because through the generations, the Taoists of the Celestial Master Mansion likewise followed only one path, either the Taiyin pole extreme or the Taiyang pole extreme. Given that there was none, why did you take it upon yourself to assert otherwise? The path of cultivation is fraught with caution, forged by the lives of ancestors. Do you think you can alter it on a whim? Master Changqing looked at Lin Yuan with disappointment. Shanfeng, with the recognition of the true martial sword, you need only follow the prescribed path, whether you choose the Taiyin pole extreme or the Taiyang pole extreme. In as short as 50 years or at most 80 years, you are destined to become a heavenly master. You are the hope of the Celestial Master Mansion, the hope of the world. We all had great expectations of you, but what did you do? A variety of emotions surged in Master Changqing's heart, including anger, disbelief and heartache among others. The Qingping disciples were shivering with fear by the side. They too realized that Lin Yuan might have taken the wrong path in his cultivation. Otherwise, Master Changqing wouldn't have been so infuriated. Lin Yuan was a seedling of a heavenly master. His faltering pained Master Changqing more than if he had deviated into demonic paths himself. Taiyin pole extreme, Taiyang pole extreme, two completely opposing paths, you've already compromised your foundation by cultivating both. Even if you realize something is amiss in the future, do you think you'll be able to start over? Regret welled up in Master Changqing's heart. He should have imparted this common knowledge to Lin Yuan at the beginning of his cultivation. Actually, it wasn't really an oversight. After all, for the vast majority of people, mastering one of the Taiyin pole extreme or the Taiyang pole extreme was already incredibly difficult. Even a genius with the talent to step into the celestial phenomenon realm like Qingping spent close to a year for a semblance of achievement. The difficulty of mastering the opposing Taiyang pole extreme after entering the Taiyin pole extreme would undoubtedly increase 10 to 100-fold. Therefore, it never crossed Master Changqing's mind that Lin Yuan would cultivate both the Taiyin pole extreme and the Taiyang pole extreme simultaneously. Add to that the guidance from the ancestor Taoists' insights on the stone walls, which never mentioned the simultaneous cultivation of both Taiyin and Taiyang. Master Changqing really didn't understand. How did Lin Yuan manage to merge Taiyin pole extreme with Taiyang pole extreme? I know, Lin Yuan's brow furrowed slightly, but I feel that cultivating both Taiyin pole extreme and Taiyang pole extreme is the truly correct path. His against heaven's understanding wouldn't deceive him. Since Lin Yuan was able to perceive Taiyang pole extreme and Taiyin pole extreme through his against heaven's understanding, the path ahead could not be a dead end. You feel? Master Changqing almost laughed out of exasperation. Even commonplace knowledge dictates learning from history. For 6,800 years, 36 invincible heavenly masters of the Celestial Master Mansion paved the way for future disciples. And just like that, Lin Yuan nonchalantly denied it all? Perhaps, taking 10,000 steps back, combining Taiyin with Taiyang really is a great Tao that surpasses both Taiyin pole extreme and Taiyang pole extreme. But to fully traverse this path, countless generations will have to strive, making great sacrifices. Take for example the third-generation Celestial Master of the Celestial Master Mansion, who upon becoming a Celestial Master, attempted to harness both yin and yang forces but met an end by self-implosion. To explore new paths, sacrifices are inevitable, even Celestial Masters cannot escape it. However, Lin Yuan, having gained the recognition of the true martial sword, was bound to become a Celestial Master. There was absolutely no need to take this risk. Better to have one bird in hand than 10 birds in the bush. To forsake the position of an invincible Celestial Master in this world for a path whose future is obscure. This was the very reason for Master Changqing's fury. From today on, Shanfeng, you will stay by my side. I will temper your body with my true qi every day, attempting to erase the influence of the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang. Within 10 years, your foundations will be reborn, and thereafter you may resume cultivation. Master Changqing solemnly spoke after a long silence. The chubby Taoist beside him stared at Master Tsang Qing in surprise. Even for a peak powerhouse of the celestial phenomenon realm, tempering someone else's body with true qi daily comes at a great cost, not to mention maintaining it for 10 years. To put it bluntly, for Master Tsang Qing to make such a commitment, he was essentially ruining himself, not to mention that his cultivation might regress to the early stages of the celestial phenomenon realm, and at the very least, it would shave off 20 years of his life. Brother Yu, the disheveled Pingyang Taoist sighed deeply. Despite Master Tsang Qing's rigid and severe demeanor, he truly stood from the perspective of the celestial master mansion. Lin Yuan was the first in 500 years to be chosen by the true martial sword, and even though he had taken the wrong path, Master Tsang Qing hadn't given up and wanted to bring him back by all means possible. Master. Lin Yuan glanced at Master Tsang Qing and shook his head. I still feel that embracing both Taiyin and Taiyang is not a dead end. If the master forces me to choose, I fear I will lose interest in the cultivation to come. Lin Yuan outright refused Master Tsang Qing's offer. Mainly because if Master Tsang Qing were to temper his body, Lin Yuan's secrets would undoubtedly be exposed. Furthermore, Lin Yuan didn't believe that cultivating both Taiyin and Taiyang at present was a mistake. Each moment of insight from Against Heaven's understanding reinforced Lin Yuan's belief that this was a path surpassing all previous celestial masters. However, this was something Lin Yuan could not disclose to Master Tsang Qing. Very well. This is your choice. Just don't come to regret it in the future. Master Tsang Qing shook his head. As much as it pained him, he had no choice but to let Lin Yuan go. Cultivation is an extremely personal matter, especially since Lin Yuan had the recognition of the true martial sword. He couldn't force Lin Yuan to do anything. Shortly after, Master Tsang Qing and the other three peak celestial phenomenon realm experts left the true martial Daozong. Lin Yuan returned to the front of the celestial master's stone wall and began to ponder. He wasn't frightened by Master Tsang Qing's words, since this was merely his consciousness incarnation. Even if he did meet his demise by exploding due to cultivating both Taiyin and Taiyang, it wouldn't harm his main body in the main world. In simple terms, Lin Yuan had countless chances to start over again. Moreover, Lin Yuan didn't believe he would follow in the footsteps of the third-generation Celestial Master. The third-generation Celestial Master forcefully introduced the power of Taiyin as a Celestial Master, trying to merge it with the power of Taiyang within his body. But the power of Taiyang he cultivated for nearly 100 years was strong. To recklessly introduce a completely unrooted power of Taiyin would lead to an imbalance of yin and yang, and it would be a surprise if his body didn't explode. Chapter 38. What the ancients dared not do, the later generations cannot achieve. Brother Shanfeng, are you all right? As Lin Yuan was gathering his thoughts, Qingping, the little Taoist boy, cautiously approached him. The other three little Taoist boys stood not far away, not daring to come over. I'm fine. Lin Yuan shook his head. Compared to the deceit and intrigue of the outside world, Dragon Tiger Mountain was much purer. The four little Taoist boys inside the true martial Daozong usually got along well with Lin Yuan. Now that Lin Yuan was being reprimanded by Master Tsang Qing, not one of them ridiculed him. Instead, they all showed concern. Even Master Tsang Qing himself, upon discovering Lin Yuan's stray into the wrong path, did not give up on him right away but considered using the body refining method to pull him back, even if this method was irreversible and harmful to Master Tsang Qing himself. It must be the mansion master who got it wrong. When I try to comprehend either Taiyin Pole Extreme or Taiyang Pole Extreme, I find them so difficult. Brother Shanfeng comprehended both at once. That must be truly amazing, Qingping murmured softly. He wasn't lying. After barely entering the door of Taiyang Pole Extreme, Qingping tried to comprehend Taiyin Pole Extreme. He found the difficulty soared. Initially, when he had not entered either path, he could barely sense the power of Taiyin and the power of Taiyang using fire and ice beads. Once he entered Taiyang Pole Extreme, he couldn't feel the power of Taiyin at all. Not being able to feel the power of Taiyin, let alone comprehend Taiyin Pole Extreme. Therefore, cultivating both Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme was seen by Qingping as an incredibly formidable task. Is that so? Lin Yuan smiled faintly. After chatting with the little Taoist boys for a few moments, Lin Yuan once again immersed himself in cultivation. To be precise, with his Against Heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan had new insights and bursts of spiritual light every moment. Especially after observing the insights of past celestial masters on the stone walls. The celestial masters of the Celestial Master Mansion, while they did not cultivate the dual path of yin and yang like Lin Yuan, the insights of each master in their respective paths often resonated with Lin Yuan. Marvelous. The power of Taiyang can be used this way too. Lin Yuan sat in front of the stone wall of the first-generation celestial master, his eyes shining. After such a long time studying the stone walls, Lin Yuan categorized the past celestial masters of the celestial master mansion into 3 levels in his mind. The first level was the first-generation celestial master. Without a doubt, the strength of the first-generation celestial master was the strongest among all the masters, leading the way like a sheer cliff. Especially in the path of Taiyang Pole Extreme, the first-generation celestial master could be said to have explored very deeply. Following the first-generation celestial master were the second-generation master, the third-generation master, the 15th-generation master, and the 28th-generation master. These 4 masters, although not as strong as the first, were clearly superior to the rest of the masters. In their respective paths of Taiyang Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme, each had considerable achievements. As for the remaining masters compared to the first 2 tiers, they seemed somewhat ordinary. However, even the weakest master had strength far beyond that of the celestial phenomena realm, capable of dominating the world. My path should not be limited by the achievements of past celestial masters. I intend to surpass all of them. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his heart exceedingly resolute. Just then Lin Yuan's heart stirred and he looked towards the entrance. Before long, a real person of the celestial master mansion walked in briskly. Disciple Zhang, someone is looking for you. Even though Master Changqing had given up on Lin Yuan or held him in low regard, Lin Yuan's status in the celestial master mansion was still supreme. As a disciple recognized by the true martial sword, once he became a celestial master, he would be able to command the entire celestial master mansion. Even if he didn't become the master, no one could give him orders, including the current mansion master. Uncle Changqing? Lin Yuan walked out of the Daozong and saw the figure of Daoist Changqing. Lin Yuan had great respect for Daoist Changqing. After all, without him Lin Yuan certainly wouldn't have survived, whether from freezing or starvation. Against Heaven's understanding allowed Lin Yuan to continuously break through his limits and comprehend various secret techniques, but it had its limits. As an infant, without food, even if he truly hibernated, he wouldn't last long. And Daoist Changqing had a good relationship with Lin Yuan's father. Although he did not arrive in time back then, he had been very kind to Lin Yuan over the years. Ah, Shanfeng, I've heard that you've rather upset the mansion master? Daoist Changqing looked at Lin Yuan with a gratified expression and casually said. I indeed failed to meet the mansion master's expectations, Lin Yuan replied with a nod. Master Changqing's expectation for Lin Yuan was for him to become a celestial master, but Lin Yuan's own goal was to transcend celestial mastership. Ha 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 ha. The mansion master usually keeps his emotions well hidden. To see you've irritated him like that, it's quite interesting. Daoist Changqing laughed. Immediately after, Daoist Changqing's expression became serious. Shanfeng, do you know why I came here today? Did the mansion master send you to persuade me? Lin Yuan guessed. Indeed, Daoist Changqing nodded. The mansion master sent me to persuade you, hoping you would consent to the body refining and then walk the path of a celestial master like all past masters. But now it seems I don't need to persuade you. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters. You don't need to worry too much about being a celestial master or not. Changqing went on, but then he seemed to remember something and fell into a trance. Years ago, when I was on good terms with your father and your mother was pregnant, I wrote to your father to ask what he hoped his son would achieve one day. Changqing said softly, I assumed your father would say that he wanted his son to become a world-renowned hero or at the very least to inherit the Zhang family fort. But your father only hoped that you could live a happy life. In this life we can either live happily or under constant pressure. The celestial masters of the celestial master mansion have been invincible throughout the generations, but what is the difference now that they are dead and gone? What's the point of a legacy when a person is dead? Changqing finally sighed and said, I only hope that you won't regret the path you choose in the future. Changqing's words took Lin Yuan aback. He had originally thought Changqing would be Master Changqing's lobbyist. Instead, the other party spoke from his perspective. After Changqing left, Lin Yuan once more plunged into his cultivation and sudden enlightenment. There were the insights and realizations left on the stone walls by generations of celestial masters. With his against heaven's understanding to deduce, Lin Yuan's cultivation speed was much faster. According to Lin Yuan's estimate, in at most 10 years, he would be able to elevate both Taiyang Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme beyond the level of the celestial phenomena realm. On this day Lin Yuan was cultivating. A Taoist in a disheveled Taoist robe appeared silently behind him. Pingyang, Lin Yuan's face showed a look of surprise and he immediately greeted him. Compared with Master Tsangqing, Lin Yuan was much more familiar with Taoist Pingyang. Before the venture into the Sword Tomb, Taoist Pingyang often chatted jovially with the Taoists from the Mountainside Taoist Institute, without any hint of the bearings of someone from the celestial phenomena realm. Impressive. To cultivate both Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme simultaneously is something that no generation of celestial master has ever achieved. Master Pingyang nodded slightly, expressing his admiration. Out of the 36 celestial masters of the Celestial Master Mansion, only the third-generation celestial master ever thought about cultivating both paths of yin and yang simultaneously. However, the third-generation celestial master only tried to incorporate the power of Taiyin after becoming a celestial master. And the result was not very successful. Lin Yuan had not yet become a celestial master, but he was already pondering over this matter and even putting it into practice, truly deserving of the true martial Dao Zhang's recognition. Thank you for the compliment, Uncle Master. Lin Yuan maintained a calm expression. However, have you thought about the road ahead? Cultivating both Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme might allow you to reach the celestial phenomena realm. But if you want to step into the celestial master level and surpass the celestial phenomena realm, you will need to transform your own primordial qi. Considering you tend to both yin and yang, once the transformation begins, the yin-yang power will repel each other, and you know what the consequences will be, Master Pingyang reminded. The consequences would be the third-generation celestial master. He perished in a blown-up body. Uncle Master, regarding this matter, I have given it some thought. The reason why the yin-yang power repels during the transformation of the primordial qi is that they are not unified. If I can integrate the yin-yang power into a new force before that and break through the celestial phenomena realm once more, Lin Yuan revealed his own thoughts. This was also the path he had deduced after many days through his Against Heaven's understanding. Integrate the yin-yang power? You mean to merge Taiyin Pole Extreme with Taiyang Pole Extreme? Are you crazy? Two fundamentally opposite forces that can't even be practiced simultaneously, and you want to merge them? Taoist Pingyang swallowed hard, truly frightened by Lin Yuan's idea. That would be like trying to merge fire with water. Ultimately, either the fire would be extinguished and water partly vaporized, or the water completely vaporized with the fire severely weakened. The more likely outcome would be both fire and water collapsing simultaneously, with no other possibility. You've really gone mad. Merging Taiyin Pole Extreme with Taiyang Pole Extreme is utter nonsense. Since ancient times, no one has dared to do such a thing. Even the first-generation celestial master couldn't do it. For generations to come, it would be impossible for anyone to conceive of this. Taoist Pingyang muttered to himself, looking at Lin Yuan with disbelief. With two extreme forces harmonized through the human body, there might be a slim chance to practice both, but to merge? That would be courting death. The ancients didn't dare to do it and modern people couldn't achieve it either. Master Pingyang opened his mouth wanting to say something else, but in the end he swallowed his words. He could see that Lin Yuan was resolute, truly intent on merging the dual path of yin and yang. Ah, Master Pingyang sighed and turned to leave. Lin Yuan watched Master Pingyang's retreating figure. Then he stepped out of the Dao Zhang and came outside looking down from above, overseeing the mountain below. The ancients dared not, the modern cannot. Lin Yuan lifted his head slightly, with the power of Taiyin and power of Taiyang interlacing and clashing in his eyes. I will do it. Chapter 39 The Situation of the World 8 years later. Atop Dragon Tiger Mountain. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged on a massive boulder. Wish wish. The pitter-patter of raindrops fell from the sky, evaporating into thin air several yards from Lin Yuan's body. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, looking down at the drifting sea of clouds in the early morning. Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme may seem like two entirely different paths, but their essence is part of the vast universe. Taiyin can be transformed into Taiyang, and Taiyang can be transformed into Taiyin. Deep within Lin Yuan's Qi Dantian, the power of Taiyin and the power of Taiyang merged into a duo of black and white, constantly colliding, dissipating, and then rebirthing in an endless cycle. Over these 8 years, Lin Yuan had immersed himself almost entirely in comprehending the Taiyin Pole Extreme and the Taiyang Pole Extreme. He hadn't even progressed half a step in his cultivation realm. He was still in the early stage of the celestial phenomenon realm. For Lin Yuan, having mastered the Taiyin Pole Extreme and the Taiyang Pole Extreme, there was no difference between the early stage and peak of the celestial phenomenon realm. This true martial sword, with a slight thought from Lin Yuan, the true martial sword floated in front of him. The more he comprehended, the more Lin Yuan realized the terrifying nature of the true martial sword. It condensed the essence of both the power of Taiyin and the power of Taiyang into a single sword for future generations to comprehend, which was an inconceivable level of control. Without this true martial sword, Lin Yuan's progress and comprehension over the years might have been slower. Mastering the Taiyin pole extreme and the Taiyang pole extreme is not difficult, but to fuse them together is indeed as hard as reaching the heavens. For the ordinary, it means certain death upon contact. Lin Yuan thought to himself. No wonder Master Tsangqing and other celestial phenomena realm masters considered it a dead end. Even for someone as strong as the celestial master, to dare such a feat was to court death, as shown by the case of the third-generation celestial master. As one of the 36 powerful celestial masters in the celestial master mansion, ranked second tier, did the third-generation celestial master not know the consequences of forcibly invoking the power of Taiyin? I am different from the third-generation celestial master. The third-generation celestial master decided to pursue a path that balanced yin and yang after becoming a celestial master. But by that time his foundation was already set. I am different. I have not yet stepped into the role of celestial master, and by balancing yin and yang, fusing them, it is entirely possible. Lin Yuan silently thought to himself. Of course, the entirely possible here refers to Lin Yuan, who possesses against heaven's understanding. For anyone else, even if they still had exceptional talents and were recognized by the true martial sword, to balance and fuse yin and yang would remain an elusive hope. Firstly, one must consider how to initiate into the other after starting with either the Taiyin pole extreme or the Taiyang pole extreme. Secondly, while balancing both the Taiyin and Taiyang pole extremes, how to fuse the two. In the process, any slight mistake could result in a fatal explosion. Lin Yuan, with his against heaven's understanding, could grasp a thread of survival in any situation that was not destined to be fatal. The terrifying aspect of against heaven's understanding is the ability to comprehend the most beneficial methods for oneself, no matter what the circumstances. Just like 18 years ago when Lin Yuan was still an infant on the brink of being discovered by beasts, he comprehended a technique to conceal his presence. On the verge of starvation, he comprehended a hibernation breathing technique. These two secret techniques didn't require any internal energy or qi. They were completely based on the circumstances Lin Yuan found himself in at the time. During the fusion of yin and yang, Lin Yuan faced countless crises, but each was overcome by the relevant secret techniques comprehended through against heaven's understanding. Just a bit more. Just a bit more, and with the power of Taiyin and Taiyang, I can break through the celestial phenomenon realm. Lin Yuan felt the continuous collision and intertwining of Taiyin and Taiyang within the depths of his Qi Dantian, anticipation hidden in his heart. According to his prediction, breaking through the celestial phenomenon realm with the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang would make him far more formidable than any of the celestial master mansion's past celestial masters. How could the individual powers of Taiyin and Taiyang compare to the combined force after merging? After scrutinizing himself, Lin Yuan's gaze inadvertently shifted beyond Dragon Tiger Mountain. These years, things have not been peaceful outside. In fact, ever since the myriad demon sect rose again more than 20 years ago, there has been little peace under the heavens. However, with the suppression of righteous forces such as the Celestial Master Mansion, the myriad demon sect dared not be too reckless. Nevertheless, 5 years ago, a message suddenly spread from the myriad demon sect. The sect leader of the myriad demons sect had obtained the heritage of the primordial demon gate. The primordial demon gate was an incredibly ancient force that, in theory, had long since perished in the annals of history. Ever since the establishment of the Celestial Master Mansion 6,800 years ago, the successive Celestial Masters of the Celestial Master Mansion had always been synonymous with invincibility. But invincible did not mean no one else could come close. 6,800 years ago, the first-generation Celestial Master emerged, brandishing the true martial sword. That era belonged to the first-generation Celestial Master. However, it was in that same era that another mighty figure was born. That was the Primordial Demon Lord. Although the Primordial Demon Lord could not defeat the first-generation Celestial Master, the first-generation Celestial Master was also unable to kill him completely. And so, amidst their ongoing stalemate, they each established the lineage of Mount Longhu Celestial Master's Mansion and the Primordial Demon Gate. In the end, the first-generation Celestial Master sacrificed his life in a battle and finally killed the Primordial Demon Lord. But even though the Primordial Demon Lord died, the Primordial Demon Gate continued to exist. In the following hundreds of years, under the joint siege of the second and third generation celestial masters. The primordial demon gate was finally utterly annihilated. In the ensuing thousands of years, the primordial demon gate disappeared from sight and was never heard from again. The Celestial Master Mansion has not had a new Celestial Master for too long, a full 500 years. Without a new Celestial Master to deter them, demonic forces have developed rapidly, which is why we have the Myriad Demon sect today. According to the custom of successive Celestial Masters, the first thing each Celestial Master did after assuming the title was to descend the mountain to purge the demons, suppressing the demonic Tao. Now, with 500 years without a new Celestial Master, even though righteous forces like the Celestial Master Mansion still hold an advantage, it is undoubtedly giving the demonic Tao plenty of time to grow. Compared to the righteous Tao, demonic methods are easy to master quickly, and one can even rapidly improve by absorbing human essence and blood. This is also the reason why Zhang family fort was slaughtered. Apart from the fact that Zhang family fort possessed a large amount of wealth, it was also because of the sufficiently large population and even the presence of strong individuals. And these, in the eyes of demonic practitioners, were no different from delicacies. Regardless of whether the Myriad Demon sect really obtained the primordial demon gate's heritage, the moment this news broke out, the reputation of the demonic path would certainly soar. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Speaking of which, he had his own grudge against the Myriad Demon sect. 18 years ago, when Lin Yuan was just born, the entire Zhang family fort was annihilated by the 8 helmsmen of the Myriad Demon sect. Lin Yuan's biological parents died on that day. Shanfeng. Shanfeng. Just then a calling voice came. A young Taoist came running over. I knew Shanfeng would be here. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, the young Taoist cracked a smile. It's Qingping. Lin Yuan turned around for a look. The young Taoist who had come up to him was none other than Qingping, the junior apprentice from those years past. 8 years had passed and Qingping had grown up a lot. Moreover, due to his cultivation, he was almost no different from an ordinary adult male. Chapter 40 Heartache. Over the years, Lin Yuan kept to himself. Yet he got along quite well with Qingping. Mainly because Qingping would often come over for small talk with Lin Yuan whether there was something to discuss or not. By the way, he would also mention various news from Dragon Tiger Mountain. Besides Qingping, Chongqing visited Lin Yuan from time to time. For Chongqing, Lin Yuan was no different from his own offspring. No matter whether Lin Yuan became a celestial master or not, Chongqing's attitude wouldn't change. In Chongqing's heart there was always a sense of guilt towards Lin Yuan. If only he could have arrived in time back then, Zhang family fort might not have met such a fate. And Lin Yuan wouldn't have had to live a hard life on Dragon Tiger Mountain ever since he was a child. A few days ago, the sect leader ordered the 4 of us to descend the mountain for trials one by one, Qingping said casually. The 4 he mentioned naturally referred to the 4 Taoist children who were chosen by the Celestial Master to inherit swords during the trip to the Sword Tomb. Although they couldn't compare to someone like Lin Yuan who was chosen by the true martial sword, they were still the hope of the Celestial Master Mansion. As for why they descended the mountain one by one, it was to prevent extreme incidents. Like the situation where all 4 might die at the same time. If, with Lin Yuan being a Celestial Master seed that took a detour, the 4 Celestial Phenomena Realm seeds were to die, Dragon Tiger Mountain would not recover for at least 50 years. Descend the mountain? Lin Yuan was somewhat curious. Having arrived in this world with his consciousness 18 years ago, Lin Yuan had only spent 1 day outside. The rest of the time he had stayed on Dragon Tiger Mountain. Brother Shanfeng, as a Celestial Master seed, you're different from us. You cannot leave the mountain, Qingping said, immediately feeling somewhat nervous. Now he was no longer the ignorant little Taoist boy. He understood the importance of a Celestial Master seed to the Celestial Master Mansion. Only disciples recognized by the true martial sword could become Celestial Master seeds of the Celestial Master Mansion. And each Celestial Master seed was never without the true martial sword. If Lin Yuan were to leave the mountain, it would mean that the true martial sword would have to leave as well. If something unexpected happened and the true martial sword were lost, it would be an unprecedented blow to the Celestial Master Mansion. The current sect leader of the Celestial Master Mansion might spit blood on the spot from anger. A Celestial Master seed like Lin Yuan taking a detour was indeed a serious matter, but it could not shake the foundation of the Celestial Master Mansion. At worst, when Lin Yuan died of old age, the true martial sword would return to the Sword Tomb, and the Celestial Master Mansion would still have the chance to give birth to another Celestial Master. But if the true martial sword was lost, that would truly be an irreversible catastrophe. Qingping could fully predict that if he caused Lin Yuan to sneak out, the sect leader, Master Changqing, might even consider flaying him alive. Just kidding. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. He was not really an 18-year-old youth. In fact, considering all the time he had spent, Lin Yuan was probably over 50 years old. Moreover, with his against heaven's understanding, he did not need what was known as trials outside the mountain. For Lin Yuan, Dragon Tiger Mountain was the best place. There was food, drink, and unparalleled safety. Why would he even think about leaving? That's good. Qingping let out a huge sigh of relief. By the way, Brother Shanfeng, my recent cultivation has felt rather strange. After chatting for a while, Qingping broached the subject of cultivation. Lin Yuan casually asked a few questions and soon understood the cause. You're wrong. Your state of mind is wrong. You're following the path of Taiyang Wuji. Taiyang Wuji is the utmost rigid and young. Out of the 36 past celestial masters of our mansion, the majority followed the path of Taiyang Wuji, including the strongest first-generation celestial master. What is Taiyang Wuji? It is the utmost rigid and young, unyielding and unstoppable. Recently your mindset hesitates, looking forwards and backwards. Continuing to cultivate Taiyang Wuji, naturally you feel that everything is strange. Lin Yuan pointed out the problem directly and spoke slowly. It's not to say that those who follow the path of Taiyang Wuji are all rash, but that kind of indomitable spirit and decisive character is required. So that's how it is, Qingping suddenly understood. Indeed, he had been quite stirred by the thought of descending the mountain for trials, wanting both to see the outside world and fearing potential dangers. Now, after Lin Yuan's reminder, his state of mind started to clarify. Qingping only felt the qi within his body flowing smoothly, and a hot current surged through his limbs and bones. 9th grade. After a short while, Qingping opened his eyes, his expression excited. Taking advantage of Lin Yuan's comment, he had managed to break through from 4th grade directly to 3rd grade. It must be known that in this world, cultivation levels are divided into 9 grades. The 9th grade is the lowest, while the 1st grade is the highest. Being at the 3rd grade, he was already among the upper echelons, even when considered amongst the powerhouses of Dragon Tiger Mountain. Many thanks to Brother Shanfeng for the guidance. Qingping bowed deeply to Lin Yuan. He was aware that without Lin Yuan's words, not to mention breaking through to the 3rd grade, he might have regressed if he continued as he was. No trouble at all. Lin Yuan waved his hand, unconcerned. At his current level, giving pointers to a cultivator who hadn't even reached the celestial phenomena realm was too simple. True martial hall. Master Changqing rubbed his brows, his expression revealing a hint of fatigue. The myriad demon sect was constantly causing trouble outside, and the key issue was that the Celestial Master Mansion couldn't do anything about it, only able to join forces with other orthodox powers to suppress it as best they could. Moreover, the sect leader of the myriad demon sect had obtained the heritage of the primordial demon gate, which greatly boosted the morale of the demonic Tao forces. This resulted in a series of encounters between orthodox and demonic Tao forces, all ending with the orthodox forces being defeated. The multitude of pressures was indeed making it hard for Master Changqing to catch his breath. It seems that the sect leader of the myriad demon sect truly is a remnant of the primordial demon gate. The previous generation celestial master had discovered traces of the primordial demon gate while traveling the world but was unable to find the source. At the time we thought it was a coincidence, but now it seems that the remnants of the primordial demon gate were already there at that time. Over the years, the myriad demon sect has been secretly supported by the remnants of the primordial demon gate. The hefty master beside him spoke up. As Dragon Tiger Mountain was the ancestral home of the Tao, and the Celestial Master Mansion the foremost authority under heaven, their intelligence capabilities were naturally not bad, quickly figuring out the details of the myriad demon sect. It's too late to discuss this now. Master Changqing shook his head. Right now, the most important thing was how to continue suppressing the myriad demon sect. At that moment, a figure ran in from the outside. It was Qingping. Master, I have reached the 3rd grade. Qingping's tone was light-hearted as he shared the good news. As a celestial seed of the Celestial Master Mansion, Qingping and the 3 other Taoist children were always directly taught by Master Changqing. Whenever any of them made a breakthrough in cultivation, they had to inform Master Changqing at once. 3rd grade. So soon. Upon hearing this, Master Changqing slightly furrowed his brows. It wasn't that he didn't wish for Qingping to break through, but he was worried that Qingping had used some rapid but unsafe method. According to the cultivation speed of disciples from past generations who received the Celestial Master Sword, reaching the upper 3rd grade took at least 15 to 20 years. But since Qingping started his cultivation, it hadn't even been 10 years. His rate of cultivation was clearly abnormal. The foundation is solid, I see no problems. The hefty master stepped forward, carefully examined Qingping for a while and concluded. Hearing this, Master Tsangqing's brows finally relaxed. Qingping, what's with your rate of cultivation? Master Tsangqing was still somewhat astonished. Master, it's because Shanfeng gave me pointers that I was able to break through so quickly, Qingping honestly explained. Before this, although Qingping often received guidance from Lin Yuan, his speed of cultivation was only somewhat faster compared to the other 3 Taoist children. It was still within normal limits. So Master Tsangqing did not question it, thinking that Qingping was just very diligent. But this time, jumping from the 4th to the 3rd grade normally requires 5 to 8 years. Qingping's effortless advancement naturally caught Master Tsangqing's attention. Shanfeng gave you pointers? Master Tsangqing's tone was somewhat astounded. A few casual pointers were enough to enable Qingping to step into the 3rd grade, which meant that his strength must far surpass the 3rd grade. Even most cultivators in the celestial phenomena realm might not be capable of achieving this. Yes, Shanfeng has been guiding me over the years. He's really powerful. Every word he says enlightens me and then my strength improves, Qingping said. These words were like thunderclaps in the ears of Master Tsangqing and the other powerful celestial phenomena realm masters. Every word spoken brings enlightenment, and then strength improves. Although these sentences might seem trivial, to someone like Master Tsangqing who was a powerful being, he realized something was amiss. Anyone capable of such feats must have an extremely profound understanding of the essence of cultivation and the nature of power. And this was coming from Lin Yuan, whom Master Tsangqing had completely given up on. I also feel that Shanfeng is very strong. When I see Shanfeng, it's like seeing Master. Qingping, seeing Master Tsangqing silent, gathered his courage to speak. Upon hearing this, the surrounding area fell quiet once again. Like Master Tsangqing? Isn't Master Tsangqing a celestial phenomena realm powerhouse? Could it be that Lin Yuan was also at the celestial phenomena realm? To step into the celestial phenomena realm before the age of 20 was unheard of among past celestial masters. Could it be that Shanfeng is truly an unprecedented prodigy? Murmured the hefty master, his expression one of shock. A prodigy? Master Tsangqing lapsed into silence. Then a look of bitterness crossed his face. If what Qingping said was true, then Lin Yuan was indeed a prodigy. A prodigy beyond all their imaginings. But in the end, no matter how talented, cultivating both Taiyin Wuji and Taiyang Wuji meant his limit was the celestial phenomena realm, he could never reach the heights of past celestial masters. Because the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang within him would explode at the moment he became a celestial master. So young, yet with such an understanding of the nature of power, our celestial master mansion. The lofty master paused halfway through his sentence, stopping short. A deeply painful thought surged in his heart. Such a prodigy. Why did he have to go astray? Chapter 41. Awake to enlightenment, asleep to enlightenment. Time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. Lin Yuan's life had hardly changed. He was either comprehending the wisdom left by the previous heavenly masters within the true martial Dao Zong, or he was climbing to the top of Dragon Tiger Mountain to watch the Sea of Clouds. Apart from occasionally communicating with Qingping, he hardly spoke a word. When Master Tsangqing learned that Qingping had stepped into the upper 3rd realm thanks to Lin Yuan's guidance, he wanted to converse with Lin Yuan, but was quickly preoccupied by the disturbances of the outside world. The Myriad Demons sect was ready for a decisive battle. The sect leader of Wan Mo men, accompanied by 9 vice sect leaders, 43 protectors, 126 helmsmen and thousands from the demon crowd, marched imposingly, intending to ascend Dragon Tiger Mountain. Dragon Tiger Mountain is the ancestral land of the Tao, and the Celestial Master Mansion is the foremost authority in the world. The unbeatable heavenly masters of past generations all emerged from here. If they could flatten Dragon Tiger Mountain and destroy the Celestial Master Mansion, who else in the world could stop the Myriad Demon sect? True Martial Hall. The atmosphere was heavy. Under Master Tsangqing's lead, numerous experts of the celestial phenomena realm gathered. These celestial phenomena realm masters, mostly from other powers across the land, had come in response to the summoning of the Celestial Master Mansion. They all understood the principle of interdependence. If the Celestial Master Mansion really fell to the Myriad Demon sect, then the next ones to be eradicated would be the other righteous forces. In peaceful times, the forces of righteousness had slain countless demons. Should the Myriad Demon sect gain the upper hand, their fate would not be much better than that of the Celestial Master Mansion. The 9 vice sect leaders of the Myriad Demon sect are all at the Celestial Phenomena realm, and the 43 protectors are even at the upper 3rd realm. They won't be easy to deal with, a Celestial Phenomena realm expert of middle-aged lattice appearance spoke slowly. Other Celestial Phenomena realm powerhouses present nodded slightly at her words. Together, these Celestial Phenomena realm experts numbered 11, surpassing the Myriad Demon sect by 2. But the demonic sect's Celestial Phenomena realm fighters were not easy to tackle, as demonic arts naturally excelled in slaughter. Even if 2 righteous Celestial Phenomena realm experts teamed up against a demonic Tau Celestial Phenomena realm fighter, they might still be traded for 1 life in a desperate struggle. None of these matter. At this moment, Master Tsangqing, the leader of the Celestial Master Mansion, spoke. In terms of combat power, the Celestial Master Mansion's Celestial Phenomena Realm Masters who followed the path of Taiyin Pole Extreme or Taiyang Pole Extreme were clearly stronger than their demonic sect counterparts. This had been verified through numerous past encounters. Master Tsangqing had taken action thrice, easily repelling several vice sect leaders of the Myriad Demon sect. Even Wan Mo Men's sect leader chose to retreat when facing Master Tsangqing. However, under such circumstances, the Myriad Demon sect still dared to initiate a decisive battle, aiming to strike at Dragon Tiger Mountain? This gave Master Tsangqing an ominous premonition. 2 possibilities. One was that Wan Mo Men had gone mad and decided to battle to the death. The second was that Wan Mo Men had enough confidence, believing they could level Dragon Tiger Mountain. Master Tsangqing thought the former unlikely, as he knew from numerous encounters that the sect leader of Wan Mo Men was very composed and would not engage in sure-lost battles. This was also why the sect leader of Wan Mo Men did not even engage with Master Tsangqing and chose to withdraw. To outsiders it may seem like Wan Mo Men's leader was afraid, but Master Tsangqing did not think so. The retreat of Wan Mo Men's leader was simply an unwillingness to waste time. One day Qingping rushed to the top of Dragon Tiger Mountain in a fluster. "Brother Shanfeng, something terrible has happened, Uncle Changqing." Qingping's face was ashen as he cautiously looked at Lin Yuan. "Uncle Changqing. What happened to Uncle Changqing?" Lin Yuan opened his eyes and turned his head towards Qingping. Changqing was ambushed while chasing a demon, and by the time we got there, he had already suffered severe injuries and was unconscious. The leader and the others have seen him. They say the demonic qi has entered his lungs and it's very difficult for him to regain consciousness. Qingping explained the situation all in one breath. "Take me to see him," Lin Yuan said directly. No matter what, if it were not for Changqing he wouldn't be alive today. Although for Lin Yuan, death was not an end, it was merely a waste of a chance to traverse again. Inside the Dao Institute, Lin Yuan looked at the unconscious Changqing. Qingping stood beside him, his face showing a hint of grief. Changqing was well liked within the Celestial Master Mansion, and Qingping had received countless assists from him. In Qingping's heart, Changqing was more like an elder, not just an uncle master. "It's nothing serious." After a thorough inspection, Lin Yuan concluded. Changqing had fought with a demon who had infused him with demonic qi. This caused him to fall into a coma, unable to awaken. Such an infusion was difficult for outsiders to interfere with, even those at the Celestial Phenomenon Realm peak could do little. But for Lin Yuan, who was about to break through to the Celestial Phenomena Realm using the power of Taiyin and Taiyang as the foundation, solving this issue of demonic qi infusion was merely a trivial effort. "Take good care of Uncle Changqing. I will come back to save him in some time," Lin Yuan instructed Qingping. Now Lin Yuan was only a step away from completely merging Taiyin and Taiyang. With every moment of comprehension afforded by his against heaven's understanding, he was moving closer to the level of a heavenly master. "Okay." Qingping was momentarily stunned before responding. The matter of Changqing's coma did not affect Lin Yuan. He remained immersed in enlightenment at all times. With the help of his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan was in enlightenment while awake, and even as he slept. Your understanding is against heaven and your comprehension of the Tao of Yin and Yang deepens. Your understanding is against heaven and your comprehension of the Tao of Yin and Yang deepens. Your understanding is against heaven and your comprehension of the Tao of Yin and Yang deepens. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged on a massive rock, his mind devoid of distractions, continuing to ponder over the power of Yin and Yang. It had to be said, the power of Yin and Yang was definitely the highest level of force Lin Yuan had ever encountered. Mere comprehension of this power had already taken Lin Yuan nearly a decade. And that was with the help of his against heaven's understanding. Naturally, compared to other powerhouses of this world, even compared to past generations of heavenly masters. Lin Yuan's pace of comprehension and cultivation was simply unreasonable, indescribable even by any monstrous or perverted standard. Hundreds of miles away from Dragon Tiger Mountain, within a dimly lit grand hall, a tall man dressed in a black robe sat on the master's seat. This tall man had pitch-black eyes. A mere glance would cause ordinary people to spawn heart demons, and all sorts of desires to emerge. Sect leader. To combat the Celestial Master Mansion so soon, is it not? On the right below him, an old man with wrinkled skin tentatively asked. The foundations of the Celestial Master Mansion were unfathomable. After all, they had produced 36 invincible heavenly masters. Moreover, other righteous forces would not sit idly by, and would surely provide their full support. Although Myriad Demon's sect was powerful, it was not suitable to confront the Celestial Master Mansion head-on. A bunch of incompetents. If this sect leader did not have confidence, would I make such a decision? The Wan Mo Men's sect master snorted coldly from his seat. Instantly the demon crowd below broke into a cold sweat. Even the 9 vice sect leaders who had attained the celestial phenomena realm felt chills down their spines. Their own people knew well that, given their potential, there was no chance for them to step into the celestial phenomena realm. It was the Wan Mo Men's sect leader who, through some unknown means, had forcibly elevated them to this realm. Even though they had sacrificed a significant price, at least 20 to 30 years of their lifespan, the 9 vice sect leaders did not regret it at all. This was the celestial phenomena realm, a level many dreamed of reaching, and no one would dislike the sensation of standing at the pinnacle of the world. I know what you are worried about. The Wan Mo Men's sect leader slowly stood up from his seat. But I have already stepped half into the celestial phenomena realm. As long as the Celestial Master Mansion does not produce a heavenly master, with my strength, I am more than capable of sweeping through them, said the sect leader of Myriad Demon's sect, his eyes deep. Chapter 42. One step into the heavenly master, he had taken a half step beyond the celestial phenomena realm. The 9 vice sect leaders below were startled. It was true that transcending the limits of the celestial phenomena realm was not exclusive to the heavenly masters of the Celestial Master Mansion. Besides the heavenly masters, there were still a very few other hereditary powers, capable of surpassing the celestial phenomena realm by a small or large half step. But those who achieved this degree were incredibly rare. Had their sect leader also reached this level? If I could fully absorb the heritage of the primordial demon gate, it wouldn't just be a half step. The Myriad Demon's sect leader glanced at the multitude of subordinates below, his mind involuntarily recalling everything he had experienced in the heritage site of the primordial demon gate. It was a great opportunity that he had acquired after surviving countless brushes with death. Furthermore, he could only enter once. Now he could no longer do so, not even able to confirm the corresponding location range. As time went by, the ultimate confrontation between the Myriad Demon's sect and the righteous factions such as the Celestial Master Mansion grew increasingly imminent. Half a year later, at the foot of Dragon Tiger Mountain, the Myriad Demon's sect gathered several thousand demon crowd. The Celestial Master Mansion, not to be outdone, had all their celestial phenomena realm experts emerge. They formed a standoff against the Myriad Demon's sect. Ha 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 ha. Master Tsangqing, you wouldn't think that I retreated in the past because I was afraid of you, would you? The Myriad Demon's sect leader was wantonly arrogant, with a terrifying aura of the demonic Tao sweeping across all directions. Opposite him, Master Tsangqing remained calm, unaffected. Remnants of the primordial demon gate, wasn't it enough that you were chased and killed by generations of heavenly masters from my celestial master mansion? Master Tsangqing spoke indifferently. What of it? Your celestial master mansion hasn't produced a heavenly master in 500 years. In the end, this world will belong to my primordial demon gate. The Myriad Demon's sect leader stopped pretending and let his aura become even more formidable. Upon hearing this, Master Tsangqing sighed inwardly. If Lin Yuan hadn't taken the wrong path, it wasn't impossible for his celestial master mansion to produce another heavenly master. But in the current situation, it was of no use. Even a heavenly master needed time to grow. According to the cultivation speed of past generations heavenly masters of the Celestial Master Mansion, it would take at least 50 years to become a heavenly master. When the heavenly masters of the Celestial Master Mansion descended from Dragon Tiger Mountain, most were already in their 60s or 70s. Even if everything went smoothly for Lin Yuan without any detours, it would still take 50 years for him to become a heavenly master. Today you, Master Tsangqing, will witness my true strength. Seeing that Master Tsangqing didn't respond, the myriad demon sect leader laughed heartily and simply raised his right hand, lightly pressing down. Boom. A terrifying presence crushed down from all around. Seeing this, Master Changqing did not hesitate to draw the sword at his side. An extremely sharp sword chi burst forth, directly piercing the surrounding demonic chi, while slashing toward the myriad demon sect leader. The Celestial Master's sword? Not bad. With your strength, by wielding the Celestial Master's sword and invoking the residual Heavenly Master's power within it, you could indeed unleash a power close to mine. The myriad demon sect leader offered his comment. As the current sect leader of the Celestial Master Mansion, Master Changqing was naturally cultivated as a celestial phenomena realm seed since his youth, and had entered the sword tomb, having been chosen by one of the Celestial Master's swords. The Celestial Master's sword, although far from being like the true martial sword that contains the substantial powers of the power of Taiyin and the power of Taiyang, was nurtured day and night by generations of heavenly masters, retaining some of the heavenly master's power. A celestial phenomena realm expert from the Celestial Master Mansion, following the same path and exerting full force, could completely activate the power deep within the Celestial Master's sword. What a pity. Even with the Celestial Master's sword, it's still an external object. Even if you can activate it, for how long can you maintain it? The myriad demon sect leader sneered. Even if every celestial phenomena realm individual in your Celestial Master Mansion held a Celestial Master sword, and joined forces to besiege me, at most you could suppress me, until your power is exhausted. The myriad demon sect leader's gaze turned cold. In fact, the celestial phenomena realm of the Celestial Master Mansion couldn't truly besiege the myriad demon sect leader with Master Changqing, because they didn't have enough hands, which allowed the demonic sect's celestial phenomena realm experts to act without restraint. Die. The sect leader of myriad demon sect took a step forward, a horrifying and frenzied demonic chi enveloping him. This isn't good. Master Changqing's complexion changed. At the peak of Dragon Tiger Mountain, the atmosphere here was the complete opposite of the heavy, ominous mood at the mountain's base. The morning sun rose, bringing with it a hint of warmth. Lin Yuan remained seated on the giant rock, indifferent to external matters. Shan Feng, Qingping had somehow made her way up without anyone noticing. The Celestial Master has instructed me to tell you, you must leave Dragon Tiger Mountain now through the secret passage. Qingping spoke rapidly. In the decisive battle against the myriad demon sect, Master Changqing was not fully confident. To ensure the survival of the Celestial Master Mansion's heritage, Lin Yuan, the disciple recognized by the true martial sword, must leave. This way, even in the most extreme case, the lineage of the Celestial Master Mansion would not be completely severed. As long as the true martial sword didn't fall into the hands of the myriad demon sect, the possibility of a new Celestial Master emerging in the future would remain. Even if it took hundreds or thousands of years, as long as a new Celestial Master emerged, he could still restore the heritage of the Celestial Master Mansion. Shan Feng. Seeing no response from Lin Yuan, Qingping called out a little louder. However, Lin Yuan, with his back to her, remained unresponsive as if he was lost in a trance with his eyes slightly closed. Shan Feng. Just as Qingping speculated whether Lin Yuan had fallen asleep and was about to go forward and nudge him, Lin Yuan, who had been sitting on the boulder, suddenly opened his eyes. Your insight is against the heavens, meditating day and night on the Tao, you've comprehended the fusion of power of Taiyin and Taiyang, and significantly refined it, surpassing the celestial phenomena realm. Lin Yuan's eyes were clear. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan stood up, rising from the giant rock. At this moment, in his field of vision, all things in heaven and earth were divided into yin and yang, the two colors, merging into black and white, turning into the fish of yin and yang, intertwining and fusing continuously. Shan Feng you? Qingping's gaze turned blank, and for some reason she felt that Shan Feng seemed different from before. Hold on a moment. Lin Yuan smiled faintly and reached out to grasp at the void. A sword, unnoticed until now, appeared out of thin air, suspended above Lin Yuan's palm. Lin Yuan gently caressed the sword, speaking softly, "You go ahead first." Whoosh. The sword soared into the sky, heading towards the foot of Dragon Tiger Mountain. At the foot of Dragon Tiger Mountain, Master Changqing was clashing with the sect leader of the Myriad Demons sect. Suddenly, the sect leader of the Myriad Demons sect seemed to sense something, his expression changing dramatically as he retreated explosively. Ancient sword descended from the sky, its point embedding in the exact spot where the sect leader of the Myriad Demons sect had just been standing. The ancient sword was only 3 feet long, but it contained a vast Tao, overshadowing the sky as if it were as majestic as Dragon Tiger Mountain itself. One could vaguely make out the words True Martial engraved on its scabbard. The True Martial Sword. The sect leader of the myriad demons sect's expression grew serious as he looked up in the direction from which the ancient sword had come. That was from the peak of Dragon Tiger Mountain. At that moment, atop Dragon Tiger Mountain, Lin Yuan simply let out a long sigh, taking a light step forward. That one step traversed hundreds of yards, bringing him directly off Dragon Tiger Mountain. Above the peak of Dragon Tiger Mountain, clouds surged, all converging towards Lin Yuan's feet. Lin Yuan walked on the sea of clouds, step by step heading towards the base of the mountain. Qingping, stunned by the spectacle before her, seemed to recall something, her eyes reddening as she murmured softly, "Changqing, wake up and see, Shanfeng has taken a step into the Celestial Master Realm." Chapter 43 Invincible. Atop Dragon Tiger Mountain, clouds rolled and surged like a vast sea in the sky. A figure in a Taoist robe, crowned with a lotus tiara, slowly descended, using heaven and earth as steps, with the sea of clouds as a ladder. This scene, seen by all, whether from the righteous or the demonic Tao, filled everyone with trembling reverence as if beholding a deity. The Heavenly Master, our Celestial Master Mansion's Heavenly Master. An elderly Taoist from Celestial Master Mansion, with tears streaming down his face, said with trembling lips. Apart from the invincible Heavenly Masters, who else possesses such capability? To tread upon the clouds, to descend through the skies? None of the strongest beings of this world, not even those in the celestial phenomena realm or those who surpass it by half a step, could achieve such a feat. Only a Heavenly Master who has mastered either Taiyin Pole Extreme or Taiyang Pole Extreme could have such means. The Heavenly Master? The Heavenly Master. The 183rd generation of disciples from Celestial Master Mansion greets the Heavenly Master. Greetings to the Heavenly Master. The numerous disciples of Celestial Master Mansion knelt with a thud, incessantly kowtowing. Disciples from other righteous forces also knelt down. The Heavenly Master of Celestial Master Mansion held special significance for Dragon Tiger Mountain and for all under heaven. When a Heavenly Master emerges, heads of all major righteous forces would personally come to pay their respects. The Heavenly Master. Pingyang Taoist gazed blankly, unlike the other disciples and the righteous forces. Insiders know their own affairs. Of this generation in Celestial Master Mansion, indeed there was a disciple recognized by the True Martial Sword. But that was not too long ago. Not even 10 years have passed. Even with the potential to become a Heavenly Master, it would still take 40 to 50 years. Now to become the Heavenly Master? The Heavenly Master. Master Changqing, the mansion's sect leader, looked up towards the figure treading on the sea of clouds. As the distance closed, he saw the face more clearly. It was Zhang Shanfeng, the one he had abandoned. Could it be that I was mistaken, and that following both Taiyin Wuji Taiyang Wuji is also a path to reach the heavens, one also capable of entering the Heavenly Master's level? Master Changqing's thoughts were in turmoil, and it took him several breaths to calm down. No wonder he was so beside himself. Others only saw that a Heavenly Master had emerged from Celestial Master Mansion. They could not imagine which path this Heavenly Master had taken, one that was unprecedented among all generations, combining Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme, a path deemed impossible. If Lin Yuan had not become the Heavenly Master, that would be one thing. But if he had achieved the position of Heavenly Master with both Taiyin Wuji and Taiyang Wuji, then he would be the strongest Heavenly Master in Celestial Master Mansion's 6,800-year history, even surpassing the first-generation Celestial Master who founded the mansion. The path that balances both Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme is known to everyone as powerful, and Master Changqing was certainly aware of its strength. But knowing it is strong and achieving it are two different things. Everyone knows that mastering the great Tao of heaven and earth will turn them into divine beings, but how many can truly master it? The same goes for Taiyin Wuji and Taiyang Wuji. These two entirely opposite forces, if recklessly approached, could cause immediate bodily explosion. But now, Master Changqing's face showed disbelief, complexity, a bitter smile, excitement, and scare of a narrow escape. He nearly destroyed Lin Yuan, nearly destroyed the entire Celestial Master Mansion. If Lin Yuan had not held his convictions, not stubbornly followed both Taiyin and Taiyang, but had chosen one according to their requirements, he would have been just another ordinary Heavenly Master among the mansion's history, even possibly not achieving the Heavenly Master status until his 50s or 60s. By then, the entire Celestial Master Mansion could have been trampled by the myriad demons sect. Master Changqing took a deep breath. No matter what, after 500 years, another heavenly master had emerged from Celestial Master Mansion. And it was very likely that he was the strongest among all generations. As for the rest? What does it matter if Master Tsongqing couldn't recognize a treasure? Even if he had to die as an apology now, he would not hesitate in the slightest. Having seen the emergence of a heavenly master in Celestial Master Mansion before his death was enough. The heavenly master? Damn it, how could a heavenly master emerge at this time? Wan Mo Men's sect master felt a chill crawl over his scalp. In recent decades, while accruing power, he had also been covertly testing Celestial Master Mansion. Only after confirming that this generation of the mansion had not produced a heavenly master did he dare to gather the powers of the demonic Tao and plan for a decisive battle. When the demon crowd surrounded the mountain, Wan Mo Men's sect master was convinced that there was no heavenly master in Celestial Master Mansion. Otherwise, with the invincible power of the heavenly master, how could they have surrounded Dragon Tiger Mountain? But Wan Mo Men's sect master could never have anticipated that, at the last moment, a heavenly master would indeed emerge from Celestial Master Mansion. Given his insight, he could tell that this heavenly master had just broken through, otherwise even Master Tsongqing would not have shown such a look of surprise and shock. Clouds descended beneath the sea of clouds. Lin Yuan landed on the ground, his eyes tranquil as he looked towards the myriad demon sect master. Whoosh! The true martial sword, stuck in the ground, lifted off again, revolving around Lin Yuan before finally coming to a halt beside him. Heavenly Master. A shiver ran through the heart of Wan Mo Men's sect master. Go. Without hesitation, Wan Mo Men's sect master retreated explosively. Although he still had many trump cards, even the strongest one brought from the heritage site of the primordial demon gate. If he used these trump cards, Master Tsongqing would have died long ago, and there wouldn't have been such a prolonged struggle. But Wan Mo Men's sect master knew that in front of a true heavenly master, those trump cards would merely prolong the inevitable. At best, they would change dying from one palm strike of the heavenly master, to dying from 2 or 3. A few more breaths of life, but the outcome would remain unchanged. Therefore Wan Mo Men's sect master naturally knew how to choose. In fact, upon the appearance of the true martial sword, Wan Mo Men's sect leader had already faintly guessed it was related to a heavenly master. But his unwillingness made him wait until he saw Lin Yuan in person and confirmed he was truly a heavenly master before deciding to retreat. Rustle. Wan Mo Men's sect master's figure suddenly exploded, transforming into 6 demonic shadows, fleeing in all directions. This was a life-saving secret technique of the demonic Tao, and with Wan Mo Men's sect master's power, suddenly using this technique, even a heavenly master might not be able to catch up. Besides, Lin Yuan had just achieved his breakthrough and was not highly proficient in the power of the heavenly master's level. Thinking of running away? Lin Yuan smiled faintly. Rise. With a mere thought from Lin Yuan, a vast circle with him at its center, spanning across hundreds and thousands of meters, formed. Within this circle, the powers of Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme permeated, turning into black and white, forming yin fish and yang fish, continuously merging, transforming, and colliding. Boom. Within the area, 5 out of the 6 demonic shadows silently shattered. Only the horrified myriad demon sect master remained. No. What kind of technique is this? You're not a heavenly master. Wan Mo Men's sect master struggled desperately, a glimmer of black demonic flame igniting between his brows, trying to resist something, but he disintegrated into dust within the waves of black and white. For decades, who had stirred countless upheavals in the world and led the demon sect in besieging Dragon Tiger Mountain, the myriad demon sect master. Dead. The scene plunged into dead silence. On the side of Celestial Master Mansion, the powerhouses felt dizzy as if they were in a dream. Although they had long guessed that the heavenly master would sweep through the myriad demon sect, seeing this scene unfold still stirred a whirlwind of emotions in their hearts. The myriad demon sect master, who had exerted immense pressure on them, seemed like an ant by the roadside in front of the heavenly master, easily crushed to death with a single step. Compared to the myriad thoughts on the side of the righteous, on the demonic sect's side, emotions were simple and pure. Fear, dread, anxiety, and trembling engulfed the hearts of every demon leader. Run. Another heavenly master has emerged from the Celestial Master Mansion, what are you waiting for? The sect master is dead, everyone run or die just the same. The 9 celestial phenomena realm vice sect leaders, along with numerous protectors and helmsmen, panic-stricken, fled far from Dragon Tiger Mountain. Slice. Lin Yuan's mind stirred slightly. The Taiji yin-yang diagram suddenly expanded, and he swiftly drew the true martial sword, making a light cut. Schlack. When the sword light first emerged, it was only 3 feet in size, but it grew larger and larger, heavier and sharper to the extreme. With just one sword strike, 7 of the 9 vice sect leaders were cleaved in two, with hundreds in the demon crowd meeting their demise. Lin Yuan struck several more times. Thousands of demon corpses lay strewn, the ground almost dyed red with blood. Chapter 44. I just sleep for a while and you become a heavenly master? It's almost done. Lin Yuan sheathed the true martial sword. With those few strikes, at least 99% of the thousands of the demon crowd surrounding Dragon Tiger Mountain had died. Lin Yuan turned around and walked towards the Celestial Master Mansion's group. Mountains. Heavenly Master. The Pingyang Taoist and Taoist Kanking's hands trembled, their old tears flowing freely. This was the Heavenly Master after all. For the first time in 500 years, the Celestial Master Mansion had finally seen the rise of a new Heavenly Master. We pay our respects to the Heavenly Master. We pay our respects to the Heavenly Master. The rest of the righteous faction's members also bowed in unison. At this moment, they all felt a tremor in their hearts and a question arose within them. Was the Celestial Master Mansion's Heavenly Master really this powerful? Killing those in the Celestial Phenomena realm as if slaughtering chickens? The scenes of Lin Yuan's actions just now were witnessed by them, and the major forces had records of the previous generations of Heavenly Masters. In terms of power, the Heavenly Master indeed stood completely above those in the Celestial Phenomena realm, but their abilities and techniques shouldn't be this terrifying, right? All of you rise. Lin Yuan waved his hand. Yes. The crowd stood up, feeling somewhat relieved internally. It seemed that the disposition of this generation's Heavenly Master was quite good. But when everyone remembered the fate of the thousands of the demon crowd just now, and the scene nearby with bodies strewn everywhere, they immediately dismissed that thought. Quite good, my ass. Disciple, this disciple has sinned. Master Tsongqing still knelt in his place. The others could stand but he could not. It's fine. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Master Tsongqing had indeed given up on him, but at the time Lin Yuan had also taken the path of the Supreme Yin and Supreme Yang, which indeed could be described as shocking and unorthodox. Had it been anyone else, their death would have been on their own head. But Lin Yuan had been acknowledged by the true martial sword, making him a seedling for the Heavenly Master. For the Celestial Master Mansion, he held great significance. Such a disciple taking what was perceived by the public as the wrong path, Master Tsongqing's deep regret and distress were understandable. It was like those scientists from the Cosmic Human Alliance who studied battleships and mechas, suddenly focusing on literature and theology. The outsiders would be furious, let alone the teachers and schools who nurtured these great scientists. Afterward, after chatting with the other righteous forces for a few moments, Lin Yuan, along with the Celestial Master Mansion disciples, returned to Dragon Tiger Mountain. The powerful individuals from the righteous factions also tactfully took their leave. 500 years and the Celestial Master Mansion has finally produced a new Heavenly Master. I almost thought the ancient records were wrong, that there was no such thing as Celestial Masters, that the Celestial Phenomena realm was the apex and the idea of a Celestial Master transcending it was nothing but absurdity. The Heavenly Master, to witness the grandeur of a Heavenly Master in one's lifetime, tisk. Right, what was the name of that Heavenly Master again? Zhang Shanfeng. I heard a true person from the Celestial Master Mansion mention this name. Zhang Shanfeng, Heavenly Master Zhang. The strong individuals from the numerous righteous factions conversed among each other, and it was predictable that within a month, the news of a new Heavenly Master's emergence in the Celestial Master Mansion would spread across the world. At the waist of Dragon Tiger Mountain, Lin Yuan walked up the mountain path step by step. Following behind him were Master Tsongqing, Pingyang Taoist, and other disciples of the Celestial Master Mansion. Heavenly Master, Pingyang Taoist hesitated, wanting to speak but stopping himself. Lin Yuan had once told him that he intended to follow the path of the Supreme Yin and Supreme Yang and even aimed to merge them to surpass the Celestial Phenomena realm. At that time, Pingyang Taoist had thought Lin Yuan was crazy, as it was already extremely difficult to pursue the path of the Supreme Yin and Supreme Yang, let alone to merge them. But now it seemed Lin Yuan had obviously succeeded. Even outsiders could see that the power Lin Yuan displayed was different from that of previous Heavenly Masters. As someone from the Celestial Phenomena realm within the Celestial Master Mansion, Pingyang Taoist naturally had his own feelings about this. That's why he harbored doubts in his heart. I know what you want to ask. Lin Yuan halted his steps, looking over the scenery below the mountain. I have indeed integrated Taiyang and Taiyin. After the fusion of Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme, I call it Taiji. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, then slowly said. At the same time, the Taiji symbol formed by the intertwining of the Yin fish and Yang fish appeared in the palm of Lin Yuan's hand. The extreme of Taiyin is Taiyang. The extreme of Taiyang is Taiyin. Taiyang and Taiyin together compose Taiji. Taiji. Taiji? Pingyang Taoist felt an indescribable shock in his heart. This was a realm that the 36 generations of celestial masters of the Celestial Master Mansion had not touched. Even the most powerful first-generation celestial master paled before the path of Taiji. The path of Taiji is not for those without great perseverance, great opportunity, or great enlightenment. I will imprint this path into my celestial master's saber. In the future, I will place this saber in the sword tomb. If a future disciple unconsciously conforms with the Tao of Taiji, the saber will fly out on its own. Lin Yuan continued to speak. The Tao of Taiji was something he had comprehended in this world, and thus he would return it to this world. The reason Lin Yuan did not directly record the path of Taiji in books for inheritance was that the dual cultivation of Taiyang and Taiyin was too perilous. Ordinary people who touched it would die. If the complete path of Taiji were made available for all to see, it was feared that the Celestial Master Mansion wouldn't last many years before self-destructing. Inside a Taoist temple on Dragon Tiger Mountain, Lin Yuan stood in front of a bed. Behind him, Master Tsangqing, Pingyang, and others all stood respectfully. Lin Yuan looked towards the bed, where Taoist Changqing lay in a coma. Taoist Changqing had fought with a powerful practitioner of the demonic Tao and ultimately had been infused with demonic qi deep into his viscera. This caused his consciousness to sink into a coma, from which he could not awake. Such an injury was difficult to cure, and even practitioners in the celestial phenomena realm could do nothing, only relying on the patient himself, hoping that one day, if the demonic qi in the viscera dissipated enough, he might wake up on his own. Of course, such injuries for Lin Yuan at this time, naturally were not a concern. With the power of Taiji bringing balance between Yin and Yang, it only took a few breaths for him to completely expel the demonic qi from Taoist Changqing's body. Half an hour later, Taoist Changqing gradually regained consciousness. Shanfeng, seeing Lin Yuan first, Taoist Changqing became excited immediately. I found the trail of the Yin snake helmsman who acted against Zhang family fort back then, but when I tracked it down I ended up ambushed. That Yin snake helmsman was well prepared, and with all my strength, I only managed to seriously injure him before being struck by others. Taoist Changqing said this with a bewildered look in his eyes. He knew nothing of what happened after that. No matter. I will personally reclaim the vendetta for Zhang family fort. Lin Yuan smiled slightly. Shanfeng, those people from the demonic sect are extremely cunning, you must not personally undertake such risks. Upon hearing this, Taoist Changqing's tone immediately became serious. He himself was a living example. He thought he was the hunter but ended up falling into the Yin snake helmsman's trap. Taoist Changqing was about to continue educating Lin Yuan a bit more. However, Taoist Pingyang standing beside found it a bit unbearable to watch. Changqing, what are you saying? In front of you is Celestial Master Zhang. Mind your tone and words. Taoist Pingyang subtly hinted to Taoist Changqing with a glance. Ah. Celestial Master Zhang? Shanfeng became Celestial Master Zhang? Taoist Changqing's face filled with confusion, and it wasn't until he saw Master Tsangqing and many other prominent individuals standing respectfully behind Lin Yuan that his mouth slowly fell open. I just fell asleep and Shanfeng became the Celestial Master. Chapter 45. The Heavenly Master descends the mountain under Qingping's quiet explanation, and Master Tsangqing's nod of affirmation. Changqing finally believed that Lin Yuan had become a Celestial Master of the Celestial Master Mansion. To be precise, he was the 37th generation Celestial Master. The 36th generation Celestial Master dated back to 500 years ago. How unpredictable life is. Changqing's expression was one of gratification, tinged with a hint of complexity. Before he fell unconscious, the Celestial Master Mansion, together with other righteous forces, had been collectively striving to curb the expansion of the demon crowd and other demonic Tao forces. The situation between the two sides wasn't exactly even, but the Celestial Master Mansion had not gained any advantage. But now Lin Yuan, whom he had watched grow up, had become a Celestial Master, directly breaking through the myriad demon sect, with the blood of the demonic Tao's followers still warm at the foot of Dragon Tiger Mountain. Such a turn of events left Changqing quite emotional. Next, Lin Yuan checked Changqing's body several times over to ensure there was no residue of demonic qi, before rising to take his leave. Changqing walked to the entrance of the Taoist temple, watching Lin Yuan's departing figure. His lips moved. "Zhang, your son has become an invincible celestial master. True martial Dao Zong. Lin Yuan returned here once again. This place had always been where the celestial masters of the Celestial Master Mansion secluded themselves for cultivation. It only became a site for potential celestial masters and those of the celestial phenomena realm to seek enlightenment in the absence of a celestial master. Celestial master, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. He carefully felt his own strength. After becoming a celestial master, Lin Yuan had first rushed to handle the myriad demon sect. Then he had rescued Changqing, which meant it was only now that he had time to experience the power of a celestial master. Firstly, it was his lifespan. Based on the power of Taiyin Wuji Taiyang Wuji, after becoming a celestial master, Lin Yuan vaguely felt that his lifespan had skyrocketed to 500 years. You should know the lifespan of previous celestial masters was only about 200 years. Lin Yuan's lifespan was more than double that of previous celestial masters. Combining both Taiyin and Taiyang indeed made him much stronger than celestial masters who focus solely on Taiyin or Taiyang. This was not only evident in combat power but also clearly reflected in lifespan. 500 years. Lin Yuan was profoundly stirred. You see, this was the basic lifespan. This meant that without any external aids, Lin Yuan could live for 500 years. If he were to return to the Cosmic Human Alliance, combined with various cutting-edge biotechnologies, Lin Yuan estimated he could live for over 2,000 years. The essence of a lifespan limit comes from the failure of various organs, but in the Cosmic Human Alliance, it was entirely possible to cultivate new organs to replace the decayed old ones. This was also why the first-layer evolvers could easily live for 400 to 500 years. Of course, replacing organs could only prolong life. With the passage of time, the soul's consciousness of living beings would gradually weaken, and then no matter how many organs were replaced, it wouldn't be very helpful. However, the strength of the soul's consciousness depends on the strength of the realm. The stronger the being, the stronger its consciousness. My current strength, according to the rankings of the Human Alliance, would be roughly equivalent to the second-layer 9th stage, Lin Yuan thought to himself. In this world's cultivation system, the celestial phenomena realm roughly corresponded to the second-layer evolvers of the Human Alliance, specifically ranging from the second-layer 1st stage to the 2nd stage. As for a celestial master, it would be between second-layer 4th stage and 6th stage. Since Lin Yuan entered the rank of celestial master rooted in both Taiyin and Taiyang, his strength far surpassed that of previous celestial masters, thus positioning him at the second-layer 9th stage. Do not underestimate the gap of just a few stages. The Cosmic Human Alliance's ranking is extremely standard. Even a difference of one stage can mean nearly double the internal energy capacity. Still 61 years of residence time left. Lin Yuan glanced at the virtual text below his line of sight. Name, Zhang Shanfeng Lin Yuan. Identity, holder of the Myriad Realms Gate, bound talent, against heaven's understanding, current status, consciousness descent, remaining residence time, 60 years and 11 months. This time traveling through Lin Yuan's residence time reached 80 years. Apart from the first 10 years and the more than 9 years of becoming a celestial master seed, a total of 19 years and 1 month had passed. There's still plenty of time. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Compared to the 20 years of residence time during his first travel, this time the residence duration was considerably more generous. Perhaps, as my strength increases, the residence time for each travel will extend? Lin Yuan speculated in his heart. Having sensed his own condition, Lin Yuan's mind slightly stirred. The true martial sword hung in the air, stopping in front of Lin Yuan. Go back. Lin Yuan reached out to touch the sword's hilt, whispering softly. After stepping into the realm of Heavenly Master, the power of Taiyin and Taiyang within the true martial sword offered virtually no assistance to Lin Yuan. Thus, Lin Yuan planned to let it return to the sword tomb and continue its slumber. Go. Lin Yuan patted the sword's hilt, and the true martial sword, with a swoosh sound, turned into a sword light and went back into the sword tomb. Shortly after sending away the true martial sword, Master Changqing respectfully walked in. Heavenly Master. Master Changqing inquired, I wonder how the Celestial Master's sword should be crafted. What requirements do you have, Heavenly Master? In the Celestial Master Mansion, every generation's Celestial Master would possess their own Celestial Master's sword. The Celestial Master's sword is also a symbol of each generation's Heavenly Master. Even if a Heavenly Master passed away, the sword he left behind could still represent him. The journey to the Sword Tomb, which happens every 20 years at the Celestial Master Mansion, would occasionally see the sword of a past Celestial Master fly out. The disciple recognized by the Celestial Master's sword would receive the full support of the Celestial Master Mansion's training. The Celestial Master's sword, Lin Yuan fell into brief contemplation. He had no special requirement for his own Celestial Master sword, as long as it was of a normal sword shape. Do you need anything engraved on the hilt or the blade? Master Changqing reminded. Typically, every generation's heavenly master would have their signature engraved on the Celestial Master's sword. This signature could be characters, a pattern, or even a painting. After all, the swordsmiths of the Celestial Master Mansion were highly skilled, so this was no issue. Engraved? Lin Yuan thought for a while and said, "My name is Zhang Shanfeng, so let's engrave a mountain peak on the Celestial Master's sword." No problem. Master Changqing agreed immediately. This wasn't a difficult task. Wait a moment. Lin Yuan suddenly remembered something. The name Zhang Shanfeng was given by his parents. They originally wanted him to protect the entire Zhang family fort like a mountain peak. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan's parents had already been dead for nearly 20 years. Add 2 more mountain peaks. Lin Yuan changed his mind, engraved 3 mountain peaks on the Celestial Master's sword. 3 mountain peaks? Master Changqing was slightly startled. 3 peaks. Several days later, the swordsmith of the Celestial Master Mansion delivered the newly crafted Celestial Master's sword. The reason for such speed was that every generation in the Celestial Master Mansion had their own swordsmith craft the embryo of the Celestial Master's sword in advance. As soon as a new Celestial Master was born, they could craft the complete Celestial Master's sword in the shortest time. Indeed, it's a fine sword. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the 3 mountain peaks engraved on the blade. Of course, the good sword Lin Yuan referred to was in comparison to ordinary swords. The most special aspect of the Celestial Master's sword was that it was imbued with the Heavenly Master's energy over a long period, which gave it a certain level of sentience. Even inside the Celestial Master's sword, there remained power left by a corresponding Heavenly Master, and future disciples could hope to draw out this power to fight their enemies. When Master Changqing fought the Wanmo Men sect master, he had used the power of the Celestial Master within the sword. It's almost time to go down the mountain. Lin Yuan picked up his own Celestial Master's sword, left the true martial Dao Zong, and descended Dragon Tiger Mountain. 20 years ago, the Zhang family fort was destroyed. Several years ago, Changqing was possessed by demonic qi, and not long ago, the myriad demon sect besieged Dragon Tiger Mountain. New grudges and old hatreds could not be settled just by Lin Yuan killing the Wanmo Men sect master and several thousand members of the demon crowd. Chapter 46 Purge the Demons in the Year of Jiazi. How many demon chiefs are there in the world? If someone were to ask this question, they would certainly be mocked. Because the number of demon chiefs in the world is simply countless. Even if you counted every demon chief under the command of the myriad demon sect, the leading force of the demonic Tao, including those of 8th and 9th grade, the number would still fall short of 10,000. And what about the demon chiefs causing chaos in places all around the world? Aren't they more than 100,000, a million? Because becoming a demon chief is just too easy. And the benefits are too great. Ordinary people who want to step into the 9th grade and become cultivators, not to mention enduring training in the 3 nines of winter and the 3 10 days of summer heat, must devote countless efforts and time. And in the end they may not even succeed. But if you simply cultivate a single demonic technique, and then consume the essence and blood of several dozen ordinary people, you can smoothly step into the 9th grade realm. Although it's true that demonic techniques are easy to begin but much more difficult to master into higher levels, or even to achieve the upper 3 grades, compared to righteous techniques, many people wouldn't even be able to reach the lower 3 grades without demonic techniques, let alone the upper 3 grades being an outlandish idea. Moreover, demon chiefs act unscrupulously, not bound by various rules, killing as easily as eating and drinking. And thus they are pursued and revered by many. Especially in the last few decades, as the myriad demon sect has risen, occupying much of the righteous path's efforts. This has allowed the demon chiefs all around to run even more rampant. Previously, strong cultivators of the righteous path would often leave their cloisters to purge demons and protect the Tao. Now, these righteous path strong cultivators are all battling with the myriad demon sect. The demon chiefs that squat around have lost their shackles, their methods becoming even more vicious. However, now, the demon chiefs of the world have met their doomsday. Because Zhang, the heavenly master from Dragon Tiger Mountain, has descended to purge the demons. The headquarters of the myriad demon sect. After the battle at Dragon Tiger Mountain, the sect master of the Myriad Demons sect met his death. 8 of the 9 celestial phenomena realm vice sect leaders perished. The only one who escaped alive did so because he had tasks to perform at a distance from Dragon Tiger Mountain. And with his expertise in preserving his own life, he barely managed to escape. Even so, the vice sect leader was still terribly shaken. Although he was fully focused on escaping, a casual glimpse revealed the Myriad Demons sect turned into mountains of corpses and seas of blood, a sight so horrifying that it almost shattered the demon heart of such a demon chief. Vice sect leader, what do we do now? The sect leader is dead and the other vice sect leaders are dead too. Do we stay here now? A demon chief who was left behind asked with a trembling voice. If we don't stay here, where can we flee to? This is the headquarters, full of complex mechanisms. Hiding here is the safest option. The vice sect leader composed himself and issued the order calmly. At the beginning of the rise of the Myriad Demons sect, they had already considered that if they were to lose the decisive battle against the righteous path, the headquarters would be their last refuge. The headquarters of the Myriad Demons sect, prepared by dozens of master mechanicists, would not be a place where a group at the celestial phenomena realm would dare to barge into without risking severe injury from the traps. It was precisely because of this, the vice sect leader finally chose to flee back to the headquarters. At the same time, he ordered the demon chiefs who stayed behind to activate all mechanisms. Suddenly, just at this moment, screams of agony could be heard from the outside. At the same time, a terrifying tremor was almost transmitted throughout the entire headquarters. No. Who are you? Why are you killing us? The desperate howls of demon chiefs within the headquarters came over, and in the blink of an eye, silence fell. A figure dressed in a Taoist robe walked in step by step. It was Lin Yuan. Heavenly Master, the vice sect leader gave a wretched smile. He had anticipated that the headquarters mechanisms wouldn't stop the Heavenly Master from Dragon Tiger Mountain. But he didn't expect it to be so fast. The many mechanisms that the Myriad Demons sect once regarded as a means of retreat were unable to hold on for even a fraction of an incense stick's time in the hands of the Heavenly Master. Heavenly Master, if I choose to submit to you, to submit to the Celestial Master Mansion, can I still live? The vice sect leader didn't give up and asked softly. No matter what, he was a celestial phenomena realm figure, so surely he must be of some use, right? There's no need. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. He then turned and left. The vice sect leader who sat in the chief position suddenly had a red line appear at the center of his forehead. The demon chief beside him was no exception. His eyes quickly stiffened and he collapsed. The Great Yu Dynasty. The capital. A man dressed in a blood-colored robe, full of terror, fled to the outer gates of the imperial palace. My name is Ouyang Yi, the direct disciple of the Myriad Demon sect master. I know the secret method to swiftly cultivate celestial phenomena realm powerhouses. The Myriad Demon sect's 9 celestial phenomena realms came into being through this method. The man in the blood-colored robe, Ouyang Yi, looked towards the imperial palace in front of him, activated his true chi and projected his voice inside. The Great Yu Dynasty was the unifying and powerful dynasty of the world today, and also the only survival path for him, Ouyang Yi. I can reveal this method to the Great Yu Dynasty. My only request is that you protect me and stop that Zhang, the Heavenly Master. Ouyang Yi continued, his expression almost begging. He believed the method to swiftly cultivate celestial phenomena realm powerhouses was something the Great Yu Dynasty couldn't refuse, for these were celestial phenomena realm beings. No matter how great the cost for a dynasty, it was an invaluable treasure. After a long wait, the massive gates of the imperial palace were pushed open. A hunched old man walked out. This hunched old man exuded a profound aura, evidently a celestial phenomena realm powerhouse. You may go. Zhang, the Heavenly Master, is unmatched in the world. Those he wishes to kill, the demons he wishes to purge, we cannot help with. The hunched old man shook his head slightly. Then, as if sensing something, he quickly turned and went back through the door. The next moment, the great doors of the imperial palace were shut tightly. Can't help. You'd forsake even the methods of cultivating warriors of the celestial phenomena realm? The man in the blood-colored robe, Ouyang Yi, fell silent. Could it be there is really no one in the world who can save me? Ouyang Yi was utterly disheartened. Soon after, a streak of sword light flashed from behind. Ouyang Yi fell to the ground lifeless. How sensible of him to fall. Lin Yuan looked up at the Great Yu Imperial Palace for a moment, then turned and left. The extreme northern ice field. In front of a palace built of crystalline ice. A figure clad in black robes knelt there. My primordial demon gate lineage once stood with yours from the northern plains, side by side 6,000 years ago. I am willing to reveal many of the primordial demon gate's secrets, if only to survive. The figure in black robes spoke softly, knowing that the lord inside the ice palace of the northern plains could hear him. Under all the heavens, it was only this northern plains lord who could somewhat restrain that heavenly master Zhang. You want to live? Deep within the ice palace sat an imposing man with golden glinting eyes. His expression was grave, betraying no emotion. I too wish to live, the imposing man sighed. Northern Plains Lord, are you really just going to watch as my primordial demon gate lineage faces extinction once again? With no response coming, the figure in the black robe raised his head in despair. Meanwhile, the figure in the black robe collapsed with a thud. Lin Yuan's voice emerged beside him. Northern Plains Lord? Lin Yuan looked at the palace before him with slight surprise. From the records of the Celestial Master Mansion, he knew that the Northern Plains lineage had a history as ancient as the Celestial Masters. However, this lineage had always kept their distance from the Central Plains power, dwelling in the extreme northern ice field, hence the world knew very little about them. Heavenly Master Zhang, this demon has nothing to do with my Northern Plains. He came to us of his own accord. The imposing man in the depths of the ice palace immediately spoke up nervously, sensing Lin Yuan's gaze. I know. Lin Yuan nodded. He vanished without a sound. Only after Lin Yuan had completely left did the Northern Plains Lord heave a sigh of relief. The pressure this generation's heavenly master puts on me is too great, apparently much stronger than any of his predecessors? The imposing man thought to himself. The Northern Plains lineage understood the Celestial Masters better than other righteous forces. And for this reason, the pressure the imposing man felt from Lin Yuan was almost unbearable. In a desolate desert, dozens of figures frantically fled. Heavenly Master Zhang, although we brothers call ourselves demons, we have nothing to do with the Myriad Demons sect. When the Myriad Demons sect attacked Dragon Tiger Mountain, we brothers were not privy to it, nor did we take part. The leader, with a hoarse voice full of fear, looked back at the figure approaching step by step. All demons must be killed. Lin Yuan raised his right hand and gently pressed down. The dozens of people running ahead of him fell simultaneously. On a bustling street, a fortune-telling Taoist called out to passers-by. At that moment, a man with ordinary features approached. Tell me, how long can I live? The man with ordinary features had red-rimmed eyes, obviously in a state of extreme tension. Considering your young age, the fortune-telling Taoist took one look and his expression changed slightly. He quickly packed up his abacus and without a second thought turned and left. Sir, are you that afraid of him? You didn't even dare to give him a reading? A child ran after the fleeing man. What do you know? The fortune-teller glared at him. The man from just now, his life won't last long. If we get too close we might get involved. The fortune-telling Taoist spoke quickly. Ah. Get involved? The child blinked, knowing that his master was one of the strongest under the heavens, wondering how he could be afraid of getting involved. Because that man is a demon. The fortune-telling Taoist stated bluntly. A demon? Upon hearing this, the child shrunk his head back. Who didn't know nowadays that the demons of the world were facing a great calamity? The heavenly master Zhang, who came down from Dragon Tiger Mountain, was hunting demons all over. Any demon would hardly escape death and no one could stop it. Heavenly Master Zhang, the fortune-telling Taoist suddenly stopped. His heart began to tremble. For a young man wearing a Taoist robe came facing him, walking towards the spot where the man with ordinary features had been. Heavenly Master Zhang has arrived. The fortune-telling Taoist murmured to himself. Later generations recorded that the 37th generation Heavenly Master Zhang Shanfeng descended the mountain to purge a myriad of demons. In the 60 years that followed, the demonic Tao forces vanished into obscurity, and peace reigned in the world, with no one daring to call themselves a demon. This period was subsequently known as the Demon Purge Cycle. Chapter 47. 60 years later, time moved languidly. In the blink of an eye, 60 years had passed. Deep in the endless desert of the extreme west, there sat an ancient and eerie mysterious ruin. This is the place. According to Master Zhang's description, this should be the location of the primitive Demon Gate ruins from years ago. Hurry and notify Master Zhang. Dozens of martial artists who had explored this far all felt a surge of excitement. The burly leader quickly gave the order and then stood guard in front of the ruins. It is said that this ruin shifts its location in concert with the Earth's ley lines, relocating periodically, which is why it remained undiscovered for such a long time. added a slightly darker-skinned man next to the burly leader in a low voice. Half a day later there appeared in front of the ruins and of unknown arrival, a young man clad in a Taoist robe. "Master Zhang," said the burly leader, immediately walking over and respectfully speaking. "We have seen Master Zhang," continued the others, each performing the customary rites of respect. Everyone felt an immense pressure involuntarily surge within them upon facing this Taoist, who appeared utterly unremarkable. That was because this Master Zhang was undoubtedly the most lethal amongst all the heavenly masters of the Celestial Master Mansion throughout the generations. In the past, it was indeed customary for heavenly masters of the Celestial Master Mansion to descend the mountain and purge demons. However, at most they would carry out such purgings for a few years. Yet, this Master Zhang had been purging demons for a full 60 years. By this time, numerous once arrogant demons had now become but legends, with the most taboo words in the world being demonic Tao. All because of Master Zhang. Master Zhang alone had killed so many demons that no one dared call themselves a demon lord under his watch. Someone internally calculated that, during these 60 years, the demon lords who died at Master Zhang's hands numbered not in the millions, then certainly in the hundreds of thousands. "This is the place." Lin Yuan carefully examined the ruins, confirming them to indeed be the site of the ancient primordial demon gate. The primordial demon gate, as a power capable of contending with the first-generation celestial master 6,800 years ago, could be described as the source of all demons under the heaven. For Lin Yuan to truly eradicate all the demons in the world, he definitely couldn't bypass this ruin. However, the location of the primitive demon gate ruins wasn't fixed, it was constantly changing. Therefore, directly under the authority of the celestial master, Lin Yuan mobilized martial artists from across the world and finally pinpointed the ruins' location today. "I'm going in now. You all leave quickly." Lin Yuan glanced at the burly leader and the others, then spoke. "Yes," quickly responded the burly leader. "Master Zhang, this place is very dangerous, you must be careful." The burly man hesitated for a moment before speaking. He greatly admired Master Zhang. During Lin Yuan's 60 years of demon purging, although the world could not be considered entirely without strife, it had certainly become much more peaceful. The burly leader's grandfather often told him how 60 years ago, demons were rampant, frequently capturing humans to feed on their blood for demonic cultivation. "I am aware," nodded Lin Yuan and then proceeded straight into the ruins. Outside the ruins the crowd quickly started discussing. "That is Master Zhang? He looks very young." Young? 60 years ago Master Zhang was already 20 years old. Now he must be 80? Heavenly masters are not like us mortals can imagine. I heard that all the past heavenly masters lived over 200 years. The crowd whispered among themselves, for these years had seen Master Zhang becoming nearly mythical. Compared to other heavenly masters of previous generations, Master Zhang had purged demons for the longest time, hence his fame was even deeper, so much so that even the Emperor of Great Yu had to show respect to Master Zhang. In these years, what was it that allowed Master Zhang, under the title of Heavenly Master, to command the heroes of the world? Was it because they were simply obedient? It was nothing other than unbeatable strength. Although Master Zhang always only slew demon lords, how these demon lords were defined depended solely on Master Zhang himself. Even if you practiced righteous arts and never harmed a soul, if Master Zhang deemed you a demon lord, then you were a demon lord and thus could be killed. "Alright, let's leave. Since Master Zhang has asked us to leave, he surely has his reasons. Even though the primordial demon gate has fallen, its ruins should not be underestimated. Master Zhang might not fear it, but we are not Master Zhang," sternly said the burly leader. The others, hearing this, immediately shuddered. They quickly followed the burly leader, leaving the area. Inside the primitive demon gate ruins, Lin Yuan strolled leisurely. An invisible Taiji energy field, centered around him, covered an area of 100 meters. Within the 100 meters, everything was as clear as viewing the lines on one's palm. 60 years ago, upon becoming a heavenly master, Lin Yuan was already unmatched under the heavens, surpassing all previous heavenly masters. Now, after another 60 years, even Lin Yuan himself was somewhat unsure of the level he had reached. Throughout these 60 years, although Lin Yuan had been purging demons, with his against heaven's understanding, whether in seclusion or in demon purging, he was always mindful of enlightenment, constantly cultivating. Before becoming a heavenly master, the reason Lin Yuan hid on Dragon Tiger Mountain was twofold. Firstly, his strength was not yet unrivaled under the heavens, presenting certain risks should he leave the mountain. Secondly, he had yet to fully comprehend the true martial Dao Zong of Dragon Tiger Mountain. After becoming a celestial master, Even if he did not exorcise demons, Lin Yuan would not remain on Dragon Tiger Mountain. Instead, he would travel around the world, comprehending the universe. The interior of the ruins was dark and eerie. But Lin Yuan seemed unaffected as he walked directly to the deepest part of the ruins. Before long, Lin Yuan saw a huge altar. The altar was black and red in color, with faint traces of blood remaining on its surface. Ha ha ha. Just as Lin Yuan looked towards the altar, a deep and robust voice rang out. Countless blood auras surfaced on the altar, condensing into a blood-colored figure. So many years have passed, and the true martial lineage has finally given birth to another celestial master. The blood-colored figure gazed at Lin Yuan and lightly chuckled. "Who are you?" Lin Yuan asked. "Who am I?" "You can call me the primeval demon spirit." The tone of the blood-colored figure heightened, slightly maniacal as he spoke. "Primeval demon spirit?" Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and asked, "You are not from this realm?" Back when he acquired the true martial sword, Lin Yuan had speculated that it originated from another world. Because the power of Taiyin and Taiyang within the true martial sword, even the current Lin Yuan could not harness it, let alone celestial masters from past generations. And the celestial master is the pinnacle of this world. If a celestial master could not do it, it meant no creature in this world could. Only so-called other worlds or perhaps even the upper realm might be possible. Now, encountering the primeval demon spirit in front of him, Lin Yuan was even more certain of his speculation. The way the primeval demon spirit had appeared already surpassed the mundane, and his tone suggested he might have existed as long as 6,800 years ago. Ha ha ha. This generation's celestial master is somewhat perceptive, recognizing the origins of this demonic spirit. After observing Lin Yuan, the blood-colored figure spoke, "But since you've come here, the person chosen by this demonic spirit likely died by your hand. 100 years ago, the sect leader of Wan Mo Men accidentally entered the ruins. Under the covert guidance of the primeval demon spirit, he obtained part of the heritage of the primordial demon gate. With it, he stirred up blood and chaos in the world. It was not an isolated incident. Every few hundred years over the past 6,800 years, scenes of chaos initiated by the demonic Tao occurred, most of which were instigated by the primeval demon spirit. So, tell me, seeking this demonic spirit, what do you intend to do?" The blood-colored figure stood in the center of the altar, asking with interest. He had been lonely for too long. The last time he saw a living person was 100 years ago. "I plan on trying to destroy you." Lin Yuan did not disguise his intentions. He led the heroes of the world to search for the primitive demon gate ruins to put an end to this source of all demons once and for all. Without the primitive demon gate ruins, there might still be many demon lords in the next few hundred or few thousand years, but at least they could not cause a major disaster. Ha 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 ha. You want to destroy me? How arrogant. More than 20 celestial masters have found this place before you. That includes the first celestial master of this world. Why do you think I still exist now? The blood-colored figure paused briefly, then suddenly burst out laughing. Taiyin. Taiyang. Lin Yuan remained silent, but his mind stirred, invoking the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang from the environment, suppressing them towards the altar. Boom boom boom. The black and white turned into a yin-yang great grinding disc, which sought to crush the altar, causing the entire ruins to tremble faintly. Under the crush of the yin-yang great grinding disc, the blood-colored figure suddenly retreated a few steps, its vibrant red figure dimming slightly. Simultaneously controlling the power of Taiyin and Taiyang, just with these methods, you surpass all the celestial masters of the true martial lineage in this world, including the firstborn celestial master who received the true martial heritage. But with just these, you still cannot destroy me. The tone of the blood-colored figure returned to calm, as a large amount of blood aura emerged from the altar again, continually replenishing his energy. Condense. Lin Yuan cycled the Taiyin and Taiyang within him and extended his right hand, slowly pressing down. After 60 years of cultivation and enlightenment, Lin Yuan's understanding of Taiyin and Taiyang had far surpassed that of 60 years ago. The power of Taiyin and Taiyang he invoked was now vast and formidable. Boom 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 boom. The yin-yang great grinding disc expanded tenfold, the power of Taiyin and Taiyang transforming endlessly, like an immense ocean rippling and undulating. Useless, I am indestructible. The expression of the primeval demon spirit slightly changed, but he still remained defiant. But just after a few breaths had passed, stop, stop, stop. Let's talk properly. There's no need for violence. Chapter 48 Return. Born in this world, returned to this world within the ruins of the primitive demon gate. The overwhelming power of Taiyin and Taiyang transformed into a vast ocean. Unmoved by the pleas for mercy from the primeval demon spirit, Lin Yuan was indifferent. A strand of yin-yang power transformed into a sharp sword, piercing through the blood-colored body of the primeval demon spirit. In an instant, the blood-colored body boiled and then rapidly recovered. However, this scene caused Lin Yuan to pause slightly. Because, your against heaven's understanding allows you to perceive a part of the primeval demon spirit's essence, acquiring the demonic skill Great Desolation Rejuvenation skill. In an instant, all the details pertaining to the Great Desolation Rejuvenation skill flooded into his mind. This skill, Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Although he had not cultivated it, Lin Yuan was certain that this skill was indeed a Heaven Master level skill, and even within the Celestial Master Mansion, there were not many skills of this level. Primeval Demon Spirit. Lin Yuan looked down at the blood-colored figure screaming pitifully on the altar. What is the primeval demon spirit? A protector? Clearly not. The primeval demon spirit cannot leave the altar, nor the ruins of the primordial demon gate. Obviously, it has no connection with the protectors. Lin Yuan believed that the primeval demon spirit was more like an inheritor of some sort, guarding the heritage of the once mighty primordial demon gate, ensuring that this lineage did not die out completely. The sect leader of the Myriad Demons sect 60 years ago had obtained part of the primordial demon gate's heritage from this very primeval demon spirit, thereby establishing the Myriad Demons sect and bringing chaos to the world. If it was an inheritor, then it surely had control over many of the primordial demon gate's heritages. Just now, when the primeval demon spirit had been pierced by the yin-yang power, it instinctively used the Great Desolation Rejuvenation skill to recover. As a result, falling into Lin Yuan's sight, he directly perceived and understood it with his against heaven's understanding. Over the past 60 years, while pursuing the evil heads across the world, Lin Yuan had indeed comprehended many demonic skills and secret techniques. But those demonic skills and secret techniques were not of high level, and Lin Yuan barely paid attention to them. Only the primeval demon spirit before him. This was a demonic Tao heritage comparable to the lineage of the Celestial Master Mansion. The many profound essences it commanded were indeed enough to catch Lin Yuan's eye. Take it slow. Lin Yuan had made up his mind. He had originally planned to finish the battle quickly and deal with the primeval demon spirit as soon as possible. But now, finding profit in the primeval demon spirit, Lin Yuan naturally would not let it go so easily. What followed? Lin Yuan deliberately held back, forcing the primeval demon spirit to use many of its inherited skills. Thus, your against heaven's understanding allows you to perceive a part of the primeval demon spirit's essence, acquiring the demonic skill. Your against heaven's understanding allows you to perceive a part of the primeval demon spirit's essence, acquiring the demonic skill. Your against heaven's understanding allows you to perceive a part of the primeval demon spirit's essence, acquiring the demonic skill. Several months later, the primeval demon spirit had basically been drained dry by Lin Yuan. All the demonic Tao heritages it possessed had fallen into the hands of Lin Yuan. Are you going to kill me or not? Give me a quick end. Atop the altar, the primeval demon spirit had completely given up hope. Though it was not a living being, it was intelligent and could not fathom why Lin Yuan, clearly powerful enough to kill it, had instead played around for several months. Could it be that the primeval demon spirit was fun to toy with? It wasn't right to bully like this. The primeval demon spirit probably never dreamt that all of its tricks would be covertly learnt by Lin Yuan. All right. Lin Yuan nodded. Upon confirming that no more could be extracted from the primeval demon spirit, he directly activated the yin-yang great grinding disc, completely annihilating it. As he walked out from the primitive demon gate ruins, Lin Yuan looked back once more. This visit to the primordial demon gate had been like killing two birds with one stone for Lin Yuan. He not only truly eradicated the primordial demon gate, achieving what generations of heavenly masters had failed to do, but also conveniently acquired the complete heritage of the primordial demon gate. Although Lin Yuan was a heavenly master of the Celestial Master Mansion, he held no aversion to the heritage and secret techniques of the demonic way. As long as it made him stronger, be it the righteous path or the demonic way, there was no difference. The Cosmic Human Alliance possessed evolution paths that were considered numerous, within which many were horrifying, with some even feeding on blood and souls. But not one of them was forbidden by the three goddesses. The essence of power has no right or wrong, it's the wielder of the power who can determine its morality. The demonic way. Lin Yuan appeared to be in deep thought. In the span of several months, he had essentially mastered the many heritages of the primordial demon gate. Against heaven's understanding depended on Lin Yuan's strength. Before he became a heavenly master, Lin Yuan had spent years, barely managing to grasp the insights contained within the true martial Daozong. After becoming a heavenly master and continuing his assiduous cultivation for 60 years, he faced the heritage of the primordial demonic gate, which was almost as profound as the true martial Daozong, and Lin Yuan needed only a few months. The way of heaven lessens the excessive to supplement the insufficient. The way of demons lessens the insufficient to supplement the excessive. Many heritages of the demonic Tao surged within Lin Yuan's heart. Dragon Tiger Mountain. Lin Yuan stood in front of the true martial hall. He looked up at the statue of the true martial great emperor. Heavenly Master. Qingping immediately came forward. 60 years had passed, and the former master Cangqing and Pingyang had both passed away. The current celestial master mansion was essentially managed by Qingping and a few other celestial phenomena realm experts. Master. At this moment a figure walked in. Anne greeted Lin Yuan with the utmost respect. Oh? You've become a heavenly master? Very good, very good. Lin Yuan turned his head and glanced at the figure. This figure, named Yuan, was an orphan that Lin Yuan had picked up during his time vanquishing demons off the mountain 50 years ago. Noticing his unusual talent, Lin Yuan took him under his wing and carefully instructed him for several years. When Yuan turned 10, Lin Yuan took him to Dragon Tiger Mountain. With Yuan's talent, he would not have been approved by the true martial sword. But under Lin Yuan's command, the true martial sword had no choice but to recognize Yuan. Now, 40 years later, Yuan had not disappointed Lin Yuan and had officially become a heavenly master 2 years ago. Thus, the Celestial Master Mansion welcomed its most prosperous era, with 2 heavenly masters emerging in one era. If not for Master, Yuan would have died at the foot of the mountain long ago. Yuan said respectfully. His achievements, greatly attributed to those years of Lin Yuan's guidance, played a decisive role, even greater than the influence of the true martial sword. As his strength grew, Yuan felt even more the unfathomable depth of his master. As a child, when Yuan saw Lin Yuan, he just thought his master was very strong. Upon entering the upper third realm, seeing his master felt like facing the might of heaven. Now that he had become a heavenly master himself, Yuan realized that his master was as vast and boundless as heaven and earth. It was like standing 100 miles away from Dragon Tiger Mountain, feeling like the mountain doesn't seem very high, but as you step closer, it grows taller. When you're only 5 miles away, you find the mountain truly lofty, and when you arrive at its base, the mountain rises so high it obscures the sun and sky. Zhang Family Fort. The peach blossoms were in full bloom, filling the mountain with their dance. Nobody knew that over 80 years ago, this place had been annihilated by the demonic sect, with the loss of thousands of lives, their blood dyeing the earth red. The current Zhang Family Fort had become a mausoleum, burying all of the former Zhang family members. Due to that celestial master Zhang, the mausoleum was guarded by dedicated people who forbade outsiders from disturbing the peace of the deceased. Because of this, the mausoleum was usually undisturbed and exceptionally quiet. But today, in the Zhang family fort mausoleum in front of a tombstone stood a figure. This figure, dressed in a Taoist robe with a youthful appearance, was none other than Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan gazed at the tombstone in front of him, inscribed with the names Zhang Kuan, Su Yun. They were the parents of the body Lin Yuan occupied. The time has come. Lin Yuan's eyes were filled with a sense of loss, his 80-year tenure in this world nearing its end, with at most half an hour left before returning to the main world. Now that the Celestial Master Mansion had a new heavenly master, and with the Celestial Master's sword that carried Lin Yuan's Taiji Wei, left within the sword tomb on Dragon Tiger Mountain. At this moment, Lin Yuan could be considered without worries. Before leaving, Lin Yuan suddenly wanted to see the parents of this lifetime. Time slipped away. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. In Lin Yuan's mind, the door to the myriad realms suddenly shone brightly. As his consciousness was about to return, Lin Yuan's thoughts moved ever so slightly. The yin-yang taiji power within his body clashed and scattered. Along with it, his physical body also began to dissipate inch by inch. A gentle breeze blew through, and Lin Yuan completely vanished from sight. Born to this world, he returned to this world. There was no longer a celestial master Zhang in the world. Chapter 49. 3 Goddesses Kanglan Star Shuiwei Residential Complex. Residence number 32. Inside a nutrition pod, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. Compared to the first traversal, this traversal lasted much longer. He had stayed in the Dragon Tiger world for a full 80 years. Consider that before the second traversal, including the first traversal, his life in the main world and his life on Earth, all added together did not amount to 80 years. However, it was all worth it, because Lin Yuan had created the Tao of Taiji. You should know, at the level of a heavenly master, the heavenly masters who break through by following the paths of either Taiyin Pole Extreme or Taiyang Pole Extreme, are not the same concept as those who break through by following the Tao of Taiji. Even without relying on either Taiyin Pole Extreme or Taiyang Pole Extreme, with Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding, he could force open a new route and break through to the heavenly master realm. In the first 10 years of the Dragon Tiger world, that's what Lin Yuan did. But in the end he found that both in terms of potential and combat power, they did not compare to Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme. And Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme in turn, are far inferior to Taiji. The Tao of Taiji is, up to now, the path most suitable for Lin Yuan and also the most perfect and powerful path he could achieve. Perhaps in the many evolutionary paths of the Cosmic Human Alliance, there are paths stronger than the Tao of Taiji. But definitely none as suitable for Lin Yuan as the Tao of Taiji. How could the evolutionary paths initiated by others ever be as smooth as those one creates oneself? My current strength should be at the peak of the second layer 12 segments, infinitely approaching the third realm, Lin Yuan speculated in his heart. In the Dragon Tiger world's demon purge cycle, it only took Lin Yuan 40 years to advance from the second layer 9 segment to the 12th segment. The remaining 20 years then were spent exploring the subsequent third layer path. 40 years to advance 3 segments. Looking at Kanglin's star, this might be considered top tier. But if considered within the entire Cosmic Human Alliance, it could only be regarded as above average. But don't forget, every step Lin Yuan took was path creating. Creating a completely new evolutionary path from scratch. The difficulty was 100, 1,000 times higher than for those evolvers who followed paths paved by pioneers. Gathering his thoughts slowly, Lin Yuan got up and left the nutrition pod. During the 80 years in the Dragon Tiger world, Lin Yuan was invincible, but there were still many secrets he hadn't unraveled. For instance, the true martial sword and the primeval demon spirit. Why had these items from the upper realms fallen into the lower realms? Could it be that the upper realm powerhouses were laying out some plans? But now that he had returned, none of this was relevant to Lin Yuan anymore. 2 hours. Lin Yuan glanced at the time. To confirm that from the moment he lay down for the traversal to the moment he got up, it took a total of 2 hours. To be precise, it took 2 hours and 3 minutes. It seems that the tiers in the Dragon Tiger world are indeed higher than in the martial world. Lin Yuan judged inwardly. In the martial world, 20 years passed and only 10 minutes had gone by in the main world. If extended to 80 years, that would be 40 minutes. In terms of the flow of time, the rate in the Dragon Tiger world is less than half that of the martial world. There are also the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang on Kanglin's star. Lin Yuan walked to the rooftop. It was currently night, and Lin Yuan could distinctly feel the forces of Taiyin and Taiyang disseminating throughout the heavens and the earth. Being nighttime, the power of Taiyin was more pronounced than the power of Taiyang. Absorbing it bit by bit is too slow. I still need to purchase corresponding spiritual objects. Lin Yuan sighed. He now had the realm, what he lacked was merely energy accumulation. And in the main world, what was least scarce was various forms of energy. If Lin Yuan had the means, he could completely go cultivate on the surface of a star. The power of Taiyang there condenses into a liquid. With a single breath, the Taiyang power Lin Yuan could absorb would probably match years of arduous cultivation. Of course, achieving this would require a substantial amount of money. And Lin Yuan most of all lacked money. With sufficient funds, Lin Yuan could not only purchase various spiritual objects. He could even buy many of the evolutionary paths of the Cosmic Human Alliance to simulate and perfect his own cultivation system. Continue uploading the Tao of Taiji. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan made up his mind. The Cosmic Human Alliance encouraged its citizens to develop new evolutionary paths, and the 3 goddesses even gave certain resource preferences to this. After the first traversal, Lin Yuan exchanged the martial path evolutionary path for 5,000 merit points. 1,000 of those merit points had elevated his citizen level to second level, granting him many privileges and making him an undisputed privileged class on Kanglin's star. The Tao of Taiji being a continuation of the martial Tao cultivation system created by Lin Yuan, if uploaded, would certainly prompt the Goddess of Wisdom to re-evaluate and thereby earn more subsequent merit points. In the Cosmic Human Alliance, merit points are everything. The prerequisite for acquiring merit points is to contribute to humanity, and there are undoubtedly many other ways to do this. But for Lin Yuan, the quickest and simplest way was only one. That was to upload the Tao of Taiji. The three goddesses of the Cosmic Human Alliance are absolutely selfless, and there are no scenarios involving suppression or enslavement of citizens. As long as the Tao of Taiji uploaded by Lin Yuan was valuable enough, it would receive the protection of the three goddesses. As for whether other citizens could surpass Lin Yuan in cultivation after uploading the Tao of Taiji, even though the cultivation environment of the Cosmic Human Alliance far surpassed that of the Dragon Tiger world, it would still take others decades to reach the Heavenly Master level on the Martial Path evolutionary path. In a matter of decades. Given Lin Yuan's shuttling frequency of once every 8 months, he would have already experienced dozens of shuttles. To the Heavenly Master of today, Lin Yuan of several decades later would hardly be considered anything less than an ant. Since he decided to upload the Tao of Taiji, Lin Yuan began to translate it into the language of the main world and made minor adjustments. Several days later, Lin Yuan organized his achievements in the Dragon Tiger world into 2 parts: the Celestial Phenomena chapter and the Yin-Yang chapter. The Yin-Yang chapter, indeed named by Lin Yuan for the Heavenly Master level, to master both Taiyin and Taiyang, to integrate Taiyin and Taiyang. After completing these tasks, he immediately connected his consciousness to the Goddess of Wisdom. If he were an ordinary citizen, even connecting to a trivial subentity of the Goddess of Wisdom would require patiently waiting for several minutes. But Lin Yuan was a second-level citizen who had made contributions to the Human Alliance. It only took a moment. The solemn and calm voice of the Goddess of Wisdom came through. "Respected second-level citizen Lin Yuan, please state your request." "I want to continue uploading on the Martial Path evolutionary path," Lin Yuan directly said. After notifying the Goddess of Wisdom, Lin Yuan uploaded the organized Celestial Phenomena chapter and Yin-Yang chapter. The moment the Goddess of Wisdom received the Celestial Phenomena chapter and Yin-Yang chapter, in a mysterious space countless light-years away from Kanglin's star, numerous large screens flashed rapidly, and massive computational power frenziedly assessed and deduced the value of the Celestial Phenomena chapter and Yin-Yang chapter. Detection of Celestial Phenomena chapter involving dual properties of Yin and Yang. Detection of Yin-Yang chapter involving the integration of dual properties of Yin and Yang. Extreme power integration. This evolutionary path's theoretical limit is determined as 6th rank. Discovery of potential up to the 6th rank evolutionary path, triggering the 9th charter, commencing contact with the Goddess of Justice, commencing contact with the Goddess of Freedom. Upon confirmation by the 3 goddesses, this evolutionary path indeed has the potential to reach 6th rank. Relevant contingency plan generated, beginning to contact the highest authority of this planet, Planetary Governor Song Wuyang. At the highest point of Kanglin's star, Governor Song Wuyang had ended his calls with other planetary officials. The planetary tournament is about to begin. I hope this tournament yields a few seeds with the potential of 3rd or 4th rank. Song Wuyang sighed. As the planetary governor, he too faced performance pressures. Every 10 years, the Goddess of Wisdom would review every action taken during his governance, no matter how trivial. Among the criteria were how many evolvers of different ranks were born on Kanglin's star during this period and the overall happiness index of all citizens, among others. The higher the Goddess of Wisdom's evaluation of him, the greater his rewards, most tangibly in the form of merit points. Of course, if the Goddess of Wisdom rated him too low, he would not only fail to earn any merit points but would also face impeachment, and in severe cases he would lose his position as governor and be sent to the Supreme Court for trial. I wonder how the creator of that Martial Path evolutionary path is doing now. Thinking of the tournament, Song Wuyang naturally thought of Lin Yuan. After all, the martial arts evolution system had squeezed into the top 100 of Kanglin's star's evolution rankings as soon as it appeared. This was the first change in the rankings during Song Wuyang's term. The Goddess of Wisdom really protects these creators of evolutionary paths tightly. Even I, the governor, can't access their information. Song Wuyang clicked his tongue. Ordinary second-level citizens were open to his scrutiny as much as he pleased. After all, he was a 4th-level citizen. However, Lin Yuan was not only a second-level citizen but also a creator of an evolutionary path, making him a special person protected specifically by the Goddess of Wisdom. But Song Wuyang also understood such actions by the Goddess of Wisdom. In the history of the Cosmic Human Alliance, there had been many instances where promising talents were prematurely eliminated. These eliminations arose from various sources: rivals, competitors, or different species. Thus, the 3 goddesses decided that anyone identified as a genius of the human race would be protected with specific encrypted information. Outsiders couldn't access their information at all, naturally making it very difficult to carry out any eliminations. It's just that the martial arts evolution system, having a potential upper limit of 3rd rank, wouldn't be valued so highly by the goddess if it wasn't so widely adopted. Song Wuyang shook his head slightly. Evaluating the value of a particular evolutionary path, potential is one aspect, and its degree of adoption is another. Suddenly, just then, an electronic synthesized voice came. Governor Song Wuyang, the goddess of wisdom, requests a connection. The goddess of wisdom wants to speak with me? Song Wuyang was slightly startled. He had just been thinking about the goddess of wisdom when she sought him out. Connect her. Song Wuyang nodded. He straightened up his back a bit, wanting to appear more presentable to the goddess of wisdom. After all, although Song Wuyang couldn't see the goddess of wisdom, through various monitoring equipment, she could always keep track of all his movements. As Song Wuyang chose to connect with the goddess of wisdom. The goddess of wisdom has been connected, the goddess of freedom has been connected, the goddess of justice has been connected. In an instant, the 3 ultimate intelligent goddesses of the Cosmic Human Alliance all arrived. This made Song Wuyang, who had been pondering how to speak with the goddess of wisdom, feel his scalp tingle. Wasn't it the goddess of wisdom who wanted to talk to him? Why did all 3 goddesses show up? Good heavens! What on earth had happened to draw the attention of all 3 goddesses at once? Chapter 50, Star Destroying Level. The Cosmic Human Alliance's 3 ultimate intelligent goddesses are known as the goddess of freedom, the goddess of justice, and the goddess of wisdom. These 3 goddesses govern different aspects. The goddess of freedom oversees aggression and expansion. The goddess of justice handles legal decisions. The goddess of wisdom is in charge of civilian life and logistics. The 3 goddesses each fulfill their roles, collectively supporting the dazzling brilliance of human civilization today. Normally, each goddess would only appear in their respective fields. Only when an event occurs that could impact the star domain or even beyond, do the 3 goddesses communicate and make decisions together. Song Wuyang has seen the 3 goddesses. Song Wuyang speculated uneasily, speaking with a hint of respect. Although the 3 goddesses don't possess what are called emotions, and they don't treat citizens differently based on their attitude. But in front of these 3, it's always safe to be a bit more respectful. Changes have been detected in the martial path evolutionary path, the goddess of wisdom said with a solemn and cool voice, being the first to speak. The martial path evolutionary path? Song Wuyang was stunned. He did know about the martial path evolutionary path. He even had a strong impression of this evolutionary path. But for the 3 goddesses to seek him out because of this? The martial path evolutionary path is special, but its theoretical limit was already set. 3rd rank. Was such a level of evolutionary path worthy of startling the 3 goddesses all at once? Could it be that the theoretical limit of the martial path evolutionary path had changed, rising by a rank? Song Wuyang thought to himself, silently speculating. The theoretical limits of evolutionary paths are deduced by the 3 goddesses using their tremendous computational power. Simply put, a 2nd layer evolutionary path, if its theoretical limit is 3rd layer, then it means this path potentially could reach the 3rd layer. Of course, this is only a possibility. Most evolutionary paths do not reach their theoretical limits. But it's undeniable that the theoretical limits derived by the 3 goddesses are somewhat linked to the potential of the evolutionary path. Moreover, the deductions of the goddesses are not entirely accurate. During the development of evolutionary paths, they can be influenced by various factors. For example, a 1st-rank path evolving towards 2nd layer could, under certain special influences, see its potential greatly increase, raising its theoretical limit. Although these are low-probability events, now that all 3 goddesses have approached him and mentioned changes in the determination of the martial path evolutionary path, Song Wuyang could only think in this direction. This is the latest determination result of the martial path evolutionary path. The somber voice of Goddess of Wisdom came again. At the same time, a virtual screen appeared in front of Song Wuyang. It displayed many characters describing the martial canon. Song Wuyang immediately looked towards the theoretical limit section. 6th rank. Song Wuyang was stunned, almost thinking that he had read it wrong. He looked again. It was still 6th rank. Goddess, is this? Song Wuyang wanted to ask if the goddess had made a mistake, only to suddenly realize that it wasn't just the goddess of wisdom watching him. The other 2 goddesses were also present. He swiftly tucked away that comment in his mind. As ultimate intelligences of the cosmic human civilization, every action of the goddesses is computed millions of times over. They are definitely not mistaken, especially when it concerns the 6th rank. Moreover, it wasn't just the goddess of wisdom who had come today. All three goddesses were here, clearly after countless confirmations prior to their visit. How is this possible? Song Wuyang muttered to himself. The martial path evolutionary path, which had a theoretical limit of 3rd rank just 6 months ago, now suddenly had a theoretical limit of 6th rank. Skipping 3 ranks in one go, this was rarefied among dozens of star domains nearby. The Celestial Phenomena chapter and Yin and Yang chapter of the martial path evolutionary path involve the fusion and transformation of extreme forces. Continue to develop and explore, and there is a 100% chance of reaching the 3rd rank, a 60% chance of reaching the 4th rank, a 30% chance of reaching the 5th rank, and a 10% chance of reaching the 6th rank, the goddess of wisdom said. Extreme force fusion. Song Wuyang took a deep breath. Fusion of the same type of forces could already cause major issues. Not to mention the fusion of extreme forces, which had a high probability of causing a self-explosion. Suddenly, Song Wuyang's curiosity surged about what the founder of the martial path evolutionary path had gone through to delve into these realms. Unfortunately, Song Wuyang knew the only thing he could be now was curious about Lin Yuan. The evolution path that was established reached the theoretical 6th rank, and now that creator of martial Tao was probably the favored gem of the goddess of wisdom. It was likely that not even the lords of the stars had the authority to investigate this person, let alone himself. What can I do now? After a moment of silence, Song Wuyang spoke up. According to the judgment, the subsequent Celestial Phenomena chapter and Yin and Yang chapter of the martial canon are valued at 20,000 merit points and require authorization from official Song Wuyang, said the goddess of wisdom succinctly. 20,000 merit points? Song Wuyang felt somewhat bitter. He had battled various different species on the front lines, killing countless to barely elevate his citizen rank to 4th level. Then he was reassigned to the rear to serve as an official. Just the rewards he could earn as an official, even over 1,000 years, would not amount to 20,000 merit points. That was under the condition of receiving a superior evaluation from the goddess of wisdom every 10 years. But Song Wuyang also knew that an evolutionary path with a theoretical potential of 6th rank truly deserved that many merit points. Not to mention just the fusion of 2 extreme forces had failed countless times, each failure resulting in tremendous losses. I agree, Song Wuyang nodded. In fact, it wouldn't matter if he disagreed. The 3 goddesses would authorize it step by step and the result wouldn't change. Shuiwei Residential Complex. Underground Training Ground. Lin Yuan was sitting cross-legged, waiting patiently for a response from the goddess of wisdom. In his heart, Lin Yuan believed that the insights gathered from this journey through the Celestial Phenomena chapter and Yin and Yang chapter were more valuable than the Grandmaster chapter, Great Grandmaster chapter, Mythological chapter and Carefree chapter. Even when Lin Yuan encountered bottlenecks while exploring the latter, he surpassed them in days or months at most. But the Yin and Yang chapter. To comprehend the Yin-Yang power, Lin Yuan had deliberated for nearly 10 years, even with the aid of the true martial sword. Lin Yuan's thoughts were turbulent. Just then, a solemn and cold voice came through. Respected second-layer citizen Lin Yuan, the evaluation of your submitted martial path evolutionary path has been completed. All right, Lin Yuan was invigorated. Although Lin Yuan had expended a great deal of effort on the Yin and Yang chapter, the specific value it held in the eyes of the goddess of wisdom was unknown. Citizen Lin Yuan, according to our evaluation, the subsequent evolutionary path is valued at 20,000 merit points. Would you like it credited now? 20,000 merit points. Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Considering that 1,000 merit points could generate 1 second-layer citizen, 20,000 merit points could create 20 second-layer citizens. 20 second-layer citizens? In the entirety of Dongning City there were only 6 or 7. Go ahead, Lin Yuan said. After confirming the 20,000 merit points were credited, Lin Yuan suddenly became curious to know the current evaluation of the martial path evolutionary path. Theoretical upper limit of 6th rank. Lin Yuan checked the latest information on the martial path evolutionary path. He was somewhat surprised. 6th rank, corresponding to a 6th rank evolver. And 6th rank evolvers had another name. That was fallen star level. Every 6th rank evolver was capable of traversing the cosmos with their physical body alone, and with a full force strike they could obliterate stars. Chapter 51 Free writing. The title of Fallen Star, for a 6th rank evolver is in reference to the Cosmic Human Alliance. If that were placed in the martial worlds Lin Yuan traversed like the martial world or Dragon Tiger world, it would be equivalent to an apocalypse level rank. However, Be it fallen star level or apocalypse level, they had nothing to do with Lin Yuan's current situation. The goddess of wisdom, with her vast computational power, deduced that the theoretical limit of the Taiji Dao is at the 6th rank. But a theoretical limit is, after all, just that, a theoretical potential for the future. It indicated that the goddess of wisdom had high regard for Lin Yuan. To be precise, she was very optimistic about the Yin and Yang chapter of the martial path evolutionary path. The reason why the goddess of wisdom determined that the subsequent parts of the martial path evolutionary path uploaded by Lin Yuan were worth 20,000 merit points primarily resides in the Yin and Yang chapter. Had it not involved the fusion and transformation of Yin and Yang, but simply been a pure Taiyang chapter, or Taiyin chapter, even if it ranked at 3rd rank, its final value would only be a few thousand merit points. How could it possibly reach the frightening 20,000? The power of Taiyang and the power of Taiyin are both high-level energies. Mastering one holds the potential of reaching 3rd rank, let alone the fusion of both. The fusion directly extends their potential to the level of 6th rank. I currently have 24,000 merit points. Lin Yuan had just received 20,000, while the remaining 4,000 were left over from his last traversal. On the first traversal, Lin Yuan uploaded the Innate chapter and Grandmaster chapter of the Martial Canon, earning 2,000 merit points. Later, he continued to upload the Great Grandmaster chapter, Mythological chapter, and Carefree chapter, gaining 3,000 merit points. After deducting the 1,000 merit points needed to upgrade to a 2nd-level citizen, Lin Yuan's current merit points had reached 24,000. Let's directly upgrade the citizen rank. With so many merit points, there was no need for hesitation. Lin Yuan chose to directly upgrade his citizen rank. Congratulations to Citizen Lin Yuan, your citizen rank has been upgraded to 3rd rank. In the blink of an eye, 5,000 merit points were deducted, and Lin Yuan's citizen rank was upgraded from 2nd rank to 3rd rank. I am now a 3rd rank citizen. Lin Yuan's spirits lifted. Across Kanglan Star, a 3rd rank citizen could also be considered a significant figure, and the highest citizen rank in Dongning City to date was only 2nd rank. From a 3rd rank citizen to a 4th rank citizen, I need 10,000 merit points. Lin Yuan checked the citizen rank information and immediately felt a slight urge. He currently still had 19,000 merit points, which was more than enough for another upgrade in citizen rank. A 3rd rank citizen is followed by a 4th rank citizen. A 4th rank citizen. This was no longer a significant figure on Kanglan Star, but a major power player. Only the planetary governor had achieved this rank on the whole planet. If Lin Yuan became a 4th rank citizen, his status would be directly on par with that of the planetary governor. Of course, Lin Yuan was well aware that this was only in terms of status, far from comparable in terms of power and influence. But the influence of a 4th rank citizen was already quite significant, especially with the numerous privileges it granted within the human alliance, enough to make ordinary citizens shudder. Let's upgrade. Lin Yuan was about to continue raising his citizen rank, when at that moment he glanced at other content on his information interface. There were items like name, account balance, loan limit, and so on. Lin Yuan suddenly noticed that his loan limit had somehow been maxed out. After being promoted to a 2nd rank citizen, Lin Yuan had a 10 million credit line at the Central Bank of the Cosmic Human Alliance. This type of loan, provided by the Human Alliance to high-ranking citizens, was an interest-free loan with a repayment period of several decades. It was pretty much like giving money to high-ranking citizens. Even if they did not spend this money and just withdrew the loan to invest in a few financial products, they could earn money effortlessly. After all, the loan provided by the central bank required no interest payments. Therefore, prior to his 2nd traversal, most of Lin Yuan's expenditures were principally through loans. Purchasing a residence in Shuiwei Residential Complex, other nutritional products and that military-grade nutrition pod and so on. The initial 10 million credit limit had been almost fully utilized by Lin Yuan. Only now his personal loan limit had been restored. To put it simply, all the money Lin Yuan had borrowed before was now repaid. This was quite strange, as Lin Yuan was clear that he had not actively repaid any loans. As for automatic deductions, how much time had passed? Besides, the money in Lin Yuan's account hadn't decreased. Goddess of Wisdom. Lin Yuan directly chose to connect with the Goddess of Wisdom. Respected 3rd rank cosmic citizen Mr. Lin Yuan. The Goddess of Wisdom quickly explained the reason to Lin Yuan. It turned out that every time a citizen's rank is promoted, the personal loans belonging to this citizen will automatically be nullified, with the central bank repaying them on behalf. Of course, the personal loans mentioned here can only be the official loans. As for private loans from non-official sources, they are not included in this repayment clause. This repayment mechanism is one of the implicit benefits of a high-ranked citizen, which isn't explicitly stated. An upgrade in citizen rank signifies a contribution to the human alliance, and hence, the central bank repaying loans for them isn't a strange occurrence. There's such a good deal? Lin Yuan blinked and glanced at the loan limit available to third-rank citizens in the central bank. 100 million. The thought of immediately ascending to the fourth-rank citizen was suddenly restrained. If I spend this 100 million in loan limit and then upgrade to a fourth-rank citizen, wouldn't I be able to freeload this 100 million without paying it back? Clearly. Lin Yuan's speculation was correct. According to the central bank's loan repayment mechanism, that was indeed the case. This isn't a loophole in the citizen rank system. Merit points are extremely difficult to obtain, and ordinary citizens will definitely upgrade as soon as they accumulate enough points for it. Almost no one can resist the urge not to upgrade, especially given the vast array of enticing privileges and benefits that come with a higher citizen rank. While thinking about how to spend this 100 million, Lin Yuan browsed through the mail sent by the Cosmic Human Alliance after being promoted to a third-rank citizen. First was the congratulatory message and a transfer of 10 million. When promoted to a second-rank citizen, the Cosmic Human Alliance transferred 5 million. Now, upon being promoted to a third-rank citizen, the Cosmic Human Alliance transferred 10 million. The increase was far less than the increase in the loan limit, but it was understandable. After all, this was free money, and Lin Yuan naturally accepted it without reservation. Next came updates to the many privileges. Compared to the privileges of a second-rank citizen, a third-rank citizen had an additional appeal privilege. If subjected to any unfair treatment or witnessing any injustice, one could make a direct appeal to the highest planetary governor of the local star. After Lin Yuan reviewed all the privileges and had a clear understanding in his mind, he immediately opened the shopping options and started selecting various spiritual objects to restore his strength. With the authority of a third-rank citizen during the search, Lin Yuan could see a list that was several times larger. Many unheard-of spiritual objects and wonders continuously appeared. These two then. After half an hour, Lin Yuan finally confirmed his choices. Solar Essence. Cosmic Spiritual Object, 30 million civilization dollars proportion. Lunar Marrow. Cosmic Spiritual Object, 20 million civilization dollars proportion. Lin Yuan, having created the Taiji Dao and encompassing Taiyin and Taiyang, naturally needed the most Yang and most Yin objects to recover his strength. In this regard, Solar Essence and Lunar Marrow were suitable. Solar Essence came from stars in the exhaustion phase, and its collection was quite difficult. The price of 30 million proportion was the result of Lin Yuan getting a 20% discount with his third-rank citizen privileges. As for Lunar Marrow, it came from a few special cold planets, often guarded by different species, and was extremely dangerous. In fact, due to the characteristic of the Taiji Dao to merge and convert, Lin Yuan could still recover his full strength even if he continued to take high-grade nutrient solutions, slowly refining the energy within the nutrient solution and transforming it into the power of Taiyin and power of Taiyang through the Taiji Dao. However, this method would take a fair amount of time. And a bottle of high-grade nutrient solution was worth 200,000. Lin Yuan had used over 20 bottles of high-grade nutrient solution to recover before. Now that his realm had reached the second layer limit, to fully recover his strength, at least 200 bottles of high-grade nutrient solution would be needed. Over 200 bottles of high-grade Yin and Yang essence would cost 40 to 50 million, which was not much different in value compared to Lunar Marrow and Solar Essence. He clicked to confirm the purchase of Lunar Marrow and Solar Essence, and set the payment method to the loan limit from the central bank. Lin Yuan stretched lazily, his mood brightening. How to spend the remaining 50 million? Lin Yuan pondered in his mind. Maybe I could buy some evolutionary paths to look at, Lin Yuan thought quietly to himself. With his against heaven's understanding, examining other evolutionary paths might allow him to further perfect his martial path evolutionary path. Thinking of the martial path evolutionary path, Lin Yuan's thoughts once again drifted to the Kanglan evolution ranking. This ranking recorded the most powerful 100 evolutionary paths in the history of Kanglan Star. Before the second crossing, Lin Yuan had uploaded the subsequent Great Grandmaster chapter, mythological chapter, of the martial path evolutionary path. The addition of higher levels of cultivation moderately increased the potential of the martial path evolutionary path. As reflected on the Kanglan evolution ranking, it went from originally being ranked 93rd to 78th. And just now, he had uploaded the Celestial Phenomena chapter and the Yin and Yang chapter, especially the Yin and Yang chapter, which was key in allowing the Goddess of Wisdom to start anew in evaluating the martial path evolutionary path. Goddess of Wisdom, where does the martial path evolutionary path now rank on the Kanglan evolution ranking? Lin Yuan contacted the Goddess of Wisdom, inquiring with a hint of curiosity. The Kanglan evolution ranking was updated daily at midnight, but as the creator of this evolutionary path, Lin Yuan could naturally ask the Goddess of Wisdom for the real-time ranking. Respected third-rank citizen Mr. Lin Yuan, the comprehensive ranking of the martial path evolutionary path is now 8th on the Kanglan evolution ranking. Chapter 52, Top 10 Changes Zhonglan Star Virtual World. Early morning, Central Plaza area. A towering Kanglan evolution ranking stood erect while a middle-aged man with reddened eyes casually sat on a chair, his gaze occasionally flicking towards the evolution ranking. His name was Pei Lu, a member of the Pei family from Kanglan Star. The Pei family was a well-known family of evolvers on Kanglan Star. There were two types of evolvers, unique type evolvers and general type evolvers. Among the unique type evolvers, there were many categories, one of which included lineage evolvers. Lineage evolvers, the foundation of many evolver families, had their evolutionary abilities passed down through their bloodlines. Compared to other evolvers, the cultivation for lineage evolvers was much easier, merely needing to continuously unlock the potential of their bloodlines. Of course, the drawback was also clear: the limit of their bloodline was their own limit. Prior to reaching the limit of their bloodline, they wouldn't encounter any setbacks or obstacles, but once they reached that limit, it was basically impossible to break through. The Pei family was a third-rank lineage evolver family. I wonder why the family head is so concerned about the evolution ranking. Pei Lu was somewhat bored. In 10 minutes, the evolution ranking was due for an update. Ever since, half a year ago, a path called the Martial Path Evolutionary Path broke into the top 100 of the ranking. The family head then ordered him to watch over it at this time every day and to immediately report any changes back to the family. Actually, not just the Pei family but other powers on Kanglan Star had basically started sending people to guard the evolution ranking. The Kanglan evolution ranking was not just a list of ranks. Many evolutionary paths recorded on it were connected to the future situation on Kanglan Star. For example, if a citizen wished to try becoming an evolver, they would naturally prefer choosing an evolutionary path listed on the evolution ranking. Evolvers of the same evolutionary path naturally gravitated towards each other and easily grouped together. Over time, forming a group was nothing unusual. At that moment, as long as the creator of this evolutionary path stepped forward, they could easily rally a response, and establishing a force corresponding to that evolutionary path was merely a matter of speaking out. The 100 evolutionary paths on the Kanglan evolution ranking represented the most powerful 100 forces on Kanglan Star. These forces were deeply intertwined within Kanglan Star, and their influence even spread to nearby star domains. Half a year ago, the Martial Path evolutionary path had risen remarkably, entering the top 100 of the ranking and causing a massive impact, dropping many jaws in surprise. Just a few months later, not a few citizens on Kanglan Star embarked on the Martial Path evolutionary path. Although no evolvers of corresponding realms, i.e., the Grandmaster realm, had yet appeared, given enough time, it was only a matter of when. Since the Martial Path evolutionary path had appeared on the evolution ranking, it must have been recognized by the three goddesses, ensuring the correctness of its cultivation progress. Martial Path evolutionary path. Pei Lu's expression became slightly serious. He had reviewed this evolutionary path in the Innate chapter and Grandmaster chapter. He had also recognized where the advantages of this evolutionary path lay. That was its low threshold. Compared to other evolutionary paths which required various external substances and medicines, or even special environments, the Martial Path evolutionary path almost had no requirements, simply needing citizens to cultivate day after day as instructed. Perhaps stepping into the Grandmaster realm is difficult and requires some talent, but for the Innate realm, out of 3,000 or 4,000 citizens, producing one was not very difficult. It's a pity. The limit is not high, only third rank. Pei Lu couldn't help but shake his head. His bloodline was also only third rank, but on Kanglan Star, the world of bloodlines had always been uniform, only occasionally seeing existences with bloodlines reaching the 4th rank or even the 5th rank. However, recently, the Martial Path evolutionary path moved up from 93rd to 78th place, which is quite interesting. Did the founder improve the related concepts? Pei Lu couldn't help thinking to himself. He was not too concerned about it. The Kanglan evolution ranking was divided into 4 layers. The top 10 was 1 layer. From 11th to 30th was 1 layer. From 31st to 50th was 1 layer. From 51st to 100 was 1 layer. From 51st to 100, the difference among these 50 evolutionary paths was not significant. The limit was also generally third rank. Centuries ago, no new evolutionary path had broken into the evolution ranking. But changes from the top 50 to the top 100 in the ranking were not uncommon. The Marshall Path evolutionary path, its potential is already set, belonging to the 4th layer of the evolution ranking. Perhaps soon, there will be evolvers of this path establishing a force that could shake Kanglin's star? Pei Lu stroked his chin and speculated. Just then, the distant towering evolution rankings surface suddenly became blurry. It's updating. Pei Lu's thoughts twitched and he watched intently. At that moment, other figures in the plaza similarly looked over. Very soon, new text re-emerged. Pei Lu, out of curiosity about the Marshall Path evolutionary path, directed his gaze straight to the 78th place. Huh? Why is the Marshall Path evolutionary path gone? Pei Lu was shocked. Subconsciously he looked further down. 79th place. 80th place. 90th place. 100th place. Pei Lu's expression changed. Could there be a problem with the Marshall Path evolutionary path? Was he kicked out by the goddess of wisdom? Pei Lu found it hard to believe. At the same time he began from the 78th position and looked upward. 70th place. 69th place. 60th place. 50th place. Until he had seen all the rankings of the last 50 positions on the evolution ranking. Pei Lu still did not see the Marshall Path evolutionary path. What on earth happened? Pei Lu's eyebrows furrowed deeply. At that moment, Pei Lu suddenly noticed that the other people in the plaza had become somewhat noisy. Especially a few individuals who couldn't control themselves and stood up from their positions, craning their necks to look up at the top of the evolution ranking. What's happening? Pei Lu's eyebrows slightly furrowed. For several months he had been watching the updated rankings on the evolution ranking right here. The other people in the plaza had also been very quiet, so what was happening today? Pei Lu didn't understand. Subconsciously he looked towards the top of the evolution ranking, the top 10 positions. It was just a glance. Pei Lu then saw that the 8th evolutionary path on the original evolution ranking had become the Marshall Path evolutionary path. This, Pei Lu's eyes widened and it took him a long time to collect his thoughts. The Marshall Path evolutionary path? Number 8? Wasn't it 78th yesterday? Pei Lu was completely taken aback and instinctively looked at the 11th position. The Titan evolutionary path. This was originally the 10th on the evolution ranking. Now it had been pushed down to the 11th place. This is big news. Pei Lu swallowed hard and immediately began to contact the family head to send this information back. Shuiwei Residential Complex. Residence 32. A strange man stopped, standing in front of the door. Hello, Mr. Lin Yuan, this is the item you purchased. You can open it with your fingerprint. Lin Yuan took the sealed alloy handed over by the other party, running his finger over the top of the alloy box. Beep. Fingerprint verified. A synthesized electronic voice sounded, and Lin Yuan took the alloy box directly. The box was light, and if it weren't for the faint sensation of huge energy fluctuations inside, Lin Yuan might think there was nothing much inside. As expected of cosmic spiritual objects. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. He could feel the energy fluctuations inside the box, belonging to Taiyang and Taiyin, even though they were not as strong as the power of Taiyang and Taiyin inside the true martial sword in the Dragon Tiger world, they were not far off. Mr. Lin Yuan, if you confirm there's no issue with the item, you could sign here. The delivery man next to him spoke up to remind him, looking at Lin Yuan with a hint of envy. Even though he didn't know what was inside the alloy box, he knew that the delivered item was of the highest class. And usually, an item of this level was valued at least in the tens of millions, and anyone who could casually offer tens of millions in civilization currency was not ordinary. After Lin Yuan's signature, the delivery man then turned and left. Lin Yuan, holding the box, returned to the underground training grounds. Click. The box opened. It revealed 2 containers made from a special transparent metal inside. The left container displayed a fiery red color, while the right one displayed a deep blue color. Truly beautiful. Lin Yuan looked at the 2 types of cosmic spiritual objects. After admiring it for a moment, he immediately began to train. 2 days later, the underground training ground. Lin Yuan was seated cross-legged. In front of him, both solar essence and lunar marrow were almost consumed. Second layer limit. Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, looked at the solar essence and lunar marrow, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. With these 2 types of cosmic spiritual objects, Lin Yuan had restored all of his strength in just 2 days. Chapter 53, Endless Starry Sky. Strength hasn't been affected at all. Lin Yuan closed his eyes to feel for a moment, then nodded slightly. Although, in the Dragon Tiger world he had grown familiar with his own power. But after all, the main world was another world and there were subtle differences between different worlds. The Tao of Taiji, Lin Yuan's mind stirred and his feet left the ground, floating in mid-air. In the Dragon Tiger world, as long as one reached the level of a heavenly master, one could walk in the air. In the main world, due to the different focuses of the various evolutionary paths, the rank at which one could achieve levitation also varied. Most evolutionary paths allowed for levitation at the 3rd rank. A few special evolutionary paths enabled levitation at the 2nd layer. Of course, there were also some evolutionary paths that only granted the ability to levitate at the 4th rank. Lin Yuan came to the rooftop of the residential building. He stepped out, his body suspended in the air, ready to soar. But suddenly, Lin Yuan seemed to remember something. His body shrank back. This isn't the Dragon Tiger world. In the Dragon Tiger world, Lin Yuan could fly however he wanted. But in the main world, on the highly advanced Kanglan star, did it really seem like the planetary defense system didn't exist? With Lin Yuan's speed and life fluctuation, as long as he dared to appear in the sky, he would inevitably be detected by the planetary defense system. If he were to be surrounded, that would still be okay, but if he were mistakenly identified as a different species invader, and were to be directly targeted by electromagnetic cannons, laser beams, and other energy weapons, even Lin Yuan would suffer a significant loss. Respected Level 3 citizen Mr. Lin Yuan, if you wish to fly, there is no need for any concerns, you may roam the skies of the entire eastern continent at will. A solemn and cold voice came through. It was the goddess of wisdom. Lin Yuan was currently on top of the residential building, which did not fall under the privacy space agreed upon by the Human Alliance. Therefore, the goddess of wisdom had the right to observe. Then, deducing Lin Yuan's intention from his earlier actions, the goddess of wisdom considerately provided relevant advice. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's mind immediately settled. As long as the goddess of wisdom thought there was no problem, that was all that mattered. Even Kanglan Star's highest security planetary defense system, if the goddess of wisdom wanted to take control, she could do so at any time. Whoosh! Lin Yuan shot straight into the sky. What Lin Yuan didn't know was, as he levitated, the invisible fluctuations enveloping Kanglan Star seemed to be torn open by a small gap. Centered on Lin Yuan, in a radius of several hundred miles, all sensing devices and monitoring methods failed. Beep! In the security center of Kanglan Star, a staff member looked at the enormous monitoring screen with a surprised expression. What's wrong? A colleague casually inquired. Nothing. The goddess just redirected some data, answered the staff member. That's normal, said the colleague with a shrug. The goddess of wisdom managed all the civic logistics for the entire Human Alliance and often took control of Kanglan Star's security systems. Redirecting some data was hardly a cause for concern. High above Kanglan Star, Lin Yuan lay on his back on a cloud. His gaze turned toward the direction of outer space. A bit further out and I should be beyond Kanglan Star, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Without the protection of Kanglan Star, one would have to face various kinds of radiation from the starry sky, and without oxygen and other materials, an evolver below the 6th rank couldn't survive long in the true starry sky. This is the starry sky. Lin Yuan had never observed the cosmic starry skies up close quite like now. For a moment he was somewhat entranced. Your understanding is against the heavens, and observing the cosmic starry skies may bring enlightenment. Your understanding is against the heavens, and observing the cosmic starry skies may bring enlightenment. Your understanding is against the heavens, and observing the cosmic starry skies may bring enlightenment. This continued for more than half an hour. Only then did Lin Yuan snap out of his immersed state. It's a pity. The starry universe is too far away for me now. Feeling it out forcefully, it's impossible to gain anything in a short time. Lin Yuan sighed. Like in the Dragon Tiger world where he contemplated the Tai Chi Yin and Yang Dao. It took Lin Yuan almost 10 years to fully comprehend it. As for the more vast and boundless cosmic starry sky, Lin Yuan thought that to fully understand it might take hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of years or possibly even longer. Of course, this was also because Lin Yuan's current realm was too low. If Lin Yuan were at the 6th rank, 7th rank, or even 8th rank, and then observed the cosmic starry sky, his speed of comprehension would certainly far surpass his present rate. The essence of what could be comprehended with against heaven's understanding depended on the height from which Lin Yuan stood. Simply put, the stronger Lin Yuan became, the more he would comprehend. It's still more convenient to directly purchase an evolutionary path for comprehension. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The evolutionary paths, including the martial path evolutionary path created by Lin Yuan himself. They are all in-depth analyses of certain paths or powers. Compared to comprehending nature and the universe, comprehending an evolutionary path is like taking a shortcut. It's like how students learn from textbooks, although in theory without textbooks they could still learn, deducing complex formulas on their own from real-life situations. However, doing so would be incredibly inefficient. Nowhere near as simple as learning directly from a textbook. Next, Lin Yuan continued to watch the cosmic starry sky for a while. Then he returned to his residence in Shuiwei residential complex. Once his consciousness connected to the virtual world, Lin Yuan appeared in his personal space. The virtual world is divided into two parts. One is personal space and the other is public areas. Public areas are subdivided into central plaza area, living area, trading area, arena area, and so on. So many private messages? Upon checking, Lin Yuan found over 10,000 unread private messages. It's about the martial path evolutionary path. Having briefly read the first few messages, Lin Yuan roughly understood what was going on. The Celestial Phenomena chapter, and the Yin and Yang chapter he uploaded 2 days ago caused the potential of the martial path evolutionary path to skyrocket, pushing its ranking on the Kanglin evolution ranking into the top 8. This naturally caused a disturbance among the various powers on Kanglin star, prompting many people to attempt to contact the founder of the martial path evolutionary path. Since Lin Yuan had concealed his citizen number, only leaving a moniker called Yuan, those who wanted to contact him could only do so through private messages. Not very interesting. Lin Yuan spent half an hour to browse through the more than 10,000 private messages. The messages mainly fell into 4 categories. First, wishing to get to know Lin Yuan. Second, wanting to recruit Lin Yuan into their own faction. Third, wishing to ally with Lin Yuan. Fourth, inquiring about issues related to the martial path evolutionary path. Lin Yuan largely ignored the first 3 types of messages. It was only the 4th type. People who sent the 4th type of messages were generally intending to try the martial path evolutionary path, or they had already embarked on it. These individuals wanted guidance from the founder of the evolutionary path himself, Lin Yuan, and were willing to pay a hefty sum for it. One of the messages said they were willing to pay 10 million civilization coins for 3 hours of Lin Yuan's guidance. 3 hours? 10 million? Lin Yuan was indeed tempted. After his own promotion to 3rd-rank citizen, the congratulatory gift from the Cosmic Human Alliance was also of this amount. Moreover, for guidance, it was not necessary to do one-on-one tutoring. One could easily teach a class with dozens of people at once. Even Lin Yuan could release paid videos of the martial path evolutionary path. Even if the price were a bit lower, as long as he, the founder, published it, would the citizens who had embarked on the martial path evolutionary path not buy in? Goddess of Wisdom. Lin Yuan connected to the Goddess of Wisdom. How many citizens are there currently practicing the martial path evolutionary path? Lin Yuan asked directly. He had uploaded the martial path evolutionary path more than half a year ago. With the publicity of the Kanglin evolution ranking, he estimated that many citizens had become aware of this evolution path by now. After all, most evolution paths have various restrictions such as requiring financial support and so on. But the martial path evolutionary path doesn't greatly demand financial resources. Of course, here not greatly is relative to the current living standards of citizens. At the very least, one should not eat too lightly since practicing martial arts requires the support of qi and blood, and every meal should contain meat. And this requirement poses no difficulty for human citizens. In the starfaring era, even if you completely lie flat and do not work, you can still receive welfare payments from the government every month. As long as there are no demands for the quality of life, there are no problems. Currently, the number of citizens who have completed the innate chapter of the martial path evolutionary path is 1,232, and for the Grandmaster chapter, there are none. The Goddess of Wisdom provided the answer. So soon? Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised. You must know, the innate chapter of the martial path evolutionary path corresponds to innate realm martial Taoists. And in the martial world, innate realm martial Taoists could dominate an area. The Great Zen Temple, with 1,000 years of heritage, had several thousands of martial monks but only just over 50 who had reached the innate realm. But Lin Yuan quickly reconsidered and felt it was normal. This is Kanglin Star, where technology is incredibly advanced. Although the martial path evolutionary path doesn't demand much financially, if one has abundant financial resources, For the Grandmaster chapter and Great Grandmaster chapter one might have to rely on oneself, but for the innate chapter, it's still possible to utilize external resources. In the martial world, methods for quick advancement in the innate realm include consuming heavenly spirit fruits. And these so-called heavenly spirit fruits in the main world would probably be some sort of spiritual objects, which somewhat positioned citizens are likely able to purchase. Chapter 54. Choices. However, while reaching the innate realm is easy, progressing to Grandmaster and Great Grandmaster is difficult. Lin Yuan silently thought to himself. The innate realm corresponds to the evolvers of the Cosmic Human Alliance who have not yet entered a rank. The Grandmaster, on the other hand, is a ranked evolver. Wanting to step into the Grandmaster realm through the martial path evolutionary path required perfect mastery of one's own power, something that external forces couldn't assist with. Virtual World Kanglin Star, Central Plaza area. Lin Yuan's figure suddenly appeared here. Kanglin Evolution Ranking. Lin Yuan looked up towards the distant majestic leaderboard. At the top of the 8th line, the words Martial Path Evolutionary Path were engraved. Perhaps because of the significant changes in this evolution ranking, there were many more people in the Central Plaza area. What is so mysterious about the Martial Path Evolutionary Path that it has made it into the top 8 of the evolution rankings? I heard that the second layer of this evolutionary path involves the fusion and transformation of two types of extreme forces, which is why it soared from 78th to 8th. The fusion and transformation of two extreme forces? My God, who is the mastermind who created this evolutionary path? Not sure, but on Kanglin Star, only a few scholars who study evolutionary paths or those research teams could possibly develop such a high-level evolutionary path. Apart from them, no one else has the foundation to develop this kind of evolutionary path. The crowd in the plaza whispered among themselves. Lin Yuan listened casually. Those who could enter the virtual world were either second-level citizens or above, or evolvers, with sources of information far and wide. There were all sorts of speculations about the Martial Path Evolutionary Path. Some even thought that the Martial Path Evolutionary Path must have been uploaded by scholars from other planets who specifically came to Kanglin Star. Otherwise, why had they never heard of such a potentially immense evolutionary path? Lin Yuan remained expressionless. The discussing crowd would never dream that the creator of the Martial Path Evolutionary Path was him, a student who had not yet reached 20 and had just graduated? There's no need to reveal my identity now, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The founder of the Martial Path Evolutionary Path had already attracted the attention of various parties. If Lin Yuan were to reveal his identity, the benefits were few but the drawbacks were plenty. Indeed, with Lin Yuan's status always capable of advancing to 4th-level citizen, he attracted the attention of the Goddess of Wisdom. With the Goddess of Wisdom's intervention, she could suppress all internal human voices. But what about externally? What about those different species? Lin Yuan, not even 20 years old, had already developed a martial path evolutionary path capable of reaching the 6th rank. Not just on Kanglin Star but even in nearby star domains, it was considered extremely prominent. And the more prominent it was, the more it would attract the attention of those different species. If it were just about another high-rank evolver, the different species might not consider it much. After all, even the strongest evolver could only dominate for a limited time. But if Lin Yuan were truly to develop the Martial Path Evolutionary Path up to the 6th rank, a completely new 6th rank evolutionary path would represent not just one 6th rank evolver but a continuous group of 6th rank evolvers. Those different species lurking in the shadows, once informed, would certainly opt to assassinate Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan died, the Martial Path Evolutionary Path would lose its founder, making it very difficult for others to continue on this path. This was precisely why Lin Yuan could not expose his identity. Even the Goddess of Wisdom suggested that Lin Yuan keep his identity hidden. As for his citizen level, Lin Yuan's rapid multi-level advancement in citizen level was indeed somewhat strange. But who could know that the merit points Lin Yuan used to increase his citizen level were obtained through uploading the Martial Path Evolutionary Path? In the Cosmic Human Alliance, there was more than one way to earn merit points, as long as one could gain the recognition of the Goddess of Wisdom and the other two goddesses. Huilin Community. Residence number 118. This residence was a gift of apology from Chu Shiyu's grandfather to Lin Yuan during a family banquet at the Lin family a while ago. Although it couldn't compare to the mansions worth tens of millions in Shuiwei residential complex, it was still valued at 5 to 6 million, which was far superior to the previous residence where Lin Yuan and his family lived. Afterward, Lin Yuan let his parents move in, since he spent most of his time in Shuiwei residential complex, and this residence was not needed. Early morning. Lin Yuan was sitting on the living room sofa. I really became an evolver? At that moment Lin Yuan's father Lin Shouqing rushed out, full of disbelief. He felt his body brimming with strength, a warm current flowing through his limbs and bones. Xiaoyuan, what on earth is going on? His mother, Lu Qiong, also had an incredulous look on her face. They had just woken up this morning to find Lin Yuan standing in front of their bed, telling them that they had become evolvers. Initially Lin Shouqing and Lu Qiong did not believe it. Becoming an evolver was not that easy. It was said that many evolution paths required enduring brutal training, and only those who could withstand it had any hope of becoming evolvers. Yet they had been living a life of utter comfort recently. With Lin Yuan's influence, Lin Shaoqing's position had risen several ranks, which was truly like riding the spring breeze. There was simply no precondition for becoming evolvers. But now, feeling their bodies as if rejuvenated and the warm current continuously circulating within them, one could only imagine the astonishment in the hearts of Lin Shouqing and Lu Qiong. Don't worry, I purchased a special potion and used it while you were sleeping so you could wake up as evolvers, Lin Yuan explained with a smile. In fact, last night Lin Yuan had performed the marrow cleansing for Lin Shouqing and Lu Qiong. With Lin Yuan's strength, even a simple marrow cleansing could significantly enhance their physiques, meeting the standards of an evolver. Ah, that special potion must be expensive, right? Xiaoyuan, don't be reckless with money. Your dad and I don't necessarily need to become evolvers. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiong immediately asked with concern. Lin Shouqing also nodded incessantly at the side. It was said that even the lowest grade genetic potion cost 1 million civilization coins and also required corresponding permissions. And for both of them, it would be 2 million, which was more money than they could ever earn in their lifetimes. Don't worry, it wasn't much money, it's part of the benefits for evolvers, Lin Yuan said casually. For him, the marrow cleansing did not cause any loss of primordial qi, with Taiyin and Taiyang converting into each other, taking only a few breaths to recover. Moreover, this marrow cleansing was far more effective than any genetic potion. Genetic potions work by replacing a few genes in the body to strengthen oneself. Once someone takes a genetic potion, it is as if their path is permanently fixed. They cannot switch to other evolution paths. But marrow cleansing merely enhances the physique, allowing Lin Shouqing and his wife to take any evolution path they choose in the future, leveraging their strong physiques to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Ah, I want to become an evolver too. His sister Lin Yi came over, her big eyes blinking as she looked at Lin Yuan. You are still too young. Don't rush, give it a few more years. Lin Yuan, dismissing the completely crestfallen expression on his sister's face, said a few perfunctory words. Although Lin Yi did not believe this reasoning, the fact remained. Even if they were truly to undergo marrow cleansing, it had to be considered only after full physical development. Otherwise, it might prematurely fix the body and lead to consequences like halting its development. Who would have thought Lin Shouqing would one day become an evolver in this lifetime? Lin Shouqing said with an emotional look on his face as he listened to Lin Yuan's explanation. It is often said that a son relies on his father, and whether it's a case of officials or rich second generation, it seems it has reversed in the case of Lin Shouqing now. Nighttime. Shuiwei Residential Complex. Lin Yuan was seated cross-legged in the underground training arena. A layer of light screen appeared in front of him, constantly flashing various evolution paths. Having restored his full strength, Lin Yuan planned to purchase one evolution path, to comprehend and perfect his own martial Tao. The evolution paths Lin Yuan was interested in were mainly 4th-rank evolution paths and 5th-rank evolution paths, and adding the cost of direct purchase. Naturally, they are not cheap. With Lin Yuan's current financial status, he could afford only one. After selecting for a long while, Lin Yuan finally narrowed down to a choice from 3 evolution paths. These 3 evolution paths were the Golem evolution path, the Force evolution path, the Myriad Forms evolution path. Chapter 55 Chicoan Star Domain. Each of the 3 evolutionary paths has its strengths and focuses on different aspects. The Golem evolution path is created by studying the flesh of a starry sky alien race known as golems. When cultivated to the extreme, one can incarnate as a golem. Of course, it is a weakened version of the golem. The golem race is a powerful alien race whose physical bodies can traverse the cosmic starry skies. Although the golem race is rare, every adult golem is capable of contending with 6th-rank human evolvers in strength. Even a weakened version of a golem incarnated through the golem evolution skill can be comparable to 4th or 5th-rank evolvers. Incarnating as a golem? Forget it. Lin Yuan pondered carefully for a while and shook his head. It's undeniable that the Golem evolution path has its unique insights into the transformation of the physical body. This is also why Lin Yuan included this evolution path as one of the final 3 options. However, the ultimate stage of cultivating this evolution skill requires altering one's bodily form, which Lin Yuan found somewhat unacceptable at the moment. It's not that Lin Yuan finds the appearance of the Golem race unattractive, but once he starts cultivating this evolution skill, he would have to follow through to the end. Even if Lin Yuan, with his Against Heaven's understanding, were to find a way to start over, it would certainly be incredibly troublesome. With that in mind, Lin Yuan turned to the Origin Force evolution skill. The Force evolution path is a 5th-rank evolution skill that focuses on comprehending the ubiquitous Origin Force within the cosmic starry skies. Origin Force is a very special energy. Unlike the extreme energies of Taiyin and Taiyang alone, it can encompass everything. This is somewhat similar to the Tao of Taiji that emerges from the fusion of Taiyin and Taiyang. As for the final myriad appearances evolution path, it leans more towards the evolution of the spirit and soul. It excels in soul attacks and can be seen as an upgraded version of the Psyche Master evolution path. The Force evolution path it is, Lin Yuan decided in his heart. The similarities between the Force evolution path and the Tao of Taiji within the martial Tao path make this choice more beneficial for Lin Yuan. Beep. As 40 million civilization currency was deducted, Lin Yuan immediately received the complete Force evolution path. Unlike buying physical items, virtual things like evolution paths can be obtained instantly. TSK, it's really expensive. Lin Yuan commented with some emotion. But since it wasn't his own money being spent, but rather the credit limit from the central bank, he didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache. Open, Lin Yuan's mind moved slightly. The icon belonging to the Force evolution path immediately became blurry. The first thing that caught his eye was a red font warning. This evolution path must not be disclosed to others, or else it will be subjected to the Supreme Court's judgment. In the Cosmic Human Alliance, any evolution path is legally protected. Unauthorized sharing is prohibited. Ordinary citizens have 2 ways to obtain an evolution path. One is, like Lin Yuan, to directly purchase with civilization currency. However, normal citizens usually buy the evolutionary paths piece by piece. For example, if they are buying the 5th-rank Force evolution path, they would first choose to purchase the 1st-rank section. After completing the 1st rank, they would go on to buy the 2nd-rank section. This way, the financial burden is greatly reduced. A complete Force evolution path is worth 40 million, but if it's just the 1st-rank section, it might be acquired for tens of thousands. The second way is through a contract with other powers if one really doesn't have the money. The power would sponsor you and give you the chance to become an evolver. If you eventually become an evolver, you must serve the power for 50 years or 100 years. If you don't become an evolver in the end, it's likely you'll have to serve that power for most of your life. The powers here could be official or unofficial. Lin Yuan, having previously been included in the compulsory conscription quota, considered signing a contract with a power to become an evolver first. However, reservists spotted by the military district seldom get poached by unofficial powers. I wonder how much the martial Tao evolutionary path is selling for now, Lin Yuan suddenly thought. After uploading the martial Tao evolution path, Lin Yuan set the price for the 1st-rank content at 10,000 civilization currency. There was no choice as the martial Tao evolutionary path was just a quasi-2nd-rank evolution path when Lin Yuan uploaded it. Even with a theoretical potential of 3rd rank, it still couldn't compare with the Force evolution path. Setting the price at 10,000 civilization currency was within a reasonable range. As for the content of the 2nd rank of the martial Tao path, due to its connection with the Tao of Taiji, Lin Yuan directly set a high price of 500,000. A few days ago, Lin Yuan learned that over 1,000 citizens were cultivating the martial Tao evolution path. If these 1,000+ people only purchased the 1st-rank content, then it's sold for over 10 million in total. After the official 7/10 share deduction, that leaves over 3 million. After related taxes and fees, Lin Yuan would get roughly 2 million in hand. Of course, this doesn't rule out the possibility that a few wealthy individuals bought the complete martial Tao evolution path outright. He'll know in a few more months. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The revenue split for evolution paths is settled once a year in the virtual world. Gathering his thoughts, Lin Yuan began to formally view the Force evolution path. Before the main text of the evolution skill, there's a section on its origins. Cosmic Human Alliance, Moon Spirit Star. Moon Spirit Star is a higher-grade life planet in the Chikuan star domain. Kanglin Star also belongs to the Chikuan star domain, but it is a middle-grade life planet. Chikuan star domain possesses 8 major star systems, each encompassing hundreds of billions of stars, as well as more than 120,000 life planets. The origin force of the universe is a very special energy, it's gentle and it's vast, Lin Yuan read carefully. At the same time, your against heaven's understanding allows you to gloss over the force evolution path and arrive at an insight into the essence of origin force. As if in a trance, Lin Yuan seemed to find himself among the cosmic starry skies. Here, countless forms of energy existed. There was the power of Taiyang, the power of Taiyin, and more so the origin force. Lin Yuan could feel the affinity the origin force had for him. He even attempted to control this gentle power. He didn't know how much time had passed. Suddenly Lin Yuan opened his eyes. What's this? Lin Yuan looked down at his hands. He saw that at some point, a layer of grime had appeared on the surface of his skin. Have I completed the origin force body refining? Lin Yuan quickly realized. Body refining with origin force is one of the signs of great proficiency in controlling the origin force within the force evolution path. One engages the omnipresent origin force of the cosmic starry sky to refine the body. How much time has passed? Lin Yuan glanced at the time. 8 hours. A shock went through Lin Yuan's heart. He had been immersed in cultivation for such a long time. If other evolvers who were practicing the evolution skill of origin force knew that Lin Yuan merely took 8 hours to reach great proficiency in controlling origin force and had completed origin force body refining, they would probably feel suicidal. In the practice of origin force evolution skill, the hardest step is to perceive the existence of origin force. Just this aspect alone usually requires several years for ordinary evolvers to experience and feel. As for quickly advancing to great proficiency in origin force and body refining, don't even think about it without several decades. Unless one's physique is special and innately close to the universe's origin force, that's roughly the time frame. But Lin Yuan took only 8 hours. This was simply freakish. Body refining with origin force did not cause any rejection by the Taiyin and Taiyang powers within my body. It seems this evolution path is very suitable for my understanding. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, feeling that his choice did not have any mistakes. Within the cosmic starry skies, various complex energies intertwined with each other. Without the guidance of the origin force evolution path, even with Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding, to lock onto a type of energy that suits oneself from so many energies, it would take a terrifying amount of time. Not to mention the universe's origin force is a very suitable power for Lin Yuan. With the Tao of Taiji as the foundation and the universe's origin force as the main body, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, faintly seeing the direction towards the third rank. In the Dragon Tiger world, Lin Yuan had reached the second layer limit with the Tao of Taiji and even had 1 foot into the third rank. But ultimately he was not at the third rank. Now, however, as he continually grasped the essence of origin force, Lin Yuan was not far from stepping into the third rank. Time had passed by another 8 hours. While Lin Yuan continued to be engrossed in comprehending the Tao of origin force, a female mechanic robot arrived at the underground training field, pulling a trolley in front of Lin Yuan. "Master, it's time to eat," the female mechanic robot said. In the interstellar age, most families arrange for a housekeeper robot at home. This female mechanic robot was the housekeeper robot bought by Lin Yuan, responsible for housework, cooking, acting as a bodyguard, and so on. When Lin Yuan lived with his parents, his mother, Lu Qiong, disliked the soulless food prepared by robots. She usually cooked herself. Lin Yuan didn't have such feelings. With his current powerful digestive abilities, he wouldn't have any problems even with raw food. Opening the dining table, the housekeeper robot served 7 or 8 dishes. They were mostly meat dishes, cultivated from the genes of various enormous starry sky beasts, containing an incredibly high amount of energy. If an ordinary citizen ate this meat, just 2 or 3 bites would be overwhelming, but Lin Yuan was different. With his powerful body, digesting this meat was only a matter of 1 or 2 hours. About 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan finished all the food. In fact, with Lin Yuan's current conditions, he could completely rely on taking nutrient solutions to maintain the nutrients required by the body. But years of dietary habits made Lin Yuan still prefer to eat various kinds of visible food. Just as Lin Yuan was preparing to continue immersing himself in cultivation, a video call suddenly popped into his view. "Who's looking for me?" Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. He glanced at the caller ID. It was Mr. Liao. Chapter 56. Combat Power Glasses. Mr. Liao is the chairman of the Dongning City Evolvers Association. Lin Yuan had met with him a few times and they got along quite well. Click to answer the call. Mr. Liao's hologram appeared in front of Lin Yuan. "Mr. Lin, how are you considering the matter from last time?" Mr. Liao asked with a smile. The matter from last time, Lin Yuan recalled. During the Lin family's banquet, Mr. Liao, the chairman of the Evolvers Association, personally visited to invite Lin Yuan to represent Dongning City in the Kanglan Star Arena competition. As for the reward, as long as Lin Yuan managed to rank within the top 5,000 in the Kanglan Star Arena competition, the Evolvers Association of Dongning City would provide 50 million yuan as a reward. Of course, what Lin Yuan truly valued was not the 50 million, but rather the rewards given by Kanglan Star officials for placing within the top 3,000, or even within the top 1,000 or 500. There were many kinds of rewards. Cash, in fact, was the least valuable among them. All kinds of cosmic spiritual objects, many evolution paths, even treasures of different species. All were included in the list. Furthermore, exchanging blows with other evolvers. For Lin Yuan, that was also a good thing. With his against heaven's understanding, he could glimpse the strengths and weaknesses of the opponent's evolution paths. Although it couldn't compare to directly reading the evolution paths. If quality was insufficient, quantity would make up for it. The most important thing was that the virtual world hosted the arena competition. This was equivalent to Lin Yuan not having to risk anything. He didn't even need to travel to gain all the aforementioned benefits. No problem, Lin Yuan nodded. That's good, Mr. Liao breathed a sigh of relief internally. Compared to other evolvers, Lin Yuan was still a second-layer citizen. While the Evolvers Association could indeed manage evolvers, they had no control over higher-level citizens. Therefore he was exceptionally polite to Lin Yuan, much warmer than he was towards any first-rank 12-segment evolvers. By the way, if Mr. Lin has time, could you come to the association tomorrow? There are 3 other evolvers who will be participating in the arena competition with you. You could get to know each other in advance. After all, there is a team match in the competition and you will need to cooperate with each other, Mr. Liao said cautiously. No problem, Lin Yuan replied with a nod. Since becoming an evolver, the number of other evolvers Lin Yuan had met could be counted on one hand. Now presented with the opportunity to interact with other evolvers, he wasn't about to let it slip away. Who knows, maybe he could gain something from them with his against heaven's understanding. Those who had been chosen by Mr. Liao to participate in the competition were probably all first-ranked 12-segment evolvers. Evolution paths practiced by evolvers of this level were generally not simple. After finishing his conversation with Mr. Liao, Lin Yuan continued to immerse himself in comprehending the Force Evolution Path. Lin Yuan was comprehending the Force Evolution Path, not practicing it. He was integrating the Force Evolution Path into his own martial Tao through the way of Taiji. That is what Lin Yuan was doing. Comprehending other evolution paths certainly did happen among evolvers, but like Lin Yuan, directly assimilating an entire evolution system was quite alarming to hear. Yet Lin Yuan was confident about it. Firstly, the Taiji Dao was quite compatible with the cosmic origin force. Secondly, given the exaggerated efficiency of his against heaven's understanding, completing this task was merely a matter of time. Whether it takes months or 1 or 2 years. The next day, Lin Yuan ended a night of practice and got ready to visit the Evolvers Association. Ordinary citizens might feel listless the next day without sleep, but for an almost third-rank evolver like Lin Yuan, this was hardly an issue. With the Tao of Taiji and the continuous cycle of yin and yang, it was rare for him to be in a bad state. No matter how great the expenditure, a few cycles of Tai-yin and Tai-yang would restore him. Mr. Lin, the security guard at the Shuiwei residential complex, saluted Lin Yuan with respect upon seeing him. Those who lived in this complex were invariably wealthy or distinguished. Moreover, when Lin Yuan initially purchased his residence here, the sales manager Mr. Wang's extremely respectful demeanor had been observed by many. Even if unaware of Lin Yuan's exact status, it was clear he was not someone they could afford to overlook or treat negligently. Lin Yuan walked out of the Shuiwei residential complex. A sleek black hover car was parked on the roadside. It was indeed the dedicated car from the Evolvers Association. Waiting outside the Shuiwei residential complex from early in the morning. Mr. Lin, please come inside. A tall man in black got out of the car and respectfully opened the door for Lin Yuan. With current scientific technology, autonomous driving had long been perfected, but when receiving important guests, real drivers were still often preferred. After all, compared to cold intelligence, it's more pleasant to interact with a living person. The Evolvers Association. The 23rd floor. 3 figures were sitting casually. I don't know what's gotten into Mr. Liao this time, inviting some unknown person to the competition. The figure on the left said casually, his tone clearly dissatisfied. His name was Chao Rong, an evolver with impressive evolutive talent. He had already reached the level of a first-rank 12-segment evolver. He had participated in several previous competitions, and while he hadn't achieved any impressive rankings, his performances had been good. The 4 evolvers from Dongning City who were to participate in the arena competition all knew each other quite well. However, at this year's competition, Mr. Liao intervened, forcibly replacing one of them and enlisting another evolver to join the 3 in the competition. Chao Rong understood Mr. Liao's intention. Their past performances in several competitions had been poor and he wanted to improve the results by changing members. But randomly replacing a member with someone unfamiliar could lead to the final results not improving and possibly even declining. Since Mr. Liao sees potential, he must indeed have some skill. The figure on the right hesitated for a moment before speaking up. This figure was named Lu Shiguang, a bloodline evolver who was now at the first-rank 12th segment. Chao Rong snorted coldly. He then turned to look at the figure seated in the center. He was the strongest evolver among the 3 of them. Chao Rong, you make a move later, try to test his limits. Zhong Bei's eyes narrowed slightly as he slowly spoke. In Dongning City, among the evolvers eligible for the arena competition, Zhong Bai was undoubtedly the strongest. In past arena competitions, Zhong Bai performed well, almost breaking into the top 5,000 once. No problem. Chao Rong immediately became excited. After discussing the new member, they started talking about their own matters. I brought back a good thing from Heiwu Star this time. Chao Rong took out a pair of black-framed glasses and introduced with a hint of pride, these glasses are the latest research achievement from Heiwu Star. They can capture minute pieces of information and then provide an approximate assessment based on the combat power. Oh. Lu Shiguang looked curious. Zhong Bai also looked over. Let me show you guys. Chao Rong put on the black-framed glasses and then looked towards Lu Shiguang. Ziguang's combat power is 986, which is above average for the first-rank 12th segment. Chao Rong pressed the side of the glasses and said, the combat power of the first-rank 12th segment is usually between 800 and 1100. My combat power is 1003, somewhat stronger than you, Shiguang. Chao Rong said, quite pleased with himself. Take a look at my combat power. Zhong Bai couldn't help but speak up. Big brother Zhong, your combat power is actually 1098, almost reaching the first rank's limit. Chao Rong, wearing the glasses, looked towards Zhong Bai and exclaimed with slight surprise. He knew Zhong Bai was the strongest among the 3 of them, but he hadn't anticipated Zhong Bai to be so formidable. It seems quite accurate. Zhong Bai nodded slightly, making a comment. Recently, he had made further progress on his evolution path and was indeed nearing the limit of the first rank. He hadn't told anyone about this, yet now Chao Rong had noticed it, evidently showing the glasses were no simple accessory. What is the observation limit of these glasses? Zhong Bai suddenly asked. Ordinary second-layer evolvers should be detectable. Chao Rong replied. As it was the newest product and additional functions were still under development, there were many inadequacies in the glasses at the present. Second rank, that's enough. Lu Shiguang remarked with a sense of emotion. There wasn't a single true second-rank evolver throughout Dongning City, so these glasses were quite practical. That's for sure. Chao Rong spoke with a tone of self-satisfaction. To acquire these glasses he had paid a significant price. Naturally, he was extremely happy to be able to show off in front of his friends. Just then, the elevator doors slowly opened. Zhong Bai, Chao Rong, and the others immediately stopped their conversation. It must be that person arriving. Chao Rong immediately felt assured. Mr. Liao had scheduled a time with them, which was about now. Don't worry, big brother Zhong. Chao Rong took a step out, not forgetting to nod towards Zhong Bai. A young man stepped out of the elevator. Is this the person Mr. Liao recommended? Lu Shiguang scrutinized him carefully. After looking for a while, Lu Shiguang felt something was amiss. Why hasn't Chao Rong spoken until now? Wasn't he supposed to test that person's limits? Zhong Bai beside him also looked puzzled. The 2 of them subconsciously turned to look at Chao Rong. What they saw was Chao Rong standing rigid, and upon closer examination, it became apparent that his forehead was beaded with sweat. Even his legs were trembling faintly. Chao Rong's right hand pressed the glasses, his thoughts in turmoil. In his view at that moment, all he saw were the blood-red warning hints displayed by the glasses. Extreme danger alert, subject detected. Combat power, 2000, combat power, 3000, combat power, 5000, combat power, 9000. Boom. The black-framed glasses that Chao Rong was wearing exploded outright. Chapter 57 For my combat power is only 1000, he must have at least 10,000 Evolvers Association, 23rd layer. The shattered glasses fell to the ground. Zhong Bai and Lu Shiguang couldn't help but their expressions changed. They knew Chao Rong's personality well. He was fearless of both heaven and earth. Since he had just agreed to test Lin Yuan's strength, it was unlikely that he would back out halfway. Unless Zhong Bai and Lu Shiguang exchanged a glance. As evolvers with highly developed brains, several speculations quickly formed in their minds. Combat power glasses were the latest scientific achievement of Heiwu Star. Although they were not yet perfected and could malfunction or explode, if that were the only issue, Chao Rong certainly wouldn't have displayed such trepidation. It was very likely that before the glasses exploded, Chao Rong saw something through them. It's best not to offend this person. In the blink of an eye, many thoughts surfaced in Zhong Bai's mind, and he immediately took a step forward, his face breaking into a warm smile. Mr. Lin, the three of us have been waiting here for you for a long time. It is I who have arrived late, Lin Yuan replied, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. His gaze swept over the fragments of glasses scattered on the ground without leaving a trace. Just now he had vaguely sensed a weak feeling of being watched. It must have originated from these broken glasses. However, this feeling of being watched was very faint. At most, it could slightly perceive part of Lin Yuan's strength. As for his real trump cards, they were hidden inside his body. Unless he unleashed his full power, they would be very difficult to detect. This way, please. Mr. Liao has specially prepared food from other planets, which can be somewhat helpful to evolvers like us. Zhong Bai said enthusiastically. Lu Shiguang also showed a smile on his face. I wonder what exactly did Chao Rong see? Lu Ziguang's gaze occasionally swept over the distraught Chao Rong. If Lin Yuan were not present, he would probably have eagerly asked by now. At the dining table, Lin Yuan took a sip of the wine in front of him. Good wine. Lin Yuan commented with appreciation. His comment on the wine of course referred to more than just the taste. As the wine went down his throat, it began to slowly improve his body. An ordinary citizen who drank this wine could probably extend their life by 3 to 5 years. Even Lin Yuan's already strong physique could feel a slight boiling of his blood and qi. This wine is called Tianji wine, a treasured collection of Brother Zhong. If it weren't for Mr. Lin's visit, we wouldn't have had the pleasure, said Lu Shiguang, unable to hold back his words. Tianji wine, even for first and second layer evolvers, was a luxury item. The price of a pot of Tianji wine on the market ranged from 5 to 10 million yuan, and Lin Yuan's glass of Tianji wine was valued at 500,000. It was worth the salary of an ordinary citizen's decades of work for just one sip of this wine. Of course, the reason Tianji wine was so expensive was, first, because of its delicious taste. Second, it was due to the slight enhancement to one's physique it provided. Zhong Bai had sneakily brought this pot of Tianji wine from home. He stored it in the Evolvers Association, wanting to savor it slowly. He wouldn't have been willing to bring out the Tianji wine if it hadn't been for realizing the importance of Lin Yuan and if Chao Rong's recent acts hadn't potentially caused some misunderstanding. Following that, the few exchanged conversations for a while. Lin Yuan also gained some understanding of Zhong Bai and the other two. Zhong Bai was pursuing an evolutionary path called Mind Power Sorcerer. Controlling mind power, capable of killing from a distance. The Mind Power Sorcerer evolutionary path was one of the more widely spread evolution paths within human civilization. It fundamentally involved continuously developing one's mind power to then influence reality. Mastering this evolution path to the 4th or 5th rank could, with just a thought, cause a volcanic eruption or movement of the Earth's crust, scenes of natural disasters. Lu Shiguang, however, was a bloodline evolver, with all of his abilities stemming from his own bloodline. Lu Ziguang's bloodline quality reached the 2nd layer. Nonetheless, even as a bloodline evolver whose cultivation difficulty was lower than that of other evolver paths, advancing from the 1st to 2nd layer was not an easy feat. Additionally, the concentration of Lu Ziguang's bloodline was not very high. He had been stuck at the 12th segment of the 1st rank for over a decade. Interacting with Zhong Bai and Lu Shiguang had been quite beneficial for Lin Yuan. As they chatted face to face, Lin Yuan's gaze swept over the others. His against heaven's understanding occasionally provided feedback, granting Lin Yuan some enlightenment. Especially, Zhong Bai's Mind Power Sorcerer Evolution Path insights could entirely complement the Martial Path Evolutionary Path. After all, the so-called mind power was essentially the power of the soul, a kind of psychic force. An hour later, Lin Yuan exchanged virtual world citizen numbers with Zhong Bai and the others before excusing himself to leave. 23rd layer, inside a room. Zhong Bai and the others returned here after seeing off Lin Yuan. Indeed not simple, Zhongbai frowned as he thought for a while, then spoke. The not simple he referred to naturally meant Lin Yuan. If at the beginning he had been cautious because he couldn't figure out Lin Yuan's strength as well as because of Chao Rong's behavior, then after having a discussion with Lin Yuan, he naturally had other thoughts in his mind. Putting other things aside, Zhongbai clearly perceived that Lin Yuan had an exceptional understanding of the nature of evolution paths. When asking about his own psychic evolution path, every question Lin Yuan asked was something Zhongbai had pondered without answer, even having to consult higher-rank evolvers with great effort to barely resolve. But Lin Yuan sorted it out in a few words. Keep in mind, the evolution path that Lin Yuan cultivated was not that of a psychic. Without having studied it, yet already grasping the gist and even occasionally offering insights that greatly benefited Zhongbai. Chao Rong, what on earth happened to you? What was that just now? Lu Shiguang nodded in agreement, at the same time turning to look at Chao Rong beside him. At this moment, Chao Rong was unusually silent. Mr. Lin's combat power. Upon hearing this, Chao Rong's face showed a look of fear. Indeed, it was combat power. Zhongbai and Lu Shiguang both confirmed in their hearts. They had previously speculated that Chao Rong was affected by having seen Lin Yuan's combat power through combat strength glasses, hence his behavior afterward. How much combat power does Mr. Lin actually have? Lu Shiguang immediately asked. My combat power is only 1,000, but Mr. Lin's combat power is at least 10,000. Chao Rong's voice trembled slightly. No, it's over 10,000. The combat strength glasses had exploded from overload after detecting a combat power of 10,000. Hence Chao Rong believed that Lin Yuan's combat power was definitely more than 10,000. Over 10,000 combat power. Zhongbai and Lu Shiguang suddenly took a deep breath. This was indeed the combat power that a true second-layer evolver would possess. Even most second-layer evolvers couldn't reach this level of combat power. Mr. Liao didn't say that the people invited this time were about the same level as us. Lu Shiguang muttered to himself. They had 1,000, Lin Yuan had 10,000, no, over 10,000. How is that similar? The combat strength glasses shouldn't be mistaken, Chao Rong added from the side. If the combat strength glasses had exploded upon seeing Lin Yuan without capturing any data, it would have been possible that there was a fault with the glasses themselves, as they were a new type of technological product and the possibility of malfunction cannot be discounted. But the fact that the glasses exploded after capturing the general data of Lin Yuan's combat power due to being over the limit, this only indicated that the glasses' configuration was inadequate, yet the information captured was not problematic. What are you thinking about? Seeing the two fall silent, Zhongbai suddenly laughed. Isn't it a good thing that Mr. Lin is so strong? Zhongbai asked in return. Facing the upcoming tournament, the stronger one's power, the higher the ranking one could achieve, and even if one couldn't squeeze into the top 3,000, they could still receive Mr. Liao's personal compensation. Indeed, it's a good thing. Lu Shiguang and Chao Rong exchanged a glance, their eyes suddenly lighting up. They instantly realized that for them, Lin Yuan was a formidable pillar. Clinging to him might allow them to climb dozens of ranks in the tournament. Evolvers Association, 30th floor. After leaving the 23rd floor, Lin Yuan didn't return to the Shueiyue residential complex. Instead, he went to the 30th floor, planning to meet Mr. Liao in person. In addition to getting acquainted with the three teammates for the upcoming tournament, Lin Yuan had another purpose in coming here personally. How did it go? Zhongbai and the others didn't give you a hard time, did they? Mr. Liao asked with some concern. He naturally knew about the personalities of Zhongbai, Chao Rong, and the others. He understood that it wouldn't be easy for Lin Yuan to integrate with the group. But there was also nothing he could do about it. As the chairman of the association, he had the authority to allow Lin Yuan to join, but he couldn't force Zhongbai and his group to be without objections. It's all right. That pot of Qingji wine was quite good, Lin Yuan remarked casually. He had a very favorable impression of this wine. If it weren't too expensive, he would consider buying a few cases. Huh? Since when has Zhongbai become so generous? Mr. Liao's face showed shock. He had also coveted that pot of Qingji wine for a long time, but Zhongbai had never offered him a drink. Yet with Lin Yuan just after a single meeting it was brought out. Mr. Liao, another reason for my visit is to ask for your assistance with a matter. Lin Yuan didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.